West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
And Durant now with an even 40. He's made all 10 of his free throws.
Looking to not foul here.
Biggest comeback win of the season. The Rockets were down by 19.
Final call. That was Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins on the call. Space City Home Network. That was a good night last night for the Rockets. For a while, it was not. They trailed 76-57 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. And at that point, as we welcome you in on a Friday, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for getting up with us. We appreciate you. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. And when they were down 19, Seth, I started thinking back to the Knicks game on Saturday where the Rockets were the Rockets led by 18 points in that game, and we know how that ended. And I said to myself at that very moment, and I mean this, I said, why not us? You know what? Trailing by 19, they coughed up an 18-point lead on Saturday. I said, why not us? And then you know how they responded? 21-0 run over the next 3.5 minutes. The Rockets went on a 21-0 run over a 3.5-minute period, and it was sparked by Reed Sheppard. Three pointers in that time, and the Rockets get a big win last night, 113-108 over the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, and it was everything. I mean, they're two similar teams in a lot of regards. Like they got talented players. Bane was going off, but it's not like they actually run an offense of any sort. And it's when you put Reed Sheppard in. Just by virtue of him being able to shoot the basketball, he's a more skilled point guard, despite not being all that skilled a point guard as of yet by NBA standards. But he's going to be better than Amen Thompson because people have to respect him. The defense, you get spacing with other guys, and things can happen. And it's not like all of a sudden they were playing some elegant version of basketball or anything during that comeback, but they had a guy in the court who can shoot. And everybody else, all of a sudden, lo and behold, is better there, too. And credit to the Rockets for at least they tightened up on defense after they got off to just the miserable start where Orlando was just taking whatever they wanted.
Yeah.
The Rockets tightened up on defense earlier in the game, but they weren't adding any offense to the mix.
No,
either.
well, and Durant was awful in the first half, and he was sensational in the second half. And
he looked old. He looked old in the first half.
In the first half, he was 1 of 10. I mean, he's just the shots aren't going down. It looks that way. He winds up with 40 points. He winds up eclipsing 32,000 points for his career. He's only the sixth guy in the history of the league. That's been one of the underratedly kind of fun things about having Kevin Durant on the team is he's at that stage of his career where it feels like every third or fourth game he's moving up a notch on the all-time scoring list. He's doing something, the one last week was he had his 1,000th 20-plus point game in his career, which is, he's among the league leaders, obviously, in all time for that. That's been kind of fun. And it's not like Kevin Durant has an attachment to any of his previous teams, really, so I don't know that there's a fan base going, like if Altuve went to the Yankees or something like that and he got his 3,000th hit there, I think there'd be a lot of Astro fans like, he was ours, though. He got like 2,800 of those with us. That's been kind of fun, like watching Kevin Durant hit all these milestones. But last night, I think the big takeaway from last night is what you just said, Seth, which is Reed Sheppard needs to be a bigger part of what they're doing consistently moving forward. Reed Sheppard can't be Reed Sheppard cannot get treated, not on this team, like one of those guys where, all right, well, if his shot's not going down, he's just worthless, so we take him out and put somebody else in. The Rockets have had guys like every NBA team probably has a guy like that who's just a sniper who comes in and, okay, if he misses, if he goes 1 for his first 5, there's not much else he brings to the table. Without a point guard on this team, you don't have a ton of groups of 5 where the offense runs anything remotely close to smooth.
Right.
When he's in there, this is going to be a compliment that's going to sound backhanded. when he's in there, at least it's not gunked up.
Right. No, and as I think you pronounce it Sean E. on the Dream Shake said something at the end of his article on this, which is just simply that, hey, Amon Thompson, as great as he is, you can't defend your way to a comeback. So, it's just at some point you've got to do something to stoke the offense in situations like this, and it was exactly what they needed last night. Versus the better, I like the increasing level of difficulty they faced in their last 3 wins, where you went worst team in the league to second worst team in the Western Conference to now, okay, respectable basketball team.
That's true. I mean, like mathematically, you're right. Like I just think,
It's not inspirational
or
anything.
No. I just think,
and I don't. And when I said that Kevin Durant looked old, I was talking specifically about the first half.
Yeah,
he went out to be Kevin Durant in the second half.
He was great, man. He was great. I know the Orlando is what are they, slightly above 500 right now? The Orlando Magic. Yeah, I mean they're an average basketball team. Hey man, that's a win on the road where you dug yourself a deep hole, and you got a 21-0 run in less than 4 minutes is something else, man. And it's not like the Rockets season is teetering on the brink. Like, I'm not going to make too much of this win. Like, oh my God, if they lose that game, you've got 20 more of them after this. But that they did win that game, and that they did win it in the way that they did, and that they won it with Reed Sheppard in down the stretch and Amen Thompson out down the stretch. And I love that Amen was standing up over there on the bench and cheering the guys on and whatnot. It was cool, man. It was. Hopefully, hopefully Ime Udoka takes something away from that win. That maybe there's some slight tweaks that go on moving forward.
Yeah, the Magic are 31-27.
Yeah. So they're a decent team, decent basketball team with some good players. So the Texans yesterday, they move on from. Well, I shouldn't say they move on. The two sides decided to part. Jerrod Johnson and the Houston Texans. The Texans will have a new quarterbacks coach this coming season. The biggest trigger points that I saw for fans yesterday, Seth, because you and I were on the air when this news came down, so we got to sink our teeth into it first. I don't think we'd realized that there was going to be what's been reported. I don't know if it's made official yet or not, but it sounds like Jerry Shaplinski, who was brought in with Nick Caley as sort of an advisor offensively, he's going to, it would appear, get promoted into Jerrod Johnson's old spot as quarterbacks coach. The Shaplinski part of it, we had not seen I didn't see it until we got off the air. And the biggest trigger points that I saw for fans on this, one, Jerry Shaplinski went to John Carroll.
That's right.
Which Nick Caserio went to John Carroll. Frank Ross went to John Carroll. Nick Caley went to John Carroll. Those are the ones that I know. I double-checked Ben McDaniels because I know Josh McDaniels went to John Carroll. According to Google, Ben McDaniels went to Kent State. So he's not a John Carroll guy. But anyways, and this is kind of tied into the second trigger point for Texan fans. A lot of Texan fans wanted Case Keenum to come back and take this job. Even though he's still an active player, the text page was flooded when you and I dug into this yesterday with Case Keenum talk. I think these two are kind of tied together. People want Case Keenum, and they feel like Shaplinski, like John Carroll is the new Patriot way.
Right. Well, no, it's not just you're leaving out a big part of the resume there, too, or a required part of the resume, was Shaplinski spent several years in New England as well. So from John Carroll to New England to the Houston Texans, sometimes with some detours along the way. It seems to be like the most elite prep school in the world that produces, in the football world, for producing Houston Texans coaches.
Yeah.
Shaplinski, for what it's worth, he spent a good chunk of time with the Patriots, and then he was on 5 different teams over the course of the last 6 seasons. And, sometimes that happens in the NFL, depending on which head coach you're attached to, which team you're on. For whatever it's worth, though, Stroud back in September had said, Jerry is amazing, man. He's somebody who's very vocal, challenging. He's very old school. He reminds me of, like, a lost uncle, just how he approaches, how he coaches. So whoever had asked him about him back then in September, CJ had very nice things to say about Jerry Shaplinski. And the other part of all of this... That's
interesting, real quick. That's interesting just because the offense wasn't running all that well back in September.
Well, I don't know if this was before the season. I went back to try to find which press conference this was in. So I don't know if this was before the season had even begun. It sounds like somebody was writing an article about Jerry Shaplinski for whatever reason.
Yep.
And I think the other part of it, and I'm glad, I can't remember who first pointed this out. Maybe it was Houston Stressens, was that Nick Caley didn't get to bring any of his own staff in when he was the offensive coordinator. And you should expect, I suppose, some changes after the first year that an offensive coordinator is on a team, and he's gotten to know the coaches, and he kind of has the guys that like he brought in Shaplinski. That was one of the few guys that was an addition last year, that maybe this was the plan all along, or that it was a potentially one of the things that might happen. But it's definitely a Nick Caley guy as opposed to Jerrod Johnson, who was already here.
Makes you wonder how Jerrod looked at the whole thing throughout the year, or when Shaplinski got brought in. Like, Jerrod's no dummy. Makes you as the offense is kind of very shaky, as CJ's having a season that's not looking so great. It makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder if that felt like a writing on the wall situation when Shaplinski got brought in for Jerrod. Especially given how it played out.
There's quotes from Fitzpatrick out there who spoke very highly.
I got them if you want me to read them.
The Jimmy Garoppolo one is interesting because it was. There's one from 2020.
Okay. I haven't seen the Jimmy Garoppolo one. I've got the Fitzpatrick one in front of me here. He said he spent this is from Ryan Fitzpatrick on his season that he spent with Jerry Shaplinski. He had to talk to me, treat me, and coach me a different way than maybe he had to treat young guys like Josh Rosen and Jake Ruddock in our room. His ability to know who he was teaching and the way that guy learned. I'm assuming this is in Miami when the two were there together. And the way that guy learned and adapt based on who he was talking with is one of his huge strengths. It worked well with me because he sees the game as a quarterback. It's not just understanding what we do at receiver, tight end, or O-line. He understands conceptually everything that's going on, which sounds simple, but there aren't a lot of coaches who see it that way.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah, and CJ seems to like him a lot. And that doesn't matter how much he likes him. Yeah, to a certain degree. I wouldn't want this to be a situation where, man, CJ really was all in on Jerrod Johnson and he's going to be PO'd that he's gone or anything like that. I know a lot of people right now, myself included, also have a little bit of an attitude of like, all right, CJ, enough. I don't care. I want to hear about this or that. Everything is like, move forward with these coaches.
Yeah.
Stop. We can only go through so many offensive coordinators or quarterbacks coaches before we start to train our sights dead on CJ and CJ alone.
Yeah, he's been part of a couple guys getting fired now. Depending on how you frame the Jerrod Johnson thing. Slowick definitely got fired. And so. We're at a point now where there's been a lot of shuffling that's gone on. Not a lot, but at really key positions that are tied to the quarterback. Yes, like CJ needs to get it together. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, so those are the reactions I saw was another John Carroll guy, another New England guy. What about Case Keenum? We don't even know if Case wants to coach. That's what I would tell people. And that's what we told you yesterday when you were texting in about it.
And he made $3 million last year to be basically the mentor to Caleb Williams. He wasn't even the second string quarterback. That's Tyson Bagent.
Right.
They're trying, which, by the way, the Bears are kind of floating it out there. I think maybe trying to raise interest in Tyson Bagent as a trade piece, which would be another reason that the Bears might very well bring Case Keenum back.
Right, he might be their backup quarterback.
Yeah, he might be their backup quarterback next year. So if I'm Case Keenum, I'm 37 years old, I might be intrigued by the idea of coaching in the future. But as long as people are willing to pay me $3 million a year to be a backup quarterback with the potential to maybe go play quarterback also, I'm going to – as much as I'd love to go out and help out my old young friend C.J. Stroud, I'm gonna push this NFL quarterback thing as long as I can.
Sock some money away, man. No doubt.
Anybody listening right now, ask yourself if given the option of being a quarterback coach making much less money, and who knows what your job security is versus being a backup quarterback for a year in the NFL. I feel like 99% of people are going to say be the backup quarterback.
I think 99% of people are going to take a $3 million job. I think that's what it is.
I forgot about that little detail.
I think they'll take that. By the way, it sounds like Jerrod Johnson, at least according to some of the reports I saw, is going to land at Texas A&M in some fashion this coming season.
Okay.
On Mike Elko's staff.
Yeah, I never know. I saw enough stuff that I didn't know if that was speculation or rumors or what.
Yeah.
And it's very possible that the Texans knew they were going to make this move, but were maybe giving Jerrod Johnson time to go through that offensive coordinator search and everything. It's always it's always the easiest time to find a job is when you have a job.
Absolutely.
When you don't have that stink of desperation or anything. So the Texans possibly just do him a little bit of a solid or professional courtesy and saying, hey, we're going to make this move, but just go ahead and go do your interviews and everything before we do it. So
DeMeco Ryans was at the Combine this week. I know there'd been reports earlier in the week that he was not going to be at the Combine. He was there, had a competition committee meeting, met with some of the prospects there, and sat down with Judy Batista from the NFL Network. And this is – I saw you point this out on Twitter, Seth, and I thought it was a really good point. About DeMeco being exceedingly transparent in what the needs are for their football team this year.
Where are the areas that you're focused on in terms of maybe improving the roster?
Yeah, for us, it's for the offensive side of the ball. We're looking to improve, at the offensive line position. To start there, we're looking to improve our running back.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he went on to talk about improving other parts of the team and everything, but those were the only two specific positions that he mentioned.
Yeah.
And because Houston Stresses and I both felt this same way, and I talked about it yesterday in my live stream, was, man, this is the most openly that Nick Caserio and CJ and DeMeco Ryans have talked about improving specific positions in my memory since he flat out said we're going to draft a quarterback a couple of years ago. Remember, Stroud said there's a couple of really good quarterbacks and we're going to draft, or excuse me, DeMeco said there's a couple of really good quarterbacks and we're going to draft one of them. The national media promptly ignored that and went on to speculate that the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback at all. And then lo and behold, the Texans draft a quarterback. So the fact that DeMeco and Caserio have both said we're going to try to improve the offensive line, DeMeco says we're going to improve the running backs, it tells me they're going to be either aggressive in free agency and trades, or aggressive in the draft, or both to upgrade those positions.
I think both. I think it's going to be both, and I think they're going to. I'm not going to say they come out firing in free agency because I don't think Nick Caserio is ever going to be a GM that's making signings at 12:15 p.m. on the first day of legal tampering like some teams do. But I think by that's on Monday the legal tampering begins. The league year begins Wednesday the 11th. I think by the time Wednesday the 11th rolls around, I think there's going to be a couple of deals in place that the Texans have that are going to be like, okay, they are serious about this. Not Laken Tomlinson for 1 year, $4 million. I think one of these top interior linemen I think are going to become a Houston Texan, and I think they're going to be in on Etienne, and I think they're going to be in on Walker. I don't know that they'll ultimately be the high bidder for them, but look, we talked about this yesterday. Nobody is more active in free agency than Nick Caserio and the Texans, just in terms of the sheer number of players that they go get.
Well, and also, I agree with you. I don't think Nick's ever going to be that 12:01 p.m. guy.
Yeah.
Because that's where the stupid money is. That's where you're really overspending for guys.
Yep.
But he's been pretty aggressive with trades, too. So some of the bigger additions are going to come between that first day of free agency and the draft, where and a lot of the trades happen after things kind of shake out. Teams have to maneuver with their salary cap because they've signed some of the big-name free agents. So that makes it also more – it's nice for us because we get to drag out the process
Spreads
a little bit
out, man. Yeah. The Diggs trade, which is probably the biggest other than the Deshaun Watson trade, is probably the biggest, most noteworthy trade that Nick's made as a GM. That happened on April 3rd.
Yeah.
So it was right smack dab in between the draft and the and free agency.
How deep into free agency was the Mixon trade? Was that?
It was like this. It was like the third, like right at the very beginning.
Because all those running backs got off the board immediately.
Yep.
That was a year where Joe Shane was acting like, look, we got all these running backs to choose from. It'll be easy. They'll be cheap. They ended up overpaying Devin Singletary.
For Devin Singletary, yeah, exactly. We've got more DeMeco from the Combine talking about C.J. Stroud that we'll get to. And also, the owners in the NFL, I don't know what they were thinking when they went to court over these report cards that the NFLPA does. They leaked yesterday. All of it is out there. The owners, man.
And the owners are really upset over largely glowing reviews.
Yeah.
They, we'll get into it.
Well, and the Texans, and how did the Texans fare in this? Because they've typically fared very, very well. We'll share that with you coming up next.
Ability trees. That's who you want on your side right now because spring is approaching and it's
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
You guys know, for me, anything that's a quantifiable grade or a power ranking, I'm into it. Report cards, Nick Caserio will tell you, draft report cards are the dumbest thing ever. I eat them up. I suck them in like they're oxygen. And report cards on ownership in the NFL, same thing. Because you got to keep the owners accountable, man. You got to keep the billionaires accountable.
Yeah.
Right, players?
The owners are totally cool with people discussing up, down, left, right about which players suck, which players are awesome, who's the worst quarterback in the league. They never object to that. But the NFLPA does surveys of players about how things are on their teams, including like how do they like their owner, how do they like their head coaches, and then they consolidate it all together and they put out a report.
Yeah.
Several owners at least, most notably the ones that get Fs and Ds, don't like that.
No.
And the NFL objected to the way the NFLPA was publicizing these reports this past offseason. So they took it to arbitration, and the NFLPA wasn't allowed to publish these anymore.
Right.
These report cards.
They used to put them up on the NFLPA website in a really nice sortable sheet, like where you could sort by the different categories. That was nice.
You grade the teams.
Yep.
But now, just like the teams themselves will sometimes leak information to the media.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I wonder where amongst 1,500 players who get this report would it ever fall into the hands of the media? Yes, it did. Almost
that was the big question. We got our answer yesterday.
Very quickly.
Yes.
From at least like 5 or 6 different news breakers. Yeah, here are those report cards again. You're not going to get it from the NFLPA website like in the past, but yes, here are the report cards.
I do miss the sortable spreadsheet where we can just go, all right, we can just click on a category like, oh, who had the worst owner? And you just click and it sorts it all A through F. But somebody handed these over. The one I saw, Seth, was Kalen Collar of ESPN, had the first report that I saw at least. Big picture, and we'll get into the Texans grades here in just a second. They've got all the letter grades for every category on every team. It's pretty interesting stuff. The Dolphins were rated the best team in the NFL and all this stuff. And keep in mind, it's not just they grade the GM and the owner and not just the head coach, but the coordinators.
Yeah.
But also other aspects of the organization, like the facilities, the stadium,
the cafeteria,
the weight room, the other facilities there, the home field advantage. They do have a category in there for how the families get treated by these teams. So everything is factored into that. You guys have heard us talk about this before if you listen to this show. It's been an annual thing for several years now. Now it's just coming through the lens of ESPN. Dolphins were rated the best, probably a little surprising to people just based on how bad they've been on the field for literally a quarter century. They haven't won a playoff game since 2000. The Steelers were rated the worst of the 32 teams. And by and large, it seems, Seth, because their facilities are ancient.
Yeah. And you know one interesting dynamic in all of this is that for a long time, NFL facilities, by and large, most of them weren't really all that impressive when it comes to the locker room and everything.
Right.
Because, they're not recruiting college kids. But now these college kids are coming from programs where the locker rooms and the facilities are so ridiculously over the top.
Dude.
They're the nicest. It's like you're in one of a super expensive health club, but with only 70 members in the health club. It's crazy how nice they are. So I think now there's probably a more discerning eye from a lot of the players who spent 3 or 4 years in an incredibly luxurious facility. Now you go to a place like the Steelers, who have been notoriously stingy about stuff like that for years.
Yep.
But now they're really having to fess up to it.
I saw a clip from Tyrann Mathieu this week on Twitter. He was doing an interview. It might have been his podcast. He was sitting. He was talking to somebody. And he'd said that exact thing. He's like, man, and keep in mind, he got drafted by the Cardinals, who are 31st in this thing. Like, the Cardinals are a ratchet franchise across everything, including the facilities. And Tyrann Mathieu was like, dude, I was at LSU, and I got to the NFL, and I'm like, this is the NFL?
Right.
Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
Teams are catching up with that, and I think the Texans have made a lot of advancements in that area. Look, they've made a lot of advancements in that area inside NRG. They're getting ready to build a Taj Mahal out there in Bridgeland. So we know the Texans finished 7th in these report cards, which is about where they've finished. The Texans are routinely finishing in the upper quartile in this thing.
They finished. That's an A grade, by the way.
Yeah. They're considered one of the best franchises across this criteria. They had a ton of A's. As far as number of categories goes, there's about 18 to 20 categories. They got an A for the food and dining area, A for dietitian, the training room, the training staff, the weight room, the strength coaches, all A's, straight A's. These are the grades for the coaches. Position coaches, B+. One of the lower grades for the Texans was the position coaches, B+. Offensive coordinator, A-. An A- for old Kales from the Texans players.
And as a reminder, just to set the bar, everybody, the Dolphins had the highest grade of all these report cards. So read into it what you will.
Defensive coordinator, A.
Yeah.
Special teams coordinator, A.
Okay.
Head coach, A-.
Oh.
Who I look at as he gets part of the defensive coordinator grade too. General manager, A-. Team ownership, A.
Okay.
So there's plenty of owners that got C's and D's and F's.
I think the lowest was team travel with a B-.
Lowest was home game field with a C+.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which I think most people agree with. I think maybe even the Texans themselves might agree with that.
Yeah.
They're getting ready to try to do something with the stadium and trying to get people in their seats early and everything.
I wonder if anybody with a turf field even got all that high. I mean, players very much prefer grass.
That's
so it's hard. As long as you have a turf field, it's going to be hard. Not that I want them to go back to the tray system.
Yeah.
That was atrocious.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, the travel being a B-. I wonder how much some of that, usually what that boils down to are two factors, which is the plane that you're actually traveling on, because some teams spring for a bigger kind of international size plane versus other teams. The other is some teams will allow the veteran players to fly in first class, and then the coaches and everybody else are in the back. A lot of teams have the coaches fly in first class. It's a point of contention with some people. I never minded it because I didn't like splitting the team up like that. I like having all the team all together. In
camaraderie,
the back
man. Yeah, the camaraderie. For what it's worth, and I'm just skimming right now down all these grades, team travel is something for most teams, it looks like, where the letter grade for that is generally lower than everything else.
Yeah.
So it's probably one of those things that's, for a bunch of large human beings, it's probably hard to get an A for a plane full of 250 to 300-pound people.
When you got 300-pound dudes and that basically the luxury you have is that one guy gets the window seat and one guy gets the aisle seat, you get an empty seat in between you. So it's really like you lucked out on Southwest. Yeah. You're like, oh, it's fancy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, they're watching their NBA and MLB brethren fly in their own individual private jets and everything, full reclining seats.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice.
This is the thing about this report card that's just hilarious to me. Is that one of the complaints that the NFL has about the report cards is the scientific methodology. They question the scientific methodology of the way they generate the report card, how much they're weighting certain categories and everything.
Jeez.
And I'm looking at these results. 25 of the 32 teams got either an A or a B. If anything, the bad scientific methodology is working in your favor.
Yeah.
That is not your normal distribution curve.
No, they need to grade it on a straight curve.
And I remember, okay, these are the types of people who fuel admission scandals. They're like, I paid good money for my child to go to this school.
That's right.
This is a bunch of people who bought their diplomas, whining about getting A's and B's.
Yes.
Quit your grousing. Yeah, just fancy lads.
Do you think players look at this thing when it comes to free agency and they're looking to go play at certain places?
I think largely.
Would you if you were a player?
I would look at the bad teams.
Yeah.
That's the biggest dynamic. It's just the teams that have a bad reputation. Yeah. The ones that are known as being notoriously cheap or just not helping the players out and everything. Mm-hmm. Other than that, what are you going to do? Everybody's an A or a B. Yeah. So the teams that aren't an A or a B, those are the ones that I would look at possibly and be like, all right, what's up here?
Are there any?
Did they add in number of lawsuits for sexual harassment and stuff? Because I know the Cardinals got to be.
I haven't seen that category on here, but I need to do a find search. I don't see that on here. No, but yeah, the Cardinals are. It's a lot of the same suspects are bad every year. It's the Jets are way down there. Steelers have never been good. The Chiefs score notoriously low on this thing typically. The Chiefs are 27th on here.
Yeah.
And team travel is a D-. They might be traveling on actual Southwest, the Chiefs, if their team travel is a D-. I would love to know what is so bad about the Chiefs team travel that the team is giving them but like the Chiefs team ownership grade is a C+, which is that's really low for that category. So yeah, it's a lot of the same things. But the owners, it got out there, people. They just have to hand it to ESPN, and that's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. We've got some Texans headlines. Rockets win last night. We'll dig into that. We got an Astros debut yesterday. How did it go? We've got a ton of stuff coming up in headlines. Stay there.
Trajan Wealth, call them today. If you don't have your retirement plan.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
And Durant now with an even 40. He's made all 10 of his free throws.
Looking to not foul here.
Biggest comeback win of the season. The Rockets were down by 19.
They were indeed down by 19, 76-57 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Down by 19 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They entered the fourth quarter up by 1. They went on a 21-0 run in less than 3.5 minutes. It may look back. That may be, who knows? If this, Seth, is the catalyst to not just winning some games, because they've been winning games, but if this is the catalyst to them actually playing a cleaner version of basketball offensively and winning games, then we might look back at that 21-0 run as a turning point in the season here.
I know, without overly simplifying it, I guess if I were going to be the glass half full empty part of that, I still didn't feel like, they were, actually running an impressive offense there during that comeback. It was more just that, hey, Reed Sheppard can make threes, and because he can make threes, it opens everything else up, and guys looked a lot better. But it was still a gunked up version of offense. The ball was stuck a lot.
Yep. So they go on to win 113-108. Reed Sheppard was outstanding, 5 of 7 from 3. Kevin Durant was awesome, especially in the second half of this game. He started out 1 for 10. He finished 14 for 28 in this game. He scored 40 points last night. He was mid-ranging them to death. And it's on to Miami after this.
Yeah, and I think also, I'll give him credit for tightening up the defense after it looked for a while there in the first half like Bane was just taking whatever he wanted. They tightened up their defense. It took a while for the offense to tighten up as well. Yep. And a lot of it was just simply when Reed Sheppard came in and they went on that 21-point run.
It was nice. And it was nice to see Ime Udoka stick with Reed Sheppard, too. He hasn't done that in recent games. Even in games where Reed Sheppard's been hot. He's not even in there at the end of games to knock, to try to get a game-winning bucket.
Well, and that's where you have to ask, okay, was this actually Udoka treating things any differently, or was it just a desperation move because you're down by that much that you throw Reed Sheppard in? Not to mention Amen Thompson is still coming off of that quad if they're trying to manage his minutes. We can't read too much into this and think that something systemically has changed.
No, but I think Reed being in crunch time at the end of the game was a significant change.
You know what? Even if maybe by accident Udoka starts to feel like, all right, okay, we can do this.
I don't know how you can watch that game last night from the bench if you're Ime Udoka and look at this and go, okay, Reed Sheppard played 31 minutes last night.
Yeah.
He's typically been getting like 22 minutes. Like, I don't know how you can look at that last night and go, he needs to be on the floor a little bit more. Even if he's not knocking down shots, things move smoother when he's out there.
The only explanation is that sometimes coaches are just stubborn as hell.
No, they don't trust young guys
that they don't trust.
Yeah.
And they don't have the halo on that guy that makes them feel like, we can struggle. We can work through these struggles.
No, I know exactly why it is. He needs to get over it. He needs to get over it. Texans news, Jerrod Johnson, quarterback's coach, is gone. The two sides, the Texans and Jerrod Johnson, a mutual parting of the ways. All signs point to Jerry Shaplinski, Seth, becoming the new quarterback's coach for the Texans. Shaplinski was on the staff last year as an advisor to Nick Caley. The two have a history that goes back. They're both John Carroll guys. They both worked with the Patriots back in the day as well. I know those are two things that Texan fans are super stoked about.
I don't know,
resumes.
If it weren't for the fact that it's the New England connection, that part I know annoys people. There is something to be said for Caley having some of his guys around.
Yeah.
That he got hired and didn't bring any assistants with him or anything else like that. So that makes for a kind of a sticky process in getting your offense installed and just philosophically, methodologically, all of his other things. He would just might not have jibed with some of those guys as well as he's going to jibe with his own guys. And that's not necessarily a criticism or anything of Jerrod Johnson. It might just be that maybe this was at least a potential plan all along.
Maybe.
But he likes Shaplinski, and at some point he wanted him to take a step forward.
Yep. Other headlines, we move to the Astros. The Astros yesterday, they lose to the Mets in their split squad game. I'm bringing that one up because that's the game that Tatsuya Imai pitched in. He pitched one shutout inning. He got hit on the shin with a ball, but he's okay. Here is Joe Espada after the game talking about Imai.
That's not what we wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
That was not what we wanted to see. But, he came back and got out of that inning. 10 pitches, up to 95. He looked really good out there.
We need to keep an eye on that. I mean, did he go for any tests or anything like that?
No, we got our trainers here checked him, and nothing. He's going to be sore tomorrow. That's for sure.
Okay, and that sorry, Seth. The thing where he said it's not what you want to see was the ball getting hit off his shin. Yeah.
And look, a ball to the shin. When have we ever seen that turn into something mysterious? Or,
you and I were 10 feet away from
forever. Yeah, when Kyle Tucker got hit on the shin.
Yeah.
But, he looked really good. He only pitched 10 pitches. They said the plan was for him to go one inning, but it raises the question, that he's not going to be as stretched out, and they're going to be careful with him and his workload early in the season because the schedule is different in Japan. They get one extra day of rest. I don't want to read too much into him only pitching 10 pitches, but Hunter Brown pitched 28 pitches for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, he pitched. Yeah, Hunter pitched 2 innings. He might pitch 1 inning. Yeah, I'm not super concerned about it.
The biggest thing that would freak me out if we're at Imai is the fact that the baseball is bigger.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, it's slightly larger than the Japanese baseball.
Okay.
And he's had time to work on that and everything, obviously. Mm-hmm. But the first time in a game, adjusting to throwing a new baseball in an actual game, and then also taking the pitch comm instructions, that was new to him as well.
Oh, there's no pitch comm over in Japan? Okay.
He's done it in practice, but this is his first time doing it in the game.
In a game, yeah, there you go. Okay, so Imai, we get 1 shutout inning from him. Lance McCullers goes today for the Astros. If you're looking for – I don't think that game's on TV either. I don't think they're back on TV until tomorrow. So McCullers goes today. Other items that I want to hit here before we get to the break. Anthony Richardson given permission to seek a trade by the Indianapolis Colts. Probably a topic that may deserve more than the minute and a half we have here, Seth. But what do you think an Anthony Richardson trade looks like?
I don't know. I think maybe a mid-round pick of some sort.
Reports are from Cameron Wolfe, I believe of NFL.com, is that the Vikings are interested in bringing him in to compete with 9.
I don't know what you do with a quarterback that just gets injured every single year. I would love to have him on my team as a guy that could be a rhythm changer or something. And, if you're not that you want dual quarterbacks necessarily, but
like a package.
Some teams have done successfully. He can be a package guy. Yeah. At some point, the guy's been injured every single year since high school. And I don't know where, is everybody just trying to act like he's not injury prone? Because it's too easy sometimes to label people as injury prone. He's incredibly injury prone.
Yeah.
Ridiculously injury prone.
I think the way you frame it there are people trying to act like he's not injury prone. I think
sometimes it's random dumb luck, but he's injury prone.
It's head to toe, and it's been multiple things. And I think people burying their head in the sand on it will be contingent on what they give up to get him. If they give up a 2nd-round pick to get him, I would say, what the hell are you watching? If they give up a 6th-round pick to get him, I'd say, okay, this is a lottery scratch-off ticket that you're bringing in,
the highlight reel is unbelievable. It's just all of the things that aren't on the highlight reel, including his injuries, that there's too many reasons to pause. As a guy that's a potential project, if you got room on your roster or something, I'd be all for it. And maybe there is something medically they can figure out. Maybe he's just got a simple vitamin deficiency.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? And keep him away from those the exercise bands. It snapped in his face and broke his orbital bone.
That was the most annoying thing about Colts fans saying, well, this wasn't even a football injury. Right, but it's another injury.
Yeah.
It's, you know what, some guys get whacked in the face with an exercise band and don't break the orbital.
That's right.
He just seems to be, he's Mr. Glass.
He's cursed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. We got a lot of stuff to get to still, man. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans at the Combine on C.J. Stroud. We'll level set as well in this next segment. What are the things? Jonathan Alexander's been in Indianapolis all week. He covers the Texans for the Chronicle. Kind of a summary here coming towards the end of the Combine. Where are we at with everything with the Houston Texans? We'll hit that coming up next. But Prize Picks, I'll tell you what Prize Picks has. If you
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Where are the areas that you're focused on in terms of maybe improving the roster?
Yeah, for us, it's for the offensive side of the ball. We're looking to improve, at the offensive line position. To start there, we're looking to improve our running back.
D'Amico Ryans at the Combine with Judy Batista of the NFL Network, and pretty transparent, and I think pretty obvious, too. Those are two areas that need improvement on the team. As we welcome you back in here, 7 o'clock hour underway on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Offensive line, running back, and you pointed this out earlier, Seth. Does this mean that come 2 weeks from now we're going to see an aggressive Nick Caserio in free agency? Does it mean we're going to see some trades in that period between free agency and the draft? Does it mean they're aggressive in the draft? I don't know about the trades because those are harder to predict. Those usually kind of come out of nowhere.
Those are ones you can't necessarily plan for. Caserio, a lot of those trades aren't available until teams get the guys that they want in free agency and then say, oh, okay, let's get rid of this guy, let's get rid of that guy now that we've got these other free agents.
Yeah, I think they're going to be aggressive in both, and I think they should be, free agency and the draft, in addressing those two positions.
Yeah, and that's something Nick always says. It's you never look at just one area. It's always trades, free agency, and the draft. There are multiple different ways to come by players.
Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle has a good piece from yesterday that's just kind of level setting everything as to where we are right now, and kind of bulletizes what the offseason is going to look like here over the next several weeks. The thing he has at the top of the list is a push for a running back. He kind of lists them in order here. He says the Texans are expected to make a push for a top running back in the free agent market. Joe Mixon's time in Houston appears to be coming to an end, and the Texans are desperate to improve their running game, as D'Amico Ryans himself just pointed out there. The problem with free agency is that there's guys that are coming off the board right now. Breece Hall is expected to get a franchise tag. Doesn't mean he's not available, but it means you're just going to have to give up something for the right to pay him from the New York Jets if indeed they franchise tag him. Javonte Williams is already off the board. He signed an extension with the Cowboys, 3 years, $24 million. I think if the Texans are shopping in free agency for running backs and they want to shop for a game changer, it's probably going to cost more than what the Cowboys just gave Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
You're probably talking in that 10, 11, $12 million range.
Yeah, the Bill Barnwell had said Breece Hall would be $12 to $15 million. The Etienne and Kenneth Walker, at the time, Barnwell had projected $8 to $12 million. So, I'm comfortable with all of that.
No, I'm comfortable with it, too. I think the question with Walker is, does the Super Bowl glow drive his value up higher than it should be? Because he's not necessarily a three-down running back. He's not great catching the ball. He's not great in pass protection. If you had a choice between Etienne and Kenneth Walker, who would you, all things being equal, contract-wise, who would you rather have on this team?
Oh, boy. I see. I don't want to succumb to the same thing of just the glow up of Kenneth Walker. I think Etienne.
I mean, I think Etienne also.
I think Etienne. And part of it is a receiver. He's more threatening in the screen game and everything. I mean, D'Amico last year when he talked about the Jaguars, Etienne would be one of the first guys he talked about every time when they talked about preparing to play the Jaguars. There were some games this year where I felt like, man, Etienne, kind of like a larger version of Woody Marks. It looks like a guy that is going to do anything and everything and whatever it takes to get an extra 2 yards when he needs it.
Yeah.
And I think, look, Kenneth Walker is that guy too. But I think that Etienne's skill as a receiver is better than Kenneth Walker. And it has I think his style would complement Woody Marks maybe a little bit better than Kenneth Walker as well.
Yeah, I think so. I like Etienne.
Kenneth Walker isn't necessarily a run-up-the-middle type of guy, which now you puts in a couple guys where, okay, well, Woody Marks and Kenneth Walker are great at the outside zone perhaps, but not necessarily the hammer that you want right up the middle.
The second thing Jonathan Alexander has on here on the basically the 5 things that the Texans are looking to accomplish this offseason, center is a position they want to upgrade. And this is something Nick Caserio said, I believe, in his scrum with the local media in Indianapolis earlier this week, Seth. He was asked a direct question about Jake Andrews.
Yeah.
And Caserio was pretty transparent with, if we can upgrade that position, we'd like to upgrade that position.
Yeah, and he said that, Jake Andrews is capable of being a starter, but hinted at that there's going to be competition. They're not, I don't think I think we're long past the days of just penciling in Kenyon Green or Juice Scruggs as the starters right from training camp on. Because that was all the way up until 2024, where they were just saying, yep, Juice Scruggs is going to be our starting center, Kenyon Green's going to be our starting guard, and it's off to the races.
Way we go. Yeah.
Like, well, based on what?
Right.
So I think the only guys that are going to be penciling in are Titus Howard's going to be one of the starters at either guard or tackle. Ariante Ursary is going to be the starting left tackle. And then as of right now, without Ed Ingram re-signed or anything, I think it's a wide open – it's either a wide open competition or they're going to sign some bona fide starters in free agency.
Yeah, in Jonathan's article, number 2 and number 3 are, I think, sort of tied together, because number 2, again, is center is a position they want to upgrade, and number 3 is another offensive line shuffle, ? Because they're all sort of tied together. I mean, it's really just one more overhaul of the offensive line. I mean, that's the fact of the matter is this offensive line, for all the talk about they got better from 2024 and they got better at this, they're still not great. 60% of this offensive line has a decent chance of being different people out there. Ed Ingram's an interesting name because the experts that put these lists together of top 100 free agents, top 50 free agents, top 150, whatever, I've seen opinions all over the place on Ed Ingram. Greg Rosenthal, there's none of the lists have him in like the top 50, but Greg Rosenthal had him 56th, which would indicate that he's going to get a pretty decent contract if there's any teams out there that have a need that feel that way about him. And then there's these other lists like Barnwell. I know the one that's the Barnwell one that you were looking at is where they've got Ed Ingram. He's got Ed Ingram as a backup making $2 to $4 million a year.
Yeah.
So it's all over the place on Ingram right now. Here was Caserio at the combine, at the podium, when he was asked about Ed Ingram.
Yeah, Ed had a great year. Honestly, he probably had the best year of his career. You know, for the most part, he was out there. He missed a couple games there with injuries, but he's a good kid. He's strong. He's physical. He plays violent in the running game. You saw that on tape quite a bit. Pretty good in pass protection. So we're working through that process, right now. So we'll have discussion with him and his representatives and, kind of see how free agency goes. But I'm glad he was here. He's a player that we feel benefited from our program. And honestly, sometimes a change of scenery is good. Probably worked out for him and kind of worked out for us as well. But glad Ed was on the team here this year.
There's a lot of skepticism over Ed Ingram, and understandably so. He played way better this year than he had in his 2 years as a starter in Minnesota. I mean, he got benched in 2024 midway through the season.
There's a reason they were able to get him for a 6th-round pick.
Right,
yeah.
And, it's a classic case, too, of, man, when he has issues in pass protection, it seems like he really has issues in pass protection. So, but by and large, I thought he was a solid starter and a plus player in the run game. So I think there's a lot of teams that might look at him, especially if they like their center and they like their right tackle, where they might look at him as saying, okay, you know what, we can really put him in here and maybe we get an even better version than what we saw with the Texans when he doesn't have to be out on an island necessarily. I would like to have him back just because I think he's a competent starter. And I think he's got familiarity with the system, and it's one less position that you have to aggressively address. And if you put a Linderbaum at center next to him, and if you get a stud at left guard or right tackle or whatever, then you're going to see the best version of Ed Ingram. I don't want to pay him like he's a perennial Pro Bowl guard, though, which sometimes happens in free agency.
It does. That's the thing. Like, I'm cool with the Texans paying, $13-14 million a year to a guard. I just don't know that I want it to be Ed Ingram. That's my thing. Hey, by the way, just to circle back, have you Jonathan Alexander specifically mentions Linderbaum and then points out that that's a long shot and expensive.
Yeah.
Because the Ravens want him back. His old coach, John Harbaugh, is now the coach in New York with the Giants. They have a need there. John Harbaugh's brother Jim is the coach in Los Angeles with the Chargers. Their center just retired, so they've got a need at center as well. It's going to be a tough market to compete for Linderbaum. This Cade Mays from Carolina, I've not, I can't say I've watched a ton of Carolina football over the last couple of years, but Jonathan Alexander mentions Cade Mays in here as a possibility. Yeah. So it's. If you're looking for names.
Yeah, no, he's a bona fide starter. I mean, like, there's 100 guys out there that they go out and sign that would be upgrades at various positions on offense. I really, and honestly, I don't want to get too wrapped up in Linderbaum for all of those reasons that, okay, how much are you going to spend for a center? I would love it if they signed him. If they spend a ridiculously large sum of money to go for Linderbaum, you will not catch me saying, "Oh, this is irresponsible."
Nope.
No. But I get it. If they don't want to be irresponsible, the way that I'd be cool with them being irresponsible. It's really you need. I need at least 3 additions to the offensive line.
Yeah.
And when I say 3 additions, I mean 3 guys that you expect to start this year.
Right.
Now, if Ed Ingram gets re-signed, then I need at least 2 additions. So those are free agents or first-round picks.
Yep.
And those are the guys that you can sign and expect to start. A first-round pick and free agents. If it's not that, if they don't at least have 3 guys and or Ed Ingram, that's not going to be aggressive enough for my liking. It's got to be bona fide starters across the board, plus Ariante Ursary. Let's see what he's got.
Yep. And Titus Howard, wherever he slots in.
No, he's one of them. Yeah.
Yep. So the next bullet point on Jonathan Alexander's piece here, Texans, this will be a first if they do this. Texans will try to get younger at defensive tackle. And I feel like half the time, we'll do a mock draft injection again at 7:45 today. I feel like about at least a third to a half of the time that we've been doing that exercise, that the experts out there have the Texans looking at defensive tackles.
Yeah, but you got to remember that a lot of the experts right now are just looking at the roster as it is. And they've got 5 departing defensive tackles in free agency. Yeah. Or is it 4 or 5? It's a lot.
It's a ton.
So I think part of it is just they look at it, and nobody knows who Tommy Togiai is outside of Houston and maybe like Pro Football
They better
Focus.
Learn.
Yeah, right. But these are the people. These are the people looking at it and saying, "Oh, there's clearly a hole there." Yeah. So meanwhile, the Texans have done a really good job of finding good guys for their system in free agency. And there's a good chance, there's 100% a chance that they sign a defensive tackle in the draft if they've already taken care of offensive line and running back. But also, I think there's they're going to have at least 3 new defensive tackles on the roster before the draft, I think.
Yeah. Well,
and one of them might be a higher price free agent.
Possibly. But let's pretend that right now they've got Tommy Togiai and Mario Edwards. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know who who the futures reserve guys they have. I'm just talking about guys that if they had to go play an NFL game tomorrow, those are the only 2 bona fides that they've got on the roster that you feel like right now. If they brought back, let's say, Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle. So now you got those 4 guys, basically the 4 guys they were rolling with for a while there, and they drafted a defensive tackle with the 28th overall pick. How would you feel?
It would depend on what they did with the offensive line and running back and free agency.
Okay. That's
where I'd be. If they haven't taken care of the offensive line already, I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah.
And you can tell me all you want about how they don't draft for need or anything. BS. They move around the board, and sometimes, lo and behold, they end up with a position of need. And if they don't address offensive line aggressively, and then they don't also draft an offensive lineman in the first round, I'm going to be pissed.
Okay.
Because that would mean you're going into the season just, hey, sometimes it takes time to build slowly.
All right.
It's been years of building slowly.
You don't have to get hot yet. Save it for the Friday after day 1 of the draft.
You asked me you told me how to you asked how I would feel.
Yeah, that's true.
If they drafted a defensive tackle, and I'm trying to tell you how I'd feel.
That's how you would
depending
feel.
on various circumstances.
All right, so if you're one of these people, if you're one of these sadists on the text line, they're like, you know what I love? When Seth gets really angry and starts screaming, circle the Friday after the draft just in case, the Texans have yet to address the offensive line, and they draft, say, Caden McDonald out of Ohio State with their first
and it would have
pick.
nothing to do with Caden McDonald himself or anything. I'd be excited and intrigued by that. It's just that this offseason, they cannot do what they did last year.
I don't think they're going to. I think that D'Amico clip that we played coming into this segment is pretty revealing.
Right. Yeah, D'Amico flat out said they need to upgrade running back and offensive line.
Flat out. And those are the only 2 positions that he said.
Because we'd go back into, the signings last year was, Cam Robinson, who you end up getting rid of on a 1-year deal within a few games into the season. You drafted Ariante Ursary in the second round. Great. You brought in a journeyman. You brought in 2 journeyman guards, Laken Tomlinson, who was in a rotation competition for the first half of the season with Juice Scruggs, at which point they decided neither of these guys are good. They wasted a half season trying to see what they had in 2 guys that ultimately didn't play at all after that.
Yeah.
And that was the sum total. And they signed Trent Brown, which ended up being I'm glad that they did.
Yeah, that worked.
But he ended up being injured for the final game of the year because he's 34 years old and he's coming off of a torn Achilles patellar tendon.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it just wasn't enough.
No, it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't. All right, the last item here on Jonathan Alexander's piece is that the Texans still support C.J. Stroud. Here was D'Amico Ryan, same interview that we heard the cut from earlier with Judy Batista. Here is D'Amico Ryan's on C.J. Stroud.
For me, our support has never changed for C.J. I support him. He knows I care about him. I love him. I told him that after the game. It's like, I know it was a low moment, but, man, I love you. I know you're going to bounce back, and he's already been in working out. He's already understanding what he has to do. He has to have a great offseason, and he's prepared for that. He's working that way. He has the right mindset. Great young man, talented young man. He is part of the reason why we've had the success we've had, with the Texans over the past 3 years, and he'll continue to lead us in that regard, and he's the guy. He's done a lot of great things for us. I'm pleased with what he's done, and I know what he's capable of. Great leader, great young man, and he's a really great quarterback as well.
Okay, so I would say that's probably almost the next level version of what Nick Caserio was saying earlier this week to all the various outlets in Indianapolis. I thought this was interesting, Seth, from Jonathan in this piece. He quotes Caserio saying, he's our quarterback. We're not trading C.J. Stroud. Jonathan says, now whether the commitment extends much longer than that is still to be determined. While the Texans will engage in talks with Stroud's representation about a long-term contract at some point, The expectation is that any potential long-term extension would not get done this offseason. That's the Texans beat writer right there who's in the building every day stating they will engage in talks, but it's the expectation is that a long-term extension would not get done this offseason.
Sounds like when my mom would kind of tell me she'd hear me out on my argument for why I needed a motorcycle. I'll listen to your arguments, but the answer is going to be no.
You are not getting that motorcycle this offseason.
Right. Yeah. So as far as D'Amico's statement there too about how much he loves CJ, it's always important to remember. All right, let's test that. You can love people who also don't end up being your starting quarterback 2 years from now.
That's true.
I love my Uncle Bill, but he's 73 years old. I'm not going to let him play on my flag football team.
That's right.
He's no good to me. So I'd say I love you, Bill, but no, you cannot play in our flag football league.
And he'd be disappointed in that probably.
He would be, but look, as they say, love is the death of duty, and you gotta know when to separate love and duty at times.
That's fair. Yeah, that is fair. Hey, I put up. Do you feel like guessing at a poll question right now? I know you enjoy doing that.
Yes, I don't even know what the poll is. Oh, here it is.
The poll is: do you think C.J. Stroud? This is a question I threw at you the other day.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud in his 3 seasons, the players vote on the NFL Top 100 every offseason based largely on how players did the previous year, largely. After C.J.'s rookie year, where he was Offensive Rookie of the Year, he was voted the 20th best player in the NFL. It is wild. Given how the last couple of years have gone and given how the playoffs went, it's crazy to think of a point in time where C.J. was viewed as the 20th best player in the league. So anyways, after his rookie year, he was 20th in the top 100. After his second year, which was not as good as his rookie year, statistically at least, he was 39th. So now this is the third one coming up, the NFL Top 100. He's been 20th. He's been 39th. My question is a simple one. Do you think C.J. Stroud even makes the NFL Top 100 this season?
Let's see.
What do you think the people said, Seth?
The people. Okay, first is the people. There's one question I had about that. Let's see. In 2025, there were 8 quarterbacks in the NFL Top 100.
Okay.
I think that's 8 or 9.
Okay.
So basically, if we just go by that year, I don't know if that's a normal number or not. You're almost. Guys are kind of putting maybe their top 10 quarterbacks in that list of top 100 players. Yeah. And so this year, is he going to be in the top 100?
Is he going to be in the top 100?
Yeah, right. I think a lot of players aren't going to put him in their top 10 quarterbacks, which means he wouldn't be in the NFL top 100.
So you say no. You think the people
I think no. I think the majority of Texans fans, or at least your followers on X, also said no. The question is how hefty a majority.
Right. You're right. It is the majority said no. Yep.
I'm going to say, boy, people are still pretty pessimistic and down.
And it's
on
Twitter
CJ.
Also, keep in mind.
Oh, it's Twitter. That's right.
Yeah.
It's just a dark place. I'm going to say it's a pessimistic place.
It is.
Hey, here's a video of cute puppies. 29 comments of why those puppies look stupid.
Fleas. Yeah, right.
I'm going to say 72% say no.
Give him a ding, Ben. Barely, but give him a ding. We give Seth a ding if he's within 5%. 76.8%.
Oh, okay. I only get a ding if I'm within 3 plus or minus 3%.
Is that you check? Okay, because I've been doing 5.
Have you?
Yeah.
No, that's too tough. You sound like the NFLPA report card where everybody gets A's and B's.
I do. You're right. Yeah. So 76.8% of Texan fans say no. He's going from 20th to 39th to out.
That's where, looking at it realistically, it's as much of a primetime television and popularity contest when the players are voting on stuff like this. And CJ didn't do much in the regular season that really caught people's eye. Yeah. And then he really caught people's eye in the opposite direction in the playoffs. So when guys are sitting down, and think about that. Think about a player who sits down and actually does this. How many of them are there? We don't know. But he's got to go through and think of 100 players to rank out. And you're not – after a while –
I think the ballot only has 20.
Oh, so you vote for your top 20.
You vote for your top 20, I'm pretty sure.
So you're only putting a couple of quarterbacks on there, by and large.
Yeah.
So that, you know what? Because it's not the players sitting there in power ranking in their minds the top 10. Those guys are putting 2 or 3 quarterbacks on there.
That's right.
And I don't think there's a whole lot of players out there right now, even though they might love C.J. Stroud, who are going to put C.J. Stroud in their top 3 or 4.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Because remember, they started posting some of the ballots on Instagram.
Yeah.
You know, they wouldn't say whose they were, but they would show the handwritten ballots and stuff like that. So I think, it's that players send in their top 20.
You're much more of a connoisseur of that poll than I am.
I love the NFL Top 100.
I know you do.
I used to love the Billboard Top 40 with the songs back in the 80s and the 90s and stuff. I just love anything that gets ranked.
I only like the NFL Top 100 because they put out really good videos where they interview opponents.
The vignettes are great.
So when you see what other people are saying about Texans players on there, I like that.
Those are great. Those are tremendous. Yeah. So CJ, and I think that 76.8% is reflective of how the fan base is feeling about CJ right now in a way. You know, he's, you know, if there's any sort of kind of dark cloud over things right now with the Texans, I would say, if we're listing the reasons, CJ's probably at the top. They need to see CJ start performing better again.
Yeah.
I think CJ knows that. So yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Other combine audio. This is Kristen Miller, former teammate of Kamari Lassiter. What position is Kristen Miller?
He's a defensive tackle,
okay,
and he'll probably I think probably a second or third round pick, possibly a first round pick.
So possible Houston Texan here.
Possibly, yeah.
This is Kristen Miller from the combine, from his podium at the combine.
Oh yeah, because yesterday we played the punter criticizing Kamari Lassiter, the punter from Georgia, criticizing Kamari Lassiter for his food choices.
Right.
I wanted to be sure that we got an answer in here that was gushingly positive about Kamari Lassiter.
What was Kamari Lassiter like as a teammate? Because you're talking about a lot of guys in the trenches. Some say he's kind of built like that.
I'm not gonna lie, Kamari Lassiter, he got a D-tackle heart. Like, man, he a man amongst men. And just like, I was just on the phone with Kamari yesterday. One thing about him, he never changed. He always the same. Everywhere you go, he got a mindset that won't be stopped. And just being in Athens with Kamari, he always held me accountable. And that's my brother. I love him. Got a lot of love for him. And I might be on his team. You never know.
He loves Kamari Lassiter. Hey, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock were in our cook-off tent last night. The Odyssey cook-off tent last night. Yeah.
Was Kamari eating ice cream with whipped cream?
I didn't. You know what? I didn't ask. Our boss is there. I'll text him and find out.
You need to do a Twitter poll on that, because most people who saw the punter criticizing Kamari for putting whipped cream on his ice cream said what I said. Like, okay, it's a sundae just without the chocolate syrup.
Yep.
And there were a few people that thought that was super weird.
Really?
Like, they never thought of the concept of putting whipped cream on ice cream.
Okay, so what's the question then that I'm asking? Is
it weird to put whipped cream on ice cream? I guess. No, don't ask this. It's beneath you.
These are one-off people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, these are It's going to be 96%, I think.
Kristen Miller's average draft position right now is 45th in mock drafts.
Okay.
So, yeah, kind of those guys that could sneak into the first round.
But he's in the sweet spot. What do you say, 45th?
Yeah.
That's a sweet spot if he's somebody that the Texans like. They've got the 38th pick, and they've got the 59th pick. So they could take him at 38, or they could do like they did with Ursery last year and move up 10 or 12 spots and take him at 48 or whatever.
With the Georgia recruits, the Georgia prospects, I always looked to see how many vehicular assaults did they have.
Yeah.
Because Kamari had strikingly few. I don't think he had any vehicle incidents, which is rare for a Georgia player.
He definitely didn't. You know why? Because they are – I saw somebody put this graphic together last week. They had 2 more players get arrested over the last week or two. Georgia did, for excessive speed or something. And for those of you who don't know what Seth's talking about, Georgia has had an incredible number of traffic violations, like some really bad. Like Jalen Carter was involved in a fatality before the draft a couple of years ago. But
Kristen Miller's been involved in at least 2 that I can see here.
Okay. They put together, Seth.
Not the fatal ones, but this, yeah.
They put together like an 11 on defense, like an X's and O's, like an 11 on defense and an 11 on offense with all the positions. You know, like you have the offensive line, defensive line, you have the corners on the outside. The only thing that Georgia is missing right now is a quarterback with a moving violation. Otherwise, they can field a full 22. They can snap a full 22 by position. They don't even need to jerk around and say, well, I guess we got to put this linebacker at safety. Like, no, they got 2 safeties. They got 3 linebackers. They can play a base 4-3, no problem, with all guys who've had DUIs and excessive speed and reckless driving and all these things.
I take that back. Christian Miller, he's quoted in this one, but he had one in ran a stop sign a few years ago. Those days are behind him now.
That's running a stop sign?
Well, it can mean multiple different. There's different ways to run a stop sign.
That's true.
You could roll through a 4-way, or you could just dust.
That's true. And if it's in a college town, I'm guessing he got the least of whatever it was on the citation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Failing to obey a red light. So that can mean multiple things. Yeah. No, that wasn't it either. Oh, we got Thorson, the punter from yesterday.
Yeah.
Was cited for following too closely. Yeah, so he got cited for something. And Kristen Miller did fail to obey a red light back in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
I failed to obey a red light this morning. I mean, when you're driving down Kirby and there's nobody on the street.
There's
at
different
4:30
ways
in the morning.
to fail to obey a red light, Sean. If you're disobeying a red light in traffic and everything.
Hey, look, I want him on our team. So I'm going to downplay that. But if I tell you right now, if he gets drafted by Jacksonville or Indianapolis, then all of a sudden he was tearing through that red light at 70 miles an hour.
Are you – okay, you're out in the country at a stoplight, desolate. It's 11 p.m.
Yeah.
No headlights anywhere.
Sure.
You just run it, yeah.
I do it in the morning going down Kirby.
Wait, but do you stop and then go? Or do you
I stop to make sure nobody's coming.
Yeah. You treat it like a stop sign.
I don't just blow through it. But I stop. If I'm sitting there, and this happens every morning, if I'm sitting there at the corner of West Alabama and Kirby by myself at the intersection at 4:30 in the morning or 4:45, whatever, to come up here, and there's nobody there, I'm going.
You're definitely, whenever it's desolate and it's clear, you can see in all directions. If it's red, you're going.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Why stop progress?
Of course it's stupid.
Yeah.
And yet, for a long time in my life, I obeyed.
Oh,
I was
such a sap.
And I'd be like,
my God.
This is why I like roundabouts so much. Roundabouts.
They make me nervous.
We're not used to them the way the Euros are.
Right.
There's part of the problem is that some of the roundabouts that they have in Houston are some of the dumbest ones ever created.
Yeah.
They just the Herman Park one is
the one by Zaza, the one by the Zaza Hotel.
Yeah.
Your
that
hotel.
one just violates all the rules of traffic circles.
Yes.
The one up on Washington there too. It's almost like it's two lanes, but it's too tight a radius.
That's the one that gets me. I'm on that one a lot because the men's tea clinic is right near there.
Yeah, that's the one where there's not enough time to change lanes and maneuver in and out of it.
It's very small, yeah.
Yeah, I think more Houston people are down on traffic circles than they should be just because we've got some stupid ones
Those
here.
are the only two that I know of.
I was in a neighborhood over near John McClain's where we had a lot of traffic circles. I can't remember the name of that neighborhood.
Oh, so John lives in Spring Branch, I think.
Or
Hunter's Village?
It's Pacific Village within.
Yeah, one of those villages. Yeah. Here's one. I want to play one more from the Combine. I've not listened to this one yet. Is this Joe Brady being a whiny baby?
Yeah, this is Joe Brady, the new coach of the Bills. Just giving a clip. I only brought this up because Bills fans were really annoyed about this for two things. One, whining about having a good quarterback on your team, and also proclaiming your receivers to be better than they actually are.
When your quarterback's making as much money as he is, it's hard. You're going to have to build through the draft. You're going to have to do a lot of those things, but we take a lot of pride of figuring out what we have in the rooms and making it work. And I had a lot of faith in the receiver group last year. And look, I didn't think they played to the point I'm getting a lot of the questions about.
Okay, all right. For one, just never bother bringing it up. It's a given, yes. When you have a really good quarterback, you have to pay him money. Don't try to paint it like that's your cross to bear. Well, we got one of the best quarterbacks in the league, And it's hard. It's hard to build a team around a guy like that.
Yeah.
And then 2,
first world problems.
Don't pull this like, people acting like we don't have good wide receivers. Yeah. You know who's saying that? Your opponents, the Houston Texans fans. We could see it 2 years in a row. That it's really hurting your football team's chances.
Yeah.
And this is the guy that's now the head coach who's like making an excuse for last year's offensive coordinator, who was him.
Yeah. Yes, who was him. Well, and Joe Brady is in Take-a-Mania this week. Not for that one, but for another thing that he said. So Joe Brady was on one yesterday with the bad takes. Because I feel like that one might belong in Take-a-Mania.
What was that one?
What was what?
The one you're talking about?
Oh, the other one? Well, do you want me to tell you right now or save it for Take-a-Mania?
Oh, no, we'll play it later. Okay, Take-a-Mania. Yeah,
it's in Take-a-Mania. Yeah. Multiple texts from actual police officers saying they will meet me at Alabama and Kirby on Monday.
Yeah, I questioned why you were just putting it out there.
I'm not worried about it. I love our cops, man. They pull me over there. We can sit there and talk about sports for a little bit as they hand me
You're like
my
one
citation.
of those brazen Prohibition era people.
Right.
You're like,
Come at me, bro.
You're serving alcohol at your bar.
Yep.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, come at me. Text message, base power text line. I'm an officer for HPD. I know where I'll be patrolling on Monday morning. Great show. He says great show afterwards. Yeah, Sean, tell us exactly what time and location you're committing crimes. Sincerely, HPD. Sean, I'm a Houston police officer. I'll see you in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not an urban red light runner ever. When I'm in the city, I abide all traffic rules. In stop signs, I wait until the car goes backwards and everything. But if I'm out in the country, if I'm out in the country, no, there's no reason for this stoplight to be here. This is my civil disobedience.
So are you more cautious in the urban settings because it's unsafe to run it, or because you're more afraid of getting caught because maybe there's cameras or a police officer?
I'd say a combination of both those things.
Okay.
Yeah, there might be a camera, there might be a cop somewhere easily, parked on the side street. But also especially in Houston, I've just had too many experiences where you feel like you're all in the clear. Hey, you've got the green light.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
yeah, I think if you were riding shotgun with me down Kirby in the morning, you'd see that I'm not really doing anything that's endangering anybody.
I'm not criticizing you,
yeah,
but I'm not the judge.
No, that's true. That's true. Do you want to be my representation? That would be great.
I hope one of our law enforcement officers who's listening right now doesn't just pull Sean over and give him a ticket.
What?
But you give him the old reckless driving. You got to come down to the station.
What are you talking about?
We got to get your prints.
Oh,
that's what I hope they do to you.
Seth wants me treated like a felon.
Yes, you are a felon.
No, misdemeanor at worst.
The other something our listeners could do is do the old trick where they kind of hide in the bushes and they wait for you to run a red light and then push a baby carriage out in front of you.
Just a carriage,
Give
not
me
an
the
actual
old Johnny
baby.
Knoxville. Yeah. A baby.
That would scare the hell out of me.
I would put a baby carriage with a doll in it and an exploding blood packet with
you're
timing
an evil
mechanism.
person. Well, you know what my if it played out the way you're talking about. Yeah. If I got to that stoplight like I do every morning, and there's 3 more before you even get to 59, so I can come to the station. So it could be any. You're going to have to purchase your. HPD is going to have to throw resources at me because it could be any number of intersections on Kirby. But you know what would happen is that I would get caught, I'd get a ticket, and then I would wind up with an endorsement from a law firm that represents scofflaws like me on the roads.
Oh.
That would be
you're really begging for those guys to come get you now.
If I can get an endorsement out of it, it's ROI at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got to pay this $200 ticket, but I just picked up an endorsement that pays thousands of dollars. You're
going to be like the Billy the Kid of sports radio.
That's right.
You'll become a cult hero. Scofflaw.
Right. Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to get Amy into it. We'll be Bonnie and Clyde, man.
I'm rewatching Boardwalk Empire right now.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
That was one that lost me during the first season. Should I go back and rewatch the whole thing?
Maybe.
Okay. I thought I would.
Also watched.
I was probably holding it to a Sopranos standard because it had Steve Buscemi in it, and it's mob related.
It starts slow.
Yeah.
And it's not as much about he's not as much of a hardcore gangster, so it's a little bit more. It's subtle, I guess.
Did you finish your Game of Thrones rewatch?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
and I finished
Amy
my
wants to do
House
that.
of the Dragon rewatch, too.
Oh, wow.
And I'm really glad. House of the Dragon is one that the first season turned me off so much that I didn't really pay as much attention to the second season the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
This last time, I sat there with ChatGPT and Gemini during all the first episodes of the first series or first season. And I'm like, okay, I know these people now.
Yeah.
I can actually, I know what's going on. And then I really enjoyed the second season.
Okay. I got to do that. All right, mock draft injection time. Bucky Brooks, NFL.com, and I believe podcast guest of Seth C. Payne.
Yes, on
during
the Believe
football
Network
season.
at times,
Yep,
yes.
Yep. We like Bucky Brooks. So who's he got the Texans taking? We will tell you coming up next. But first, I want to get you folks Houston Powder Coaters.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. Bucky Brooks, NFL.com. Mock draft injection time. I like Bucky Brooks. You know him more than I do, Seth, because you've had legitimate conversations with him before.
Yeah, real good guy.
He's a what is he?
He does the color sideline commentary for the Jaguars.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's the Jags. Yeah.
And we were both we were on the Jaguars for a very brief period of time back in like 1998.
So former teammate, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. He does a nice job. So he's got a mock draft out. It is his second mock draft. So it's Bucky Brooks 2.0. So we dive right in with who the Houston Texans are taking in this mock draft. So with the 28th pick in the Bucky Brooks mock draft 2.0, the Houston Texans select Caleb Banks, Florida defensive tackle, who I think this is the second time this week, possibly the second straight day that we've had a mock draft with Caleb Banks. Real quickly, here's what Bucky Brooks says. Banks' superior size, strength, and disruptive potential would enhance a front that already features a pair of wildly destructive bookends on the edges.
Yes. Okay, this is, as we talked about earlier, for one thing, I think right now people are looking at the Texans depth chart and they're seeing that, wow, they've got Mario Edwards and this junior, how do I pronounce this?
I believe it's Tafuna.
Yeah. No, but they've got Tommy Togiai, which not a lot of people are aware of yet. But, yeah, right now it looks like they need defensive tackles. The one thing that I keep cautioning myself on is that, look, they were one of the two best defenses in the league last year, being constructed the way they were with a bunch of defensive tackles who were kind of either journeyman or journeyman plus types. And that was good. That was great. Can you upgrade? Certainly. You know what really needs upgrading right about now? Anything on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
It's like if you can say best player available, fine, this, that, the other. I feel like this obsession with getting a stud defensive tackle is understandable, but it's so far away from what the team needs right now. With guys like Sheldon Rankins or Tim Settle or countless other defensive tackles like that they could sign in free agency, that can be part of having a really good defense next year. You cannot go back out there with the same guys that you had on offense last year and win a Super Bowl. So that's where I hate seeing all these defensive tackles go to the Texans in these drafts.
Well, if Bucky Brooks, I agree with everything you
I'm also not that enthused about Caleb Banks as a first rounder on this team. With he's a physical specimen and a stud. I don't know about his swarm factor necessarily.
Okay. Yeah.
And he makes some really nice highlight reel plays. When he ties it all together, it looks really good. But there's other times for a guy that's 6'6", 330 pounds, he kind of gets shoved around a lot because he just kind of plays with a high pad level. So I don't know if that's the guy I want to take right now, especially when I want to focus on the offense. I don't know if that's the guy I want to take in the first round.
Okay, I'm going to read a Todd McShay tweet to you here in a second. But I would say this because I want to respond to what you said about them needing to fortify the offensive line before they start looking at young defensive tackles. Because I agree with everything you're saying. I wonder if, with a guy like Bucky Brooks, if he were sitting here in the studio with us defending his mock draft, he might say, I'm assuming the Texans are going to be shopping for offensive linemen in free agency.
Yeah, no, I think they might be saying that. But I also, I'm not faulting the mock drafters when they have to look at the needs of 32 teams.
Yeah.
They do the same thing we do, is that you've got a general awareness of all these other teams, but as you're looking at, you've got a list of what their needs are.
Yeah.
And everybody that's put out a list of Texans draft needs has put defensive tackle on there because they just don't have actual they've got very few defensive tackles.
You and I are around it every day, so we probably have a more acute awareness of what those other needs are and the urgency with which they need to be addressed.
But 100% yes, it could also be that, look, every mock draft done right now is acknowledging that we don't know what free agents this team's going to look like after free agency.
Absolutely. Here's what McShay says I'm reading this in response to your point about the swarm factor with Caleb Banks. He lists his measurements. He did all the measurements yesterday. The guy's a freak. He's got 35-inch arms. Ruben Bain of Miami was getting killed yesterday on the internet because he's got 30 and 7/8-inch arms, and no player with under 31-inch arms has ever succeeded ever in the one of these hyperbolic things. So anyways, all the measurements. He's got a huge wingspan. McShay says never reached his full potential. His tape is uneven. His pads rise far too much. So he's echoing a lot of what you just said, Seth. He had the injury this season, which was a foot. There's some maturing that needs to happen. But wait until he works out at that size and length, which he did yesterday. He ran a 5.0440. Yeah. NFL teams with strong veteran leadership on defense will be awfully tempted in round one. Texans have strong veteran leadership on defense.
Yeah, I'm not into the whole, like, hey, this guy, it depends on what McShay means by he needs maturing. Because remember, McShay brought up maturing with Josh Simmons last year, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Yeah. And remember,
he left the team.
He left the team without telling anybody the day of a game and was gone for like 3 weeks.
Yeah. So,
like, that's McShay, I don't think, throws this out very often. I would love to know exactly what the maturity concerns are.
Yeah.
Because sometimes maturity is just a buzzword for bigger problems than they're willing to put in print.
There's a chance he's not even on the Texans board.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's, you know, there's a chance. Nick says we have a smaller board than most teams do.
Yeah, that's what there was an old restaurant manager who had a quote once. He said, or like a restaurant chain CEO, who said something about when they train employees that, like, they don't. If your parents didn't teach it to you, we're not going to be able to either. And he was talking about it a whole lot of, like, the caring about the doing a good job and all of that stuff. That they try to find people that already have those traits and then get the most out of them. I think that's the way D'Amico likes to run it too. It's like okay, great. We don't need a bunch of babysitters. We need our veteran mentors to be working with guys who are as eager as Will Anderson was as a young player.
Yes.
Not to sap and drain our energy on guys that need an attaboy or some tough love or something.
Sure.
You want to just teach them how to – you can lead a horse to water, but you can't teach them to anchor a double team.
Yeah, there you go. The old saying.
That's the old saying.
The old saying.
By an old restaurant CEO.
Boy, there are a ton of you that really want me to get arrested on a Monday morning on the way to work. I'm disappointed in you.
I hope you do.
That you would risk – that you would really – that you would want that to happen.
Sean just confessed to just blatantly ignoring traffic laws on the radio, and we've got a lot of law enforcement listeners who now are going to be on the lookout for Sean.
Yep.
On his route to work.
Bro. Yeah, come at me.
And a lot of our listeners want it to be a big affair, like 10 police cars.
Do you want to do a solo show that morning?
I might tip
someone
off
who's sitting here rooting for a felony and for me to
Yeah, I won't mind.
Yeah? Okay.
I'll do it. I'll cover it like a police chase. Because you know what else is going to get tipped off?
What's
Jason
that?
Bristol. I'll have Jason go over there. They're like breaking sports news.
Oh, that'd be great. It became a 4-hour topic on the show. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. The biggest fear among NFL people in this draft. There's a draft expert that's been doing some talking, and I think it's the same fear that I have. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyers. Sean's got fear.
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the biggest fear among NFL people, at least according to one draft expert, this is Matt Miller of ESPN.com doing an interview on the network. And here he is talking about what the NFL people are fearing in this coming draft.
Being here for 2 days now, I can tell you one thing I hear from everyone else in the NFL is, please do not let Jeremiah Love fall to Kansas City. Don't let that happen. Do not give Patrick Mahomes Jeremiah Love, which, in fairness, we heard the same thing about Xavier Worthy, and really hasn't made that much of a difference. So I think Kansas City has bigger issues than just, giving Patrick Mahomes a generational running back talent.
So that, I said that a couple weeks ago, Seth. I'm like, the Chiefs feel like a team that's not going to sit here as a 6-11 team every year.
Yeah, they're. It's also though a team that has to deal with what we heard Joe Brady complaining about earlier. You got an expensive quarterback. You got to build through the draft. Yada yada yada, and they're just kind of. They're rotating. They've got this rotating offensive coordinator deal now, where it's either Nagy or Bijani. And when Bijani, because Bijani, for those of you who missed the offseason update, Bijani's the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs again now. But there are all kinds of stories that when Bijani left last time, that Pat Mahomes and him weren't seeing eye to eye. It's been a pretty steady degradation of the Kansas City Chiefs offense over the last few years.
Yeah.
They still do some things situationally really well that as long as the defense is playing awesome, then they play offense just well enough to do those things. Or Pat Mahomes is brilliant in the fourth quarter, everything
They got to a Super Bowl 2 years ago doing it that way. Yeah.
They won a Super Bowl 2 years ago doing it that way. Last year they lost the Super Bowl doing it that way.
Yeah, I meant the Eagles Super Bowl.
No, I know, but the offense just hasn't actually been all that good for 2 years.
Right.
So they went to 2 straight Super Bowls where the defense was the strength of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't scare me as much. There's other teams that I'd be more worried about Jeremiah Love going to.
Up that high in the draft? Do you have any in particular?
Let's see. No, I just thinking in general.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the draft order. I can't keep it all straight.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just the Chiefs. The Chiefs are that team that sticks out like a sore thumb.
I don't know. Okay, is the Chiefs passing game? It's Andy Reid we're talking about here. At what point was the running back the key and the linchpin to Andy Reid's offense being good? It's generally been that he runs the ball reluctantly, but when the passing game is really good, boy, they can really use those running backs in the screen game, and they can have some scary plays.
Yeah, I think the screen game.
They don't have that passing game right now.
Yeah.
That can make that. Right now, the Chiefs. I think people are used to perennially thinking of the Chiefs as the team that, oh, you know what? They got everything else in place. You add a running back into that mix, and bam,
So
that's the cherry on top.
You think the 2026 version of the Chiefs, and this plays into your point, which, by the way, we don't even know if Mahomes is going to be healthy to start the season. He finished the season with a torn ACL that was pretty bad. So your point is that we're just overrating Andy Reid and the Chiefs in this take here.
Yeah.
With the Jeremiah Love, like the fear of Jeremiah Love going. He's not going to the Chiefs when they had Tyreek Hill and they were just murdering teams.
Yeah, so for the Chiefs, they were one of those teams that was always drafting at the bottom of the first round. And that's a perfect time for teams to draft a running back in the first round because it feels like it's the cherry on top.
Yeah.
This would be the Chiefs being that team that people caution against.
Yeah.
Wait a second. You're the ninth pick in the draft this year. Why are you taking a running back? You think that's going to fix everything?
All right.
And they're to a coach who notoriously despises the run game.
I'll throw a couple teams at you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna throw NFC teams at you because he goes to Arizona at 3. Great. We'll see him once every 4 years. Does it scare you more that he winds up with the Tennessee Titans than the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yes, personally.
As a Texans, as someone who covers and roots for the Texans.
Yes. Yeah, because that might actually be a part of making them a genuinely viable team. And it's with Cam Ward, a young quarterback, that I guess
you'll play him twice a year,
too. The biggest mistake I could see there is them doing that same thing with the Jaguars got a lot of heat for was, you're drafting a quarterback and a running back in the first round. Mm-hmm. And what are you going to get out of Travis Etienne? While your quarterback's waiting to develop.
Yeah.
But that would make me more nervous. Plus, you're playing him twice a year.
Yeah, and I'm a little biased, but I would say, love ain't Etienne.
And honestly, when you're talking about that point in the draft, I had to psychologically reset and think about the fact that, they're up there in the draft right now. So do I worry about the Chiefs more than the New Orleans Saints?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
The Saints are picking one spot before the Chiefs.
And
do I worry about them more than the Bengals? That's an interesting question.
That was the next one I was going to throw at you.
I would worry more about...
And the Bengals are picking 10th after the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Bengals pick one spot after the Chiefs.
Right. Can you imagine an offense with Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Jeremiah Love at running back?
That's scary.
That is scary.
And yet... the Bengals' defense, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't know how many games they're going to win. Yeah.
I'm more worried about the Chiefs in that instance.
Yeah.
No, so for where they are in the draft, you got to get down to Dallas, and I know they just re-signed their running back. Dude. The Rams are at 13.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean,
that's
again,
scary.
It's an
That's
NFC
scary
team.
as hell.
That's scary for the league. Sean McVay getting Jeremiah Love. Now, they don't have a real need there at running back, but who cares?
They don't have a real need, but this is Jeremiah Love is like a Christian McCaffrey type, unlocks everything. Don't even treat him like a running back. Treat him more like a slot receiver who lines up in the backfield sometimes.
Absolutely. And that's the pick they got from Atlanta in that James Pierce trade, too.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Jeremiah Love being your free roll because you traded – you got a pick from Atlanta? The next one is the one that I know Baltimore's picking 14th.
Right, and Derrick Henry at some point will get old.
Yeah, but you could
at some point, I guess, he'll get old.
What's to stop you from having a team with Derrick Henry, Jeremiah Love, and Lamar Jackson?
You got Jeremiah Love on his rookie contract. Yeah. That actually proves you got Jeremiah Love on his rookie contract.
That's scary.
If Derrick Henry decides to retire after this contract wanes or expires or whatever,
yeah.
Was it a 3-year deal? Is this the last year?
It was originally a 2-year deal, and they extended it by a year.
One.
Yeah.
So he's on a year-by-year basis,
pretty
basically,
much.
at this point.
Pretty much.
I'm talking a lot of. I'm throwing a lot of smoke at Kansas City, who by and large was still a good team this year until the quarterback.
Yeah. I think, but I don't think your point's a bad point or anything like that. There are people that are looking at this Jeremiah Love to Kansas City thing potentially, and they've got. First of all, they're paying the utmost respect to Andy Reid because however you feel about his play calling and his aversion to running the ball, sometimes he's undeniably one of the 5 best coaches in the history of the sport. And they've got an impression of Mahomes in that offense that maybe is a little antiquated, that they're just not as good. So I don't think your point is a bad one. The other thing that was making the rounds at the Combine yesterday was the internet was going nuts over Ruben Bain, the Miami defensive lineman who was outstanding this year. He's a huge reason why they were playing for the national championship. Measured in yesterday, as all the defensive linemen did. 30 7/8 inch arms.
Yeah.
Officially a
sub
short? 31. Well, yeah. They've never had.
Like when you say that, it almost feels like, oh, wow, 30. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people don't know.
Well, I'm going to frame it for you here. I'm going to give you some context. This is Marcus Mosher tweeting this. There's never been an edge rusher drafted inside the top 100 with arms shorter than 31 inches.
Yeah.
Warren Sharp had some numbers as well about the short arm defensive lineman. Ruben Bain will have the shortest arms for a first-round pick at edge in the last 20 years. No player with arms less than 31 inches has double-digit sacks in any season for the last 20 consecutive years.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. And it's always
feels like a trend.
One thing I always try to remember that is that, hey, at one point there were only 2 players as short as Jose Altuve was in Major League Baseball, and that was as he was the best player in Major League Baseball.
No, there's outliers.
So, yeah. There's always outliers. It's always a question with the short arms. Just okay, how much does he do to make up for it? And that's the big question for him. Now I have turned into, just as you know, I always pull for short defensive linemen because I do think those guys are criminally underrated. I think there are a lot of 6'1" defensive tackles that don't get enough of a genuine look because people have it in their head that they're too short. Yeah. But I think it's a genuine strength.
Yep.
Short arms, it is a weakness, except that there's plenty of guys that make up for the short arm issue. You know, in boxing, reach matters. You know who made up for it pretty well? Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He had short little arms.
Mike Tyson turns it into a strength. Jose Altuve turns his short arms into a strength. You can get his hands around faster. You know, he can do there's a lot that you can do to turn it into a strength. As an edge rusher, it's a lot tougher to turn it into a strength.
Right.
But what you can do is just like with just the ferocity of a Mike Tyson.
Sure.
And, spin moves and whatnot.
Yeah,
there's a lot you can do to get around it.
And Bain is a violent player. No doubt about that.
Whenever people start worrying about one particular data point, that's what you got to remember is, okay, it's one individual data point. Does everything else, are there a lot of other things that make up for it?
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson has short arms. Not as short as Ruben Bain's.
Right.
His are historically low. Aiden Hutchinson's done pretty damn well in the NFL.
Yeah, he just got a big contract extension.
And there were stats about that with Aiden Hutchinson too. I think that it's just how unlikely it is that a guy with arms this short is going to be a good pass rusher.
Who is Ruben Bain talking to in this audio here that we're about to
somebody asked him about why he could be the best player in the draft.
Oh, this is from his podium. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just because my mom said how I prepare myself day in and day out, how I stay in the building at all times, how I'm working day in and day out and being the player that I am.
Yeah, so he's a monster.
He's a monster, yeah.
Which a lot of people ran with the Tyrannosaurus T-Rex.
The best ones were the Will Campbell T-Rex.
Will Campbell versus Ruben Bain, yeah, and it was two
guys, their tiny little gator arms. Yeah.
There were a couple, man, and then there's some AI images of Ruben Bain that were just wrong. Because they shrunk his arms, but that also made his hands ridiculously tiny too.
Yeah.
He looked like that Saturday Night Live character of the woman with the tiny hands.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
That creepy.
Yeah, and I saw the pictures you're talking about yesterday too. Ruben Bain, that was a big topic. Caserio is at the Combine. I think he and D'Amico are back now. I think they're back from the Combine. Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access earlier this week with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, and they asked him, Nick Caserio, not a big fan of the drills in general at the Combine. He's more about the sit-down interviews. But they asked him, what drill would you change?
I would probably start with the offensive line. And again, I know everybody's run a 40 as traditional, but that's not – offensive linemen are never going to be asked to do that, right? So really what's more applicable is kind of their 10 or their 20. So you can kind of see how explosive, how they move in a short area. And then the big thing with drills is you want to try to set up as many drills, again, across positions that are going to be applicable to potentially what a player is asked to do. So certain positions a little bit easier to do than others. So I think it's always just kind of looking at the drills. Are we doing the right drills? Does that make sense? Are we doing that drill just because we've done it, or we're doing this drill because there's an actual application? I think those are the things that they probably have to continue to discuss and look at. Are we really getting the most out of it so we can give the best evaluation to the players?
You know, I think, and just to I would frame it a little bit differently because I think I saw the same tweet or article that set it up that way where it said that Caserio isn't a fan of the drills. I think he doesn't feel like he needs to be there to watch the drills because they can watch those. Because some of the drills for various positions, they've shown that statistically there's a correlation. 3-cone drill for defensive ends, I think there's some relevance to that. But then like the vertical and the horizontal long jump and everything, like, okay, great. Do I need to be on site to watch that?
Right.
Those do have a correlation, and they do read into those. That kind of lets you know about explosiveness. But, like, okay, do I have to be there for that? I want to hear the sound his cleats make when he lands on the turf. So
I will tell you, I don't think this is a reason why Caserio would need to be there, but I will tell you a reason why they still do these things with all these players. You can bet on them nowadays. You can gamble on the combine. You can bet on that. You can put it in daily fantasy apps that you and I talk about on a daily basis.
But, yeah, I mean, because they've been doing them for 40, 50 years now at the Combine, however long it's been. I think one of the big things is that because it's the same drills every year, and they've added a few here along the way or whatever, whether you love it or don't think it correlates or anything, you got all this data out there on all of these previous players that there's some value in just having all these different benchmarks to compare guys to. And then over time, I think what's going to happen is there are a lot of these drills right now where it might not seem like there's a correlation. AI is going to figure out where there's probably correlations.
Yeah.
Especially when you factor in everything from all the drills and all the different types of players, this, that, and the other thing, that they're going to keep running these drills because at some point AI is going to figure out where a 40 does matter.
That's
in
right.
some instances with a defensive lineman and an offensive lineman.
And we know that Nick is working on getting AI more incorporated in his routine this offseason.
As every old person should. I always forget that Nick's younger than me. I look at him like he's older than me.
He's 50.
Yeah. Oh, he's only 1 year younger.
He's 1 year younger. I know that because McAfee asked him yesterday how old he is.
Well, he's good friends with a kid that was in my sister's class in high school. High school. And I always forget, but he also has an older brother that was my brother's age. Mm-hmm. And I always, in my mind, make the mistake. Every time I talk to Nick, I make the mistake and think that my brother's friend, the older one, is friends with him.
Yeah.
Because I look at Nick as older than me.
No, yeah, he's a year younger.
Yeah.
I learned
I'm
that
sorry,
yesterday.
everybody. That was like 30 seconds of radio that was just of no relevance to anybody.
Very self-indulgent.
Yeah, like we listen to ourselves as you're talking. You're like, is this what people want to hear? Like, no, that wasn't a bit. That wasn't interesting to anybody.
What's the chance of the Texans?
Except for Scott DeRosa.
Moving up for
Scott and Brian DeRosa.
Jeremiah Love, and your brother and sister, maybe.
Yeah.
What's the chance of the Texans moving up for Jeremiah Love? Nick is a trade master.
I think Jeremiah Love's going in the top 10.
Yep.
So probably very unlikely.
Very unlikely. Very expensive or very unlikely. One of those two.
I wish Jeremiah Love had some kind of personality flaw or something. I was
going to bring that up. I'm like, do we need to set him up to get arrested between now and the drafts just so he dips a little bit?
If he goes to the Sean Pendergast driving school.
Yes. I'm going to find out. I've got people in the building at Notre Dame that I'm probably like 1 degree removed from Jeremiah Love. Could you just send him this traffic advice, please?
Yeah.
Just run red lights, man. Let's do it. Act like you're at Georgia. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's circle over the Astros for a minute. We had a debut yesterday that we can talk about a little bit. Also, ESPN, David Schoenfield, did the way too early All-Star Game starter and reserve predictions for the AL and NL. This got me a little bit depressed, and I will tell you why coming up next. Oh, but first, Dr. Ben Salento. Dr. Ben Salento right now.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we had a Tatsuya Imai debut yesterday. 1 scoreless inning, 10 pitches, 1 shin bone bruised by a comebacker to the mound. Yeah.
Well, do we even know that it was actually bruised? I know the visual suggests that it's definitely going to be bruised, but who knows? Remember that story about Cal Ripken Sr., that he was coaching first base once and took a line drive to the face, showed up the next day, and there was zero discoloration? Like that it was, which who knows how much of that is true, but it kind of lends to the story of the Ripken family. Just
right. Yeah, big surprise that guy's kid wound up playing 2,000
to injury.
2,000 straight games. Big shock. Comes from good stock, man. So we had Imai's debut yesterday. We have McCullers is pitching today, so I think all eyes will be on that.
Yep. And Imai, for those of you, 10 pitches, 3 outs.
Right.
Just a really good performance out there for just 1 inning.
Yeah.
And they said he was only they only planned on him going 1 inning, so we'll see if he ups the pitch count in the next outing. But so far, so good.
Yep.
Pitching with a larger American baseball.
I didn't know that was the case until you put it in the rundown. I had no idea.
0.1 to 0.15 inches larger in circumference or diameter, I guess, in diameter than the Japanese baseball.
So it's not like it's a beach ball or anything to him, but
no, but it's still got for people that are so finely tuned, and with your grip being so precise and everything.
Is the football bigger at the NFL level than it is at the college level?
I think it's a little bit more bullet shaped,
oblong,
not bullet shaped. Yeah, it's not as fat.
Gotcha.
I believe.
Yeah. I'm sure the text page.
That's how I always felt with just grabbing it, like just throwing it myself with my ham hands. That's how it always felt to me.
I've got people sending in names of law firms I can go get my endorsement with now. I'm writing all of these down. It's called prospecting. If you don't know what we're talking about, use the rewind feature.
By the way, that whole thing, that's another thing that annoys me, that people call the football the Duke. That was never a thing.
Hang on, I'm putting that.
That was never a thing.
List of things that annoy me. Hang on.
That was never ever a thing.
Duke.
Just like nobody called Peyton Manning the sheriff until freaking Gruden decided to call him the sheriff.
I haven't even heard of Gruden calling him the sheriff.
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, it was one of the most annoying things in all of not just football but life, Sean.
Yeah, no, now I'm annoyed.
I call him the sheriff, and then people would be like, they call him the sheriff. No, they don't.
They don't.
Gruden calls him the sheriff. But they spoke it into existence. People started calling him the sheriff.
That hadn't come across my purview here, and now it is, and you dumped it on my lawn, and now I have to hate that too. I just added the Duke to my list of things that annoy me. So
NCAA footballs are slightly smaller, rounder, and feature white stripes for better visibility.
The white stripes I know about, yeah.
Well, yeah, the white stripes, but yeah, they're the NFL ball. Okay, this is where it's annoying. This is the synopsis. NFL balls, it says slightly smaller, but then it says, whereas NFL balls are larger, more pointed, and lack stripes.
AI, damn.
They are. They're just they're lengthened out a little bit more.
Yep.
More aerodynamic.
David Schoenfield of ESPN has 2 Astros making the All-Star team in his way too early AL and NL All-Stars. One of these has me very hopeful. He's got Yordan Alvarez as the DH in the American League. Now, I'm sure David Schoenfield is not a hand doctor or an oblique doctor or an ankle doctor or a doctor or patellar tendon doctor, a doctor of any of the number of injuries.
We don't even know if he's a PhD.
Right. We just know he's...
Bro, do you even have a doctorate?
We just know he's spoon-fed 3,000 words to a bunch of people on ESPN, but he says this about Yordan Alvarez. So the 2 that he has making it, spoiler alert, are Yordan Alvarez as the starting DH and Hunter Brown as part of the rotation for the AL All-Star team. Yeah. A hand injury and severe ankle sprain limited Alvarez to 48 games in 2025. Don't forget him when drafting your fantasy team. From 2022 to 2024, only Aaron Judge had a higher OPS plus. He's still only 28 years old on opening day. He should return to his status as one of the top hitters in the game, which might be top 3 alongside Judge and Ohtani. That is how good he is when he's healthy, man. He's a top 5 hitter.
I mean, yeah, at various points when he's been better than Judge for large stretches of the season.
Yeah.
Everybody knows exactly what he's capable of when he's at his peak.
Yep.
And it's just with the injuries in Jordan, sometimes I'll see people almost make it like a black and white issue, and they'll say, people worry about Jordan's injuries when in fact he's played such and such number of games. It's okay for it to be somewhere in between. It's rare for him to play more than 145 or so games in a season. I don't think he's ever. I think 147 is his high.
Okay.
But he's got plenty of seasons in which he's got 3 seasons. Let's see. He's got 3 seasons in which he had 135 or more games.
Okay.
But then he had a 114 game season, and then last year a 48 game season.
Yeah.
So it's okay to say that, no, you shouldn't expect him to go out there and be injured and miss large swaths of time. But he's dealt with his share of injuries.
The people who are optimistic about the Astros getting back to the postseason and maybe even winning the division again are basically saying what you were just pointing out, Seth, is that, hey, man, he played 48 games last year. Are you telling me if Yordan Alvarez plays 130 games instead of 48 games last year, that the Astros don't win a couple more games along the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously you go, okay, well, they're not going to have Framber Valdez. We can play that whole game. As far as this all-star team goes, Jeremy Pena, who finished in the top 10 in the MVP voting last year for the American League, doesn't make the team at all, not even as a reserve. The starter is Bobby Witt Jr., and then the backup shortstops, Gunnar Henderson, Baltimore, Zach Neto of the Angels, and Schoenfield says this: the most difficult position on this team is shortstop, which is stacked. I had to leave off Jeremy Pena, Corey Seager, and Jacob Wilson, who was the starter last year in the All-Star game. Jacob Wilson of the A's, all got left off because, boy, the AL West, man, is stacked. Pena, Seager, Jacob Wilson, and Neto, all in the AL West playing shortstop. Like, it's hard to even, if you did an all-star team of just the division, it's hard to make it at shortstop.
Well, with Pena, I think especially, he's still relatively young in his career, and last year was the first year where it looked like everything got tied together. And I think people are reluctant to just say, okay, yep, slam dunk, there you go.
Yeah.
Even though the 2 previous years were let down somewhat, just at the plate, he was just kind of an average player. Is last year certifiable, especially given that he only played 125 games?
Yeah.
That there's a little bit, I think a lot of people are very intrigued by Jeremy Pena, but they just don't want to give him the certificate of authenticity yet.
No, you're right. And I'm not worried. The 125 games doesn't worry me too much, although missing that last week of the season with the oblique is a little disturbing because most of the games he missed is he got beamed in the ribs by that guy from the Cubs.
Yeah.
That's just kind of a fluky thing.
Yeah. Whenever guys are injured specifically because they got hit by a baseball, they try to give it the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
That's right.
Because I know what a coward I am when I'm in the batting cages even.
Yes.
looking at 75.
Yeah. They got 98 coming in right up under the chin. Here's the depressing part, Seth. I'm not depressed that the Astros only got 2 All-Stars in this exercise. I mean, it's a preseason exercise. Here's the depressing part, because this may come true. Starting third baseman for the National League, Alex Bregman,
Whatever.
Chicago Cubs.
Never liked him. Yeah.
Starting,
good riddance to you.
Starting outfield for the National League, Juan Soto, Ronald Acuna Jr., and Kyle Tucker, Los Angeles Dodgers. Tucker and Bregman, both forecasted by this one writer, as starters for the All-Star team in the National League.
I'm still annoyed by that list of irreplaceable players that teams lost this year, and that 3 former Astros were on that list.
Yeah.
One of them Framber, one of them Bregman, one of them Kyle Tucker.
Yep.
I was annoyed that 3 former Astros are deemed irreplaceable because it's true. That bothers me.
Yeah.
But I'm especially annoyed, though, too, because they call Kyle Tucker irreplaceable, but then the Cubs did replace him with another irreplaceable player. So I don't know how the math works on that one.
Yeah, that's
obviously
true.
Not the same position.
Yeah,
but
that's
still.
a different position thing. Yeah.
It's like, okay, if he's so irreplaceable, how are you putting one of these other guys who's irreplaceable on the team that you lost the irreplaceable
That bugged
player?
you. That bothered you.
Journalistically, it bothered me.
Yep,
As you know, with my doctorate of journalism.
Right, of course. Dude, I'm looking. I still have this tab open on my browser. We were talking about those report cards earlier in the show.
Incognito?
Huh?
Is it an incognito tab?
No,
Or is it
it's not.
okay.
No. It's just it's. I just had it open still. It was the report cards for all the NFL teams that got leaked.
Oh yeah.
And the Steelers finished last in this exercise. This is all the NFLPA doing their annual survey on the various aspects of their employers, and they put it together in a report card. Texans finished 7th out of 32 teams. That's pretty good. The Steelers finished last. Man, here are the categories, Seth, where the Steelers got an F or lower.
Oh goodness, F or lower?
Or lower.
What's lower than
F minus? Treatment of families, F. Home game field, F minus. Locker room, F minus. Team travel, F.
What a bunch of whiny little brats.
Team ownership, D minus.
I'm going to tell you something here. This is where I blame this.
Are the Steelers whiny babies?
I put this on the Steelers personnel department. I feel like there were decades that could have gone by where the Steelers were chock full of players that even if they weren't happy with the locker room, didn't want to be the guy who was complaining about the locker room.
Yeah.
I feel like Greg Lloyd would sooner die than say, "Oh, this carpet's not plush enough."
Right.
Oh, but how can I afford childcare if the team isn't providing it for it? That's another one that bothers me there too. The treatment of the family.
Oh,
These people will be like, we don't have a daycare on game day,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
You're telling me fly your damn mother-in-law in for the weekend, all right?
You make millions of dollars.
You got an issue with childcare?
Right.
Is your employer is paying you millions of dollars?
Okay,
what are you grousing about?
The one little nugget that I saw about the Steelers, because there are places you can go find what some of the comments were.
Yeah.
They only have 5 bathroom stalls in their locker room.
Get over it. Hold it in a little bit, all right? What the hell's wrong with you?
I just wanted to float it to you. I don't have a
Take a whiz in the sink if you got to.
Like you did back in the day.
Texans, in the old Texans locker room,
Mm-hmm.
I think that now I'd imagine when they say 5, there's only 5. That's in the locker room part of it.
Yes.
I don't know if they had more than 5, and I don't think it was ever really that much of an issue. If you got guys that are taking care of their diet the way they should,
right?
It shouldn't be people constantly running into needing the toilet right away.
It shouldn't be 10 guys having to take a dump all the time.
Of course, but to wit, what did the Steelers cafeteria get ranked?
Actually, the nutritionist and dietitian got a B, and the food and dining area got a B minus.
Right. Now, if their nutrition had gotten a D or something, and they're serving nothing but tacos made with poor hygiene or something,
right.
then the lack of toilets might be an issue.
You need more stalls. Yep.
I'm trying to think. Okay, let me I'm going into my memory palace here. I don't have a memory palace, but I'm just going to go through the locker room in my mind. Just like 1, 2. Every now and then you see Steve McKinney eating a Whataburger on the toilet.
Be McDonald's now, yeah.
Yeah, it would be McDonald's now, but
sure.
you would never admit to it.
Right.
That's in print.
Yeah.
Steve told that story.
Oh, yeah. No.
Or somebody told the story.
We know his allegiances now, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think we had more than 5, and I don't ever remember it being a big deal.
Whiny
now, the
babies.
rosters are larger now with the expanded practice squads.
Okay, but still, I would say whiny babies. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
and it's the Steelers.
Yeah.
Even if the Steelers genuinely do have the worst facilities, I really do feel like the old Steelers types of players, before they became not just the highest paid defense, but very much the most overpaid defense this year.
Yeah, we saw that, man.
Those are the kinds of guys who whine about how nice their facility is.
All right, what is the impact on this draft of NIL and the transfer portal? I
don't know.
Quantified it. Well, you're about.
Why are you asking me
You're
this?
about to find out coming up next.
Hey, what's the impact of President's Day on you? You know, like, Seth, President's Day, that's ancient history. Not at Easy Honda. Look, Lincoln Stahl is a managing partner there. If you want to.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. You know, the draft is always an interesting time of year, and it's over the last few years, it's gotten it's just been different. You had the COVID year in 2020, which basically gave a bunch of players an extra year of eligibility if they wanted to take it.
You've got these guys. It's not that uncommon now to see guys who had 6 years of college.
It is not. Yeah. You're right, 100%. And then 2 years later, NIL comes along, name, image, likeness, and now guys can make money playing college football, and some guys can make some serious money playing college football.
So there's guys that are just, and especially when they, you submit your name to the draft board, the draft advisory board that tries to give a projection to guys about where they might go in the draft.
Yep.
So guys see that, oh, okay, wait, I'm a fourth-round pick, but I'm making $500,000 a year as an offensive lineman at some directional school.
Right.
I'm just going to try to get better and go ahead and see if I can get drafted higher next year.
Yeah, and sock some more money away, and you're getting, and then the guys at the little directional schools are getting something. The guys at the really big schools are getting something times 3 or 4.
Yeah, the guys at directional schools aren't getting $500,000, but offensive linemen at big name schools are.
Definitely.
Even it's a good living.
It is a good living, and then you add in the transfer portal, which allows you to not only put your services out there for bidding, driving the NIL up even higher.
Yeah.
Even though we know a lot of that is very, it really skirts around a lot of the rules, but it happens, and it allows you to handpick going somewhere else without having to sit out a year, and especially for quarterbacks too, like, I can go over here and play in this system, that kind of thing. We've seen I would say that if I had to go back and look, I would say a majority of the quarterbacks that have been drafted in the first or second round over the last, since the transfer portal became a thing, transferred at some point. Caleb Williams was I'm just thinking of that draft class from 2 years ago that had 6 guys go in the top 12. Caleb Williams, transfer. Jaden Daniels, transfer. Drake May did not transfer. He was at North Carolina the whole time. But then you have Bo Nix, transfer. Michael Penix Jr., transfer. J.J. McCarthy did not. That's 4 of the top 6 guys in that draft a couple of years ago. So that's become the norm. Brett Veach, the GM of the Kansas City Chiefs, did an interview, and I thought this was interesting. He said when the official decision date for underclassmen to turn pro came, I believe we had to move over 25 guys off of our big board, their top 100. They had to move 20. They had 25 guys on their big board of top 100 draft eligible prospects that they had to remove because the guy said, "Nah, we're going back to school."
You know what? And it's funny is I saw somebody that you and I both know. I cannot remember for the life of me who it is, and he's not a dumb guy at all. So I respect his opinion, but he thought that this would be something that NFL teams weren't happy about.
Peter Burns, I think
it was. Peter Burns, right?
Yeah.
And I disagreed with him based partly on some things that I've heard Caserio talk about before, that he's talked to about us before, in terms of it's sometimes, man, it's a lot easier to make a judgment out of a player. At least you're more comfortable making a judgment on the player when they flat out just have more film on them.
Yep.
And, they're consistently good. You can see them getting better and better. He was actually asked about this at the Combine, about this dynamic of players re-entering the draft instead of coming out early. And this is what he said.
I think what the college kids are going through, and some that put their names in for an evaluation, let's say they come back as a 4th to 6th round pick, right? Okay, then they look and say, all right, here's a signing bonus and the contract associated with that. All right, if they have the opportunity to maybe receive that same amount in college, maybe they feel the best thing for them is to go back and to play more football. So I think one of the areas where it's probably helped is you've seen some players play a lot of football. They're more prepared to come into our league and potentially make a contribution. You have some players, 45, 50, 60 games played. The more you play, the more you do something, the better you're going to get.
Yeah. Again, so I do think, especially in certain positions, like with offensive linemen are raw to begin with these days, and the college game just doesn't prepare them for the NFL like it used to, because the game has diverged so much, especially in the run game. So I think that most GMs are probably really cool with getting guys that just have more football playing experience.
Yeah.
Because you're getting a guy that's more likely in his rookie year going to be able to play. One of the counter arguments to that, when I put that out on Twitter, was Well, yeah, but teams want guys when they're in their athletic prime so they can get the best 10 years out of them. My argument against that is, like, there ain't nobody in the world outside of picking in the top 10 that's thinking about, we need to be sure that we get 10 great years instead of 9 great years out of this guy.
Round pick?
Yeah, like,
come on, man.
No, I would much rather feel good about a guy that I take in the 4th round having a better chance of playing, because not only does he have more experience, but he's more physically mature.
Yes.
You're still getting football. This is very relevant, especially at the O-line and D-line positions. You're still gaining your man strength up to the age of 25 or 26.
Yep.
A lot of guys just aren't as physically strong and developed as they're going to be, and that doesn't even have anything to do with time in the weight room. It's just physical maturity.
Yeah.
That there's an element to that with a 22-year-old versus a 23-year-old. You're actually a lot closer to be able to get the man-sized version of that dude.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you guys are wondering out there, okay, well, what are the numbers behind all this? You know, what does a guy have to make going back to school to feel comfortable that they're making the right decision? A 6th-round NFL draft pick in 2026 can expect a 4-year contract totaling a little over $4 million over the course of 4 years, not per, over the course of 4 years. So a lot of these guys, you know, look, I would say it's rare that guys are making $1 million at the collegiate level. There's certainly guys who are. There's guys who are making $4 million at the collegiate level. They're mostly quarterbacks or high-level draft prospects. So for the rank and file guys that are making a few $100,000, I still think it makes a lot of sense, because you got to look at it as an investment. You know, okay, I'm waiting a year, but if I can get out from being a 6th-rounder and I can improve my stock to being a 3rd or a 4th-rounder, that's millions of dollars we're talking about. Plus the other thing, college is fun. Going back to college, you know what I mean? Like, hey, you know, now it is a little bit more like a real job now for these guys, because they're beholden to an employer. You know, they're beholden to some of the companies they speak for with NIL. So it's different than just being a player. Back in the day, you know, you go to class, you play your football, you have your fun. There probably is a little bit more that comes with it now.
Sean, like, the good edge rushers at big-time schools are making between $500,000 and $1 million.
In NIL money.
Yeah, in NIL money. It's so weird to read about this stuff these days, because it's just just seeing GM and all of these discussions about college programs just freaks me out.
Yeah.
And I know people that are hardcore in college are already used to it, but I'm not as hardcore college. But yeah, a few staffers told ESPN they don't have any edge defenders on the rosters making more than $500,000. Not everyone is willing to go as $1 million for a great one, but plenty were willing to cut big checks to get their guy. So, I mean, it's all over the place. But for the really good edge defenders, the bona fide guys, like $500,000 to $1 million isn't unheard of.
Dude, it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. You that market dynamic you're talking about, add in the fact that these guys can all just go be free agents after the season is over.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
An agent said one of his defensive end clients had an ACC program come in late and triple his best offer to more than $700,000.
Yeah.
Another GM said his program had to get up to $800,000 for a group of 5 transfer they coveted.
It's wild. I'd say
screw the NFL, man. I know and especially if you're getting around 5 grade or something, which if you're getting around 5 grade, some of those guys end up going undrafted.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're not even – that NIL money is more guaranteed than jumping into the portal, and then you can also improve your stock and all of the rest of it.
Yep, no question.
So do the wholesome thing and go back to college, kids.
Yeah, it's about an education.
While also making $1 million.
Be a student athlete, okay? All right?
The other thing that's funny, too, is just how – the NCAA went being so hyper-restrictive about so many things to the point now where these draft prospects are basically openly talking about how they definitely ignored NCAA regulations about how much time you can spend, because they're like they're just flat out describing their daily routine, and I'm like, that's a violation. That's a violation. That's a violation.
Yeah, it's wild. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take-a-Mania. The worst takes of the week. Try to take down our champion, who is Jason McIntyre from last week from the Colin Cowherd show. We will have the worst takes of the week in Take-a-Mania, trying to take down the champ, coming up next. I will tell you where I am going to be on.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's a texter that wants us to power rank all the places in the Texans locker room where you peed back in the day.
Well, there's only one place to pee. Oh, yeah, because I talked about taking a whiz in the sink.
In the sink,
I never took a whiz in the sink at the facility.
No, he's not an animal.
Never in the cold tub or anything like that.
Right.
There was once, when I was in Jacksonville, there was a player who peed in the cold tub. Now, listen, we had the discussion last week about peeing in pools.
Yeah.
That's one thing. You got to remember, cold tub, it's big by, it's bigger than your average hot tub or anything. You're sitting in a cold tub, but usually, especially in training camp or after practice, there's like 15 large humans in there sometimes.
Oh, okay. When I think of a cold tub, I think of those like individual ones.
Well, they have those too, but there's also a big cold tub.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
You can get in. It's got super cold.
And that guy would pee in that one with other people?
Well, he did it once. Everybody was standing around, and I think he thought he could get away with it, but I think something about that super cold water, because it's like 42 degrees.
Yeah.
It just kind of lingered around him to where you could see.
Oh, no. Ew.
Jeff Lageman pointed it out.
Oh, wow.
And the guy had a name that was very punnable. I'm not going to say the name now because I don't want to out this guy 30 years later. This shows up on the internet and his kids see it or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like this happens to be the one segment that Barrett Sports Media is listening to this week, and they're like, Payne tells story about blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so, no, there's no but the Texans had, I don't think they had much more than 5 toilets at the time in that locker room, and I don't ever recall it being an issue. But now these fancified modern lads are whining about, the Steelers are whining about only having 5 toilets in the locker room.
Yep. All right, let's get to Take-a-Mania.
My college team, I think we had like 3 toilets, and that's with 100 guys on the team.
Yeah.
Just get over it, dudes.
Yeah. You're right. That's with a way bigger roster.
5. I don't know. That's been a lot better.
It's with a way bigger roster.
Thanks to the contributions of alumni like myself.
That's right. That's exactly right. All right, Take-a-Mania, the worst takes of the week, trying to take down the champ. The champ is a new champ from last week, Jason McIntyre, who is he's the sort of sidekick to Colin Cowherd. He is a machine when it comes to takes that people are like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, to the point where last week I almost feel like he was running against himself.
Yeah, he had 3 entries last week.
Yeah, and I'm not even, this one has a good chance of being taken down because I don't even think this was the worst one, but we'll see.
It was just the last one.
Yeah, it was the last one, yeah.
So this is Jason McIntyre talking about just a general quarterback topic, talking about all the openings there's going to be at quarterback this offseason, and ultimately says something that is just ridiculous.
Folks, you look down the list. We got a lot of teams with no quarterback next year. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, I could toss the Atlanta Falcons in there. Is it Michael Penix? Is it Kirk Cousins? Folks, we're in a weird place in the NFL. There are 32 teams, and we don't have enough good quarterbacks.
Yeah, that was the part that got me right
32
there.
32 teams.
Yeah, like that. The weird thing is that there's 32 teams and you don't have enough quarterbacks or good quarterbers. Right. Please, point to me the era in the NFL when all 32 fan bases thought, yep, we got our guy.
Yeah. Or even half of, there's 15 guys that are that are truly good to great at quarterback on earth.
I think McIntyre is one of these guys that hears people talk or reads articles and doesn't quite get the full picture because people will talk about how QB development is an issue and everything these days, but it's not. The issue isn't that there aren't 32 good quarterbacks.
Right.
It's the issue that some of the better young quarterbacks seem to be less developed than they used to be.
That's the champ right now.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some challengers here. Here we go. We played this earlier this week. This is Andy Baskin, the midday host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, saying, I would not give up the number 6 overall pick if I were the Browns for C.J. Stroud.
I'm not a gigantic C.J. Stroud fan. I don't know that I was at Ohio State. I don't know that I have been, in his NFL career. His numbers have gone backwards over the last 2 years since he's not played as well as he has his rookie year. Now, if for some reason what's going on in Houston is non-football related and it's transferring itself onto the field, maybe I take another look at this. Maybe people who could do a little bit more insight into this could do it. I'm just not a gigantic fan, and I'm definitely not trading the number 6 pick to go out and get him.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
For a couple of reasons. One, I mean, that's an opinion, and who knows with quarterbacks. I mean, we could have said the same. People would have said the same thing about Deshaun Watson. You're not going to trade a number 6 pick for Deshaun Watson.
Right.
What are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
And even a number 6 pick would have been an overspend for Deshaun Watson if you look at it with hindsight.
Yeah.
So that's his opinion. The other part, too, is I think a little bit of that buyer beware dynamic where if the Texans were willing to let go of CJ for just the number 6, I say, quote, unquote, just the number 6 overall pick.
Yeah.
You almost got to wonder, all right, wait a second. Like, what's
wrong?
What's going on here? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one does not win. McIntyre survives Baskin. All right, here's Paul Pierce.
Yeah, I like this one.
Have you listened to this one? Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to play
I've seen it. I haven't heard it.
Okay.
So I need to hear this.
You need to hear it. Okay.
I need to hear the tone to know whether it's a bad take or not.
Okay, so I'm not gonna poison the water with any opinion on this. Here is Paul Pierce, where he's talking with his co-host about 3-pointers in the NBA and a change that he would make with how the 3-point line is deployed in the NBA game.
I think the 3-point line should be an LED line that just comes and goes. Like you can turn it off and turn it back on at certain times of the game. Like if you're down 10 or 3 minutes in the 4 minutes,
That's like the China, have a 4-point play, like certain
it just should be on because it's just ridiculous how I've watched games where like Lex 3 minutes were all threes.
Yeah.
Like I think it should just turn on. Like somebody could just be in there. You get 48 minutes a game. The 3-point line should be on like 30 minutes.
It sounds like the Chinese deal where, like, at the end of the game, the 3-point line turns to a 4-point line.
Make it an LED line. Then we're going to see who got game. Then you're going to have to get buckets now.
Yo.
You ain't going to be just launching. You're going to have to get money.
Okay. I'm not, like, totally, like, this is – well, I want your opinion on this.
I think they sounded like they were having a good time talking about
it.
At any given point, especially with NBA players, I don't know what they've been ingesting or anything.
Sure.
And that also, I think he's exaggerating the point to make his point. He's using an exaggerated example to make his point about just too many threes being jacked up.
Yep.
So I'm not going to and especially, who's his co-host there or his partner?
I'm not sure.
Making the point about the Chinese league lends some validity to the concept, at least, that it is being done out there. I do like, if he were trying to make that as a serious point or something, it would just be hilarious as the NBA has done such a good job of globalizing the sport of basketball that somehow now you change it to a version where, these poor neighborhoods in Bosnia got to figure out a way to find LED lines to light up the courts. There's going to be town hall meetings in L.A. about, like, how are we going to afford all these LED lights to make it enticing for the kids to play basketball?
That's right.
And we got to have a randomizer in there, too.
Totally. That's what all the talk has been about, how all the players are coming over from Europe and they're taking over our game. We'll price them out of it.
Yeah, so in the interest of not gentrifying the sport of basketball, no, I cannot make this a champion.
Okay, it's not the champion. I thought it was kind of a funny take. With Paul Pierce, he's had so many bad takes, I can never tell if he's serious or not. It's
the decision to use a wheelchair to leave the court. It's the verbal version of that.
Yes, kids Google it. 2008 NBA Finals. All right, this is Mike Valenti, another host from outside of Houston. He is the morning host on 97.1. The Ticket up in Detroit, which I believe they were also, like us, a finalist for the Marconi Award. I think they won, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Sounds like out of sheer pettiness, you might be about to win a second award here.
Possibly.
All right?
They may be able to add a Take-a-Mania belt to this. This is Valenti. You know who I saw opining on this? Josh Innes.
Okay. Okay, so this is about hockey, I know. I haven't heard this yet.
It's about hockey,
but you could see this coming a mile away, man. People get snobby about their sports when all of a sudden there's large-scale interest in it, especially if it's more of a, I don't want to call it a niche sport, wherever hockey is. It's somewhere between the, A1 premium major league sports in America and then,
Yep, so here is...
Obviously more than a niche.
Well, and in Detroit, it's a religion.
Right.
We should point that out. So this is Mike Valenti, the morning host, basically saying people like me, who I'm not a big hockey watcher. We don't have a team here. But, boy, when I came in on Monday, I was waving that flag. I was into that game on Sunday, man. So he's talking about people like me and probably a lot of people listening who got into the Olympics because USA. Here's Mike Valenti's take on all of you.
If you're unhinged about the Olympics, you're a fool. You're an effing fool because they don't mean anything. Nothing means nothing. It doesn't mean anything, and you didn't care. But now you want to cape up and act like you're what? Captain America? Did you carry a shield to work? Grow up, losers. I mean, I'm sorry. I love how everyone is just pissed about everything all the time. Guys, it's sports. I can say settling the gold medal in the 3-on-3 is kind of silly. I'm not yelling about it.
You're going to walk into work with the Hulk Hogan walk-up music.
Right.
I'm a real American.
Fight for the rights of every man. Maybe they tear off their little Jeffrey Bean dress shirt.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so here's one for you. Wow. You guys are really something else. Thank you for farting on America's steak dinner.
That's fine. You know, settling that by 3-on-3, it doesn't feel valid. And by the way, you get to enjoy your steak dinner. Just don't ask me to say it's the best steak dinner of all time. It felt cheap.
Okay, so the ticket, the station's Twitter account tweeted out this video. This came from the station's Twitter account, and their caption was, "Are people getting a little too passionate about the Olympics?" ?
And his take, though, wasn't necessarily that they're bandwagon people. That wasn't the complete take. It was that they're bandwagon people who also don't understand that the 3-on-3 element of the overtime kind of cheapens the win, in his opinion.
Or that there are people out there who think that, who share that opinion about it being cheap, but he's saying, like, you guys are never around for this anyways, and now you got this hot take on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I also enjoy the irony of him criticizing how everybody's angry about something all the time, as he's angry about people who are jumping into this discussion right away.
Here's what Josh tweeted about it.
Okay.
Josh Innes retweets this and says, here's the thing, nothing means anything.
Yes.
Sports means nothing, but it's made you, he's talking to Valente, a bleep ton of cash. If it's anything you enjoy, Mike and his Chuckle Puppet co-host will poop on it. He didn't say poop. Chuckle Puppet made me laugh.
Josh making friends with radio hosts.
Oh, dude, and which said this because Barrett Sports Media wrote an article about this.
Yeah.
And so that's what made me. I haven't been on Josh's timeline in like probably 2 years. I might even have him muted.
Josh
I have no
and I
idea.
Still text about every 6 months.
Yeah, I don't, and I'm not anti-Josh or anything like that. It's just whatever. I just don't see a lot of his stuff on here. Chuckle Puppet made me laugh.
I like that.
Chuckle Puppet made me laugh.
Okay, this is the thing. I would say the overall tone of it is the old, like, oh, sure you like REM now, but where were you when they were only on college radio?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
You didn't know that band before they hit it big.
Yep.
So you're not allowed to enjoy that band.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. This is more annoying.
Okay.
And anyway, I don't care about your niche sport.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wins or
Your
it
Chuckle Puppet?
So this beats,
doesn't win.
Does not win. Okay, does not win. Just annoying. It's a fun bit of audio, though, I will say that. All right, 2 more here. Let's see what can happen. Here's Dan Orlovsky. This is again, is an opinion. I believe it's one Dan has expressed. This might even have been a Take-a-Mania level before, but this is Dan. Dan Orlovsky is as bullish as anybody on the Dallas Cowboys this season.
I think the Cowboys are 2 defensive pieces away from being legit contenders. This defense was obviously historically bad last year. A lot of reasons of the why. They've got 2 really good defensive tackles. They need an edge player and a back-end player that are difference makers. This offense in Dallas will be a top 5, top 6 offense once again next year, as long as Pickens is there. I'm bullish on the Cowboys. I truly believe with the new defensive coordinator and 2 difference-making pieces on their defensive side, the Cowboys can be legit contenders.
Okay.
All right, well, they're an historically bad defense. What's it going to take, an edge rusher and a back-end player?
Yeah, I believe he said that, yeah.
I mean, you got 5 guys on the back end.
Right.
Right. God, this is a bad take, but for some reason it's just not resonating with me.
It's a football opinion. It's not, it's
yeah, but it's almost one that it's show me the team. I guess show me the team that you couldn't also say that about. And it's still a bad take.
Right.
When does an historically bad defense is only 2 players away from being a contender?
Yeah.
Because now, okay, they've got a very competitive offense on the other side.
Sure.
They've got Dak Prescott.
Yep.
They don't have George Pickens as of yet.
No. You're going to tag him, but yeah.
But yeah, they'll probably have George Pickens, I would imagine.
Yep.
I don't know. It just doesn't. It's not entertaining enough.
Yep.
It has to be entertainingly bad.
Yep.
This is why Shannon and Ocho have such a leg up, because sometimes they have takes that aren't even that bad, but they're so damn entertaining.
Right.
That I give them credit and say that it's worse than it is.
The Desmond Watson one is a Hall of Fame Take-a-Mania.
Yeah.
The one about Desmond Watson.
All right, sorry, Orlovsky, you're just too bland.
Too boring.
Too Connecticut, some might say.
Hey. This is the last one. Joe Brady.
Kid grew up in a cul-de-sac.
Only because I teased this one. He grew up in Shelton, Connecticut. It's a nice place. Joe Brady doing an interview at the Combine saying that, telling us what he told Keon Coleman in his first chat with him after Brady became the head coach of the Bills.
I stood on the table for Keon Coleman. I told Keon, as soon as I got hired, when I called him, I said, look, man, the best thing to happen to you is me being your head coach. The faith I have in you, we're going to make it work together. And I know the quarterback has the confidence in him, and he's obviously, when you go through some early in your career, your second year in the league, and I'm inactive, what's happening? There's a lot of pressure that comes with being the top pick, right? And I'm understanding of that, but I'm also understanding that I was the one that wanted him. And I'm not saying it was only me, but I wanted him, and I'm going to do everything I can to work with him to make it work, because he has all the talent, and he's when you see him out there and he's making plays, good things happen. And I love him, and I want the best for him.
Here's why it's in here. Why it's in here. The notion that, hey, me becoming the head coach is the best thing that's ever happened to you.
Yeah.
You were the one calling the plays last year, bro.
You were the OC. You were the OC that at times looked like you wanted to completely abandon your very impressive rushing attack at times. The guy that's responsible, hey, I'm so fixated on trying to make this inept, this underperforming passing game work with no actual viable receivers, that I'll just abandon the run and forget that James Cook is one of the best running backs in the league. That's the best thing for you. And just that phrase, to utter that phrase, the best thing that could have happened to you was me being your head coach. Right. Not to mention that now he's also still, again, throwing fuel onto that old dynamic of the fact that apparently Joe Shane might have been overruling Sean McDermott in the draft process, or vice versa.
Brandon Beane.
Brandon Beane, excuse me. I forget my deplorable GM.
Shane, I think, worked in Buffalo at one time, but
but it's obviously Brandon Beane there.
Yeah.
Boy, that one phrase, the best thing that could have happened to you was me being your head coach.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't mean it necessarily in the way that it sounds.
Yeah. Is it worse than guys?
None of these are as dumb as McIntyre's.
Okay,
take.
well then McIntyre wins. McIntyre hangs around. We need some bad takes. Internet, get to work, man. We
came off of a week where at the Combine we had a lot of really good takes from GMs and head coaches.
I know there was
really
I went back through them.
Takes.
Yeah, I went back through them. None of them were Take-a-Mania worthy. They were fun.
Is America healing? I don't know.
I
hope not.
No,
that's bad for Take-a-Mania.
It's cyclical. It'll be back. Don't worry. All right. Coming up next, Nick Caserio was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. I like the McAfee crew. The questions they ask him, things like, "Why are you so awesome in the draft?" And this was good. What it's like working with D'Amico Ryans. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Hey, what's it like playing underdog? And you might think, Seth, I don't know. I can't play underdog. We're in Texas.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Caserio was on McAfee yesterday. We'll get to that in just a second. You're rubbing your hands together, Seth. You look like you're scheming for something.
I just had a flurry of ideas and inspiration that I have to write it down on a paper at some point so I don't forget it. But you were talking about Figgy. We were talking about Figgy during the break.
Yeah.
And we were talking about your love for Cleveland sports radio.
Yeah,
and,
I like those guys.
Figgy is our man on the street in Cleveland.
That's
Did
true.
you just get back from Cleveland? Is that where he was?
Yeah, he was up in Cleveland for a little while.
We need to do a little bit with Figgy where, maybe bring him on and give him, what's the word on the street in Cleveland?
Well, that's probably the city that, because people probably hear me say that. I was listening in on 92.3, our sister station, and they come on an hour before us because they're on Eastern time. They have a good show, Ken Kellerman and Anthony Lima, but there's probably no city right now where there's more kind of connective tissue topic-wise because of James Harden being on the Cavs and Deshaun Watson being on the Browns.
Right.
And those are huge topics up there right now.
Yeah.
Both of those guys are big topics up there right now. But
the other thing with Figgy is I sent him a video. There's these kids in Cleveland. I say kids. They might be 25 years old. But it's a black guy and a white guy, and they're best friends. But, the white guy is really white, and the black guy comes from an all-black neighborhood and everything. So they do videos where they kind of experience each other's different worlds.
Oh, that's fun.
And it's hilarious.
Oh, I bet it's great.
It's hilarious.
Oh,
and it's really it's one of those heartwarming things where you're you scroll social media, you see various groups of people hating each other, and then you land on these a young black man and a young white man kind of crossing the divide and just enjoying each other's company
with very different backgrounds. It sounds like
you hear a lot of stories about that from a lot of SEC schools and stuff. I love talking to some of these older guys from when they first integrated football in a lot of those SEC schools, and it was times where there was a spirit of hey, let's get to know each other. And it was civil rights was going on and everything, and that you had a lot more of white players consciously asking or deciding to go to dinner at black players' families and vice versa and everything. And they thought about it a lot more.
No, sure. There's probably way more unity in a locker room for football than there is generally, especially back then, out in society.
Well, I think they were more conscious about it back then, where now it's just more normal and it happens. But I almost feel like people have kind of lost sight in some ways where sometimes now people are almost consciously deciding not to know what the other side feels or is like or anything.
Yeah. Yep.
From all parties involved.
Yeah. Nick Caserio was on Pat McAfee yesterday, and they asked him, why have you been so successful in the draft?
Why do you think you've had success in the entire draft process?
I think all elements of the process are important. The combine is a big part of it. I think the interpersonal element, honestly, we utilize our time here to spend time with the players and more on the interview front. What they do on the field, it's a component. Honestly, D'Amico and I are leaving this afternoon, so we're going to watch the workouts on television. So, we'll get the information.
NFL Network does a great job.
We'll get the data, and you can watch as much as you need to. But in the end, their performance on the field, what they do on tape, ultimately, that's going to be the judge of what we think we have in the player. And if there's something else or some measurement that you think you think is going to help you, then we'll utilize it. So there's a lot of players here at the combine that are going to get drafted. Honestly, there's a lot of players that aren't at the combine that are probably going to get drafted or kind of end up on teams. So good players come from a lot of different spots. So we use this as a good tool for us, and there's going to be other opportunities for us to evaluate players.
I wasn't invited to the combine. I assume you were doing finance then. That wasn't on you.
Okay, this is back. Yeah, it's McAfee.
Assuming you were doing finance then.
He was talking about Nick's time on Wall Street there before he became
point. Oh, yeah.
Before he became
I thought he was talking about the front office part of it.
No. I'm assuming he was talking about when
he had that couple of years there.
Yep.
No, in that part too. The especially with the position drills and the agility drills and everything. How much of an edge are you gaining on watching those guys in person versus sitting in your office and having all the film of all the other prospects, including ones who aren't even going to be at the combine?
Yeah.
It's just a lot more efficient. There's one thing. I was talking to Les Snead, the GM of the Rams, when they were at the combined practice a couple years ago. I had a really good conversation with him about just how things are different now versus, I guess he and I are kind of old school now that we came into the league when it was work 19 hours a day, screw your family, all of these other things. And he just talked about one of the things that's really changed is coaches and GMs are just way more precise about their time management. And because of the technological tools, because video is all digital.
Oh, yeah.
That you get the same amount of work done and get it in. But you also, in the back of your mind, you know that, like, yeah, but everybody else has these tools too. So I'm going to outwork you got to fight the notion that, like, all right, I have to work 18 hours a day.
Yeah. Got to keep an edge.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they also understand that you got to get your sleep. That you're going to be better if you get your sleep and you get a little bit of R&R. The old days, a lot of the time spent at the office was really, they had to wait around for the film to get cut up.
Yeah.
Because guys were manually, literally, not when I was in the league, but I wasn't that far removed from when they had to literally cut up the film. Like with splicers and everything.
I was thinking about that the other night, dude. I was when Amy and I we were watching Miracle. I know I brought this up multiple times this week. Sorry if it's annoying, but we were watching Miracle, and Herb Brooks is watching literal reel-to-reel film of practice.
Yeah.
With
that's
the
right. Yeah,
projector.
there might be some teenagers listening that are like, what do you mean literally, Seth? Yeah, you cut it up. Like, no, they had to take the physical film
Literally
and cut it up.
snip it with scissors.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So that part of it is that I think that's what Caserio is always trying to evaluate is, all right, and D'Amico as well.
Yep.
Just how do you make the most efficient use of your time? And for them, they really value the interviews.
Yes.
And they really value the face-to-face time. And there's only – and because that included – you might say, well, can't you do that on Zoom? Not where everybody's all lined up.
No.
Back to back to back to back. And then there is still that actual face-to-face element.
Being in the room is big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing, look, some people can fake an interview really well and maybe put out the best version of themselves. One thing that you can tell often that's very valid is, all right, this is a bad dude, or this is a selfish dude, or like sometimes you might feel like I can't figure this guy out or something, but sometimes you just know, all right, this dude ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
and you can cross those guys off pretty quickly.
No, and Nick even alluded to that. I think it was in the McAfee interview and he might have even said it in that cut, and I apologize if I missed it, but he talked about, I know in listening to that interview yesterday, there was one point in there where he said, yeah, and then we've interviewed guys and then we've crossed them off the list after the interview. You know, that happens. Guys come in and they don't impress. They do the opposite of impressing you.
And even that, sometimes there's still a hazard in that because you never know. Sometimes guys are overthinking it, or they're
nervous.
God forbid their agent is giving them bad advice.
Oh, on what to say? Oh, yeah. Here's another one from Caserio. This is from the Pat McAfee show yesterday on working with a defensive head coach like D'Amico Ryans.
Look, we're trying to build a good team. So we're fortunate we got a lot of good players on defense. We have good players on offense as well. So I think the league is cyclical. I mean, there's different trends. We're going to try this, and this is going to work, and then we're going to try something different. I'd say in the end, every team's got to hire the individual, and it's a leadership position in the end. So handling the team, handling the players, you're involved in all facets of it. Obviously, D'Amico has an expertise in defense, but I think he showed a lot of humility this year. He passed the play calling off to Matt Burke, and Matt did a great job, so he could take more of a big picture approach. I mean, the head coach ultimately is responsible for everything that a team does, so he has his hand in everything. So, I mean, we're fortunate to have the head coach that we do. I've said this publicly. I mean, there's no other coach that we'd want to have run an organization. There's no other coach that I want to work with, and, glad that, he and I are able to work together on a day-to-day basis.
Honestly, you're not trading the coach either.
Yeah, that's right. If anybody had any doubts of whether Caserio is going to get rid of D'Amico this year,
D'Amico.
You can rest assured
that's
D'Amico's
right.
not getting traded.
That's right. It's moronic. Trade D'Amico Ryans.
We should do a show next week where we do nothing but viciously attack straw man arguments.
Oh, okay.
Listen, for all these people out there saying that D'Amico's going to get fired, I've got 3 reasons why you're wrong.
Right. We can label that day that we do it, or that segment that we do it. What is it that you said towards the end of the show yesterday? That
God, I don't know.
Fry that bitch up. That's what it was.
Fry that bitch up.
Oh, it's a hockey. One more.
We'll fry that bitch up.
People loved that yesterday. I don't remember what you were talking about when you said
we were talking about the Australian punter criticizing Kamari Lassiter, putting whipped cream on ice cream.
Yeah,
and I said clearly he doesn't understand just how advanced we are in America at adding as much sugar and fat to something as possible.
What a jerk. Yeah, well, as far as
these other countries still trail us by a wide margin.
That's true.
Yeah.
As far as what Caserio said just there, there were a lot of things that coincided with the Texans kind of getting things straightened out at the beginning of the year or midway through the season. And one of them was D'Amico Ryans handing play calling duties over to Matt Burke. I'm assuming that's going to be the way they go into the season now with that. Is that something that you feel good? Okay, now we'll have 17 games of D'Amico being able to function as the CEO and Matt Burke, who did the results would indicate he did a really good job calling plays.
This is where there's an interesting dynamic here that I hadn't really thought about too much. I'll credit the interwebs and a lot of people on Texans Twitter for discussing this. D'Amico obviously knows what he's looking for in defensive players. D'Amico obviously knows what he's doing in constructing a defense. When it comes to the offensive side of the ball, how much of it is it more so on Caserio and his hand on the offense, perhaps? As a guy that's coached wide receivers, as a guy that, it has on the offensive side of the ball now a bunch of guys from John Carroll, his alma mater, that have New England experience.
Those are the breadcrumbs for everybody, is the background on these guys.
Right. And that's where, and how much is Caserio leading the way? Now, the one conspiracy theory I saw was that it was Caserio's decision to fire Cayley. I don't, at least from the way D'Amico sees it. Slowick, excuse me. Yeah. Slowick. From the way D'Amico phrased it last year, he very much said that was my decision.
Yes.
But now I think that people are going to wonder, but how much did Caserio kind of guide you down that path? I think it's a valid talking point.
Yep.
I think it's very valid. I mean, you've got Nick Cayley is a New England guy. He now has a quarterbacks coach that's a New England guy.
Yeah.
Cole Popovich, a New England guy.
Yeah. Ben McDaniels, I don't know if he ever worked in New England, but he's related to their offensive coordinator right now.
Yeah.
So he's got sort of that, some of that new, and Nick himself and all that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment of the week coming up. So we'll look ahead to the weekend. What are we looking forward to this weekend? Touch on the Rockets as well, what they've got coming up. And we have a text from a listener that sent us down a nostalgia rabbit hole when it comes to a trade for Breece Hall. We will do that coming up next. But if you are looking to get into that new ride, that brand new
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Base Power text line. Listening on Rewind. Arrest Sean.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, though Seth is asking. Seth is appealing to HPD to stake out Upper Kirby at 4:30 in the morning when I'm typically. I'm giving myself a little too much credit. Usually like these days around like 5 a.m. Yeah, I'm driving on Kirby, and I get to a red light, and I'm the only one sitting out there at 5 in the morning, and that red light takes forever. Man, I hit the gas sometimes. Not irresponsibly.
I think what a lot of municipalities do is after a certain hour at night, they'll just flip all the traffic lights to flashing red lights.
That's what they need to do.
Yeah.
And you can turn them back to regular green, yellow, red at like 5:30. I've been running a little late before and come in at 5:30, 5:40. It happens, and there are definitely more people out at that point. But at like 5 when I'm normally driving, no. So yeah. So now everybody wants HPD to stake out that intersection, and it's just whatever. We had a bunch of cops text in basically saying they know what they're doing on Monday now.
People claiming to be cops.
Yeah.
Like to flip tables there. Let's see if we can maybe,
Oh, yeah.
Look, you text in the show and tell Sean, you're impersonating a police officer.
I'm taking all your numbers down.
That's right. We're going to do some deep dive research to find out whether you guys actually are cops or not.
That's exactly right. We did get a text earlier. We were talking about the running back position. And D'Amico Ryan's very open about, in fact, hey, Ben, if you can find the D'Amico. We started the show with it. We may as well end the show with it. D'Amico Ryan's with Judy Batista of the NFL Network saying, very clear, very transparent on what the Texans need to do.
Where are the areas that you're focused on in terms of maybe improving the roster?
Yeah, for us, it's for the offensive side of the ball. We're looking to improve, at the offensive line position. To start there, we're looking to improve our running back.
Okay, so a quick cut there, but I think D'Amico is right in line with Cole Popovich. Remember Popovich did that interview with Vandy and Harris during the season where they asked him, and this isn't any shade at either of those guys, it's a good question, like, hey, what do you think of the improvement? Because the offensive line had improved over last year. Not a high bar to clear, but they asked about the improvement of the offensive line, and Cole Popovich got a look on his face like, this was an offensive line from a different planet they were talking about.
Yeah, it's not up to his standards. And to Trent Brown's credit, too, I think a couple times at least last year, he basically said, hey, yeah, we're not playing up to the standard that we need to play up to. Yeah. And it's nice. It's nice because we went through years where it seemed like the various offensive linemen were more concerned with defending themselves against criticism when they weren't playing well than anything else. And it was refreshing, I think, to see a lot of people on the O-line taking accountability for, no, we need to be better than this.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, there was one time last year when somebody had asked D'Amico a question about, wow, isn't the offensive line playing great? And D'Amico kind of paused and talked about how they'd improved and done some things better, but it wasn't like he was going to sit there and say, basically the 90s Cowboys up in here.
Right. Well, now he's asked about it, and there's zero hesitation. We got to get better on the offensive line.
And that's refreshing. And the last time that I can remember D'Amico being as open about saying which specific needs to address in the offseason, it was when at the Combine in 2023, he said they got a couple of good quarterbacks and we're going to take one of them.
Yeah.
And then everybody immediately in the national media ignored him and shouted, I can't believe the Texans aren't going to draft a quarterback.
That's right.
What's up with this franchise?
Yep. That's exactly right. We had a texter text in earlier, I wouldn't rule out a Breece Hall trade. It's just a matter of how much it costs. You and I workshopped that a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Like what? Because Breece Hall is probably going to get a franchise tag. He wants a new contract, as he should. He's, by all the lists I've seen, Seth, he seems to be the one that has the highest contract projection by The Athletic or, whatever websites you use for this sort of thing. Breece Hall's going to get paid by running back standards. He's going to get paid in a similar neighborhood as the Saquon Barkleys and the Josh Jacobses of the world got paid 2 years ago, it would seem, in that 4-year, $50-ish million range. So if the Texans were to go after him and he's on a franchise tag, it would have to be trading draft capital for the right to make him the highest paid running back in this particular free agency class.
Yeah.
So you and I were kind of workshopping that the other day. Like, what would you give up? And a third-round pick seemed to be where we sort of settled in at.
Which is where we were during the season when you would be trading a third-round pick for a running back on an expiring contract.
Yeah, a rental.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really in good conscience say that now I wouldn't trade a third-round pick when you're gonna get a full season out of him plus lots of a long-term contract
at a stated position of need that the head coach just cited.
Right. And we were, I think it must have been, the Texans weren't willing to trade a third-round pick. I can't remember what the final reported story was on that, whether the Jets were holding out for a third-round pick and they would have done it for that. So I don't know. Yeah, but part of it is that, man, I was so burned by the era of Texans history when they so rarely got a good player in the third round.
Right.
That I'm still stuck in that mode of, whatever, third-round pick. Yeah,
a little PTSD.
Sure. You gotta. On average in the NFL, you got about a 33% chance of getting a bona fide starter out of a third-round pick.
Right.
To Nick Caserio's credit, he's done a really good job with his third-round pick.
He has. 2021, 2 of them. Davis Mills, your backup quarterback. Davis Mills at 67 has been a good pick.
Right, yeah. For a quarterback, that's the math changes. Like, to get a bona fide starter out of a quarterback in your third-round pick, that's a whole different deal. Getting a quality backup that you feel good about in the third round at quarterback, yep, that's a good pick.
They've given 2 extensions to him.
Yeah.
And Nico Collins obviously they traded up into the third round to get him, they traded up like 20 spots.
Nico Collins was such a good pick that I have to remind myself that he was a third-round pick and not a second-round pick.
Yes, yeah. So he actually was picked about a couple dozen picks after Davis. Christian Harris, 2022. Injuries?
I think as far as before his calf injury, I think, that was a good third-round pick. Mm-hmm. And on his trajectory before he had that calf injury, it's not the talent evaluation that was the issue there, so I would say that was a good pick.
Tank Dell, 2023. Again, injuries.
Now, in the injuries, you might say, well, yeah, you could see that coming. Right. If Tank Dell were a little bit larger, he would have been a first-round
pick. He'd have been the 15th overall pick. Yeah,
if you were merely the size of the gargantuan Xavier Worthy, perhaps. Yeah.
Kalen Bullock in 2024, an excellent third-round pick. Mm-hmm. Excellent third-round pick. And then last year, still TBD probably, Jalen Knoll, Jalen Smith. I still feel decent about both of those guys, particularly Knoll. Smith we didn't get to see much of this year because of injuries. But if you're wondering about names, why Seth was still having this third-round glitch in his brain about, like, no, I don't want, or not no, but yeah, I'll happily give up a third-round pick. They always stink. I will list these names starting in 2012. DeVere Posey.
What did he end up shaking out to over the course of time?
Brennan Williams.
Oh, boy, okay, that was a bad. He was a pro wrestler before his first contract even expired.
Yeah, he went to get trained by Booker T in 2015.
There was kind of a trend for a while of third-round picks that you weren't actually sure enjoyed the sport of football.
Oh, so would Sam Montgomery fit that for you?
Just to be sure, because DeVere Posey every now and then would have a flash or something, but no, 26 games played, 40 targets in his entire NFL career.
Yeah. Brandon Brooks is a third-round pick. I will say this. He worked out great for the Eagles.
Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, no, 100%. And he was a good player with the Texans, too. Yeah. He and Bill O'Brien just did not see eye to eye.
They did not. Sam Montgomery, part of the KC3.
And my favorite Sam Montgomery moment was when we had Les on the show, and we told him that the Texans were planning
Les Miles, okay.
Les Miles on the show. And we told him that the Texans were planning to use Sam Montgomery as an outside linebacker. And there was a long pause, and he basically said, well, I certainly wouldn't try to tell the NFL coaches what they're not. And within a year, Sam Montgomery had been moved down to defensive end.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
C.J. Fedorowicz, concussions kind of got him.
Yeah, Fedorowicz had a good trajectory, and then concussions got him. I'll allow that one.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Lewis Nix.
Not sure that he was all that much into football.
R.I.P.
And, but not a good pick.
Jalen Strong.
Really likable guy.
Yes.
And it's a shame.
Jalen Strong.
Okay. Did he have better career stats than DeVere Posey?
I bet he played fewer career games than DeVere Posey.
Let's see.
Jalen Strong, to me, while you're looking that up, best known for 2 things in my mind. One, scored the game-winning touchdown in the first ever Texans win at Indianapolis in 2015 from Brandon Weeden. Brandon Weeden to Jalen Strong won that game. The other thing about Jalen Strong that I'll never forget is we interviewed him right after he got drafted and on the Triple Threat, and Matt Hammond was our producer at the time, and we're interviewing him, and you could tell he was out somewhere in public, and Matt Hammond gets in my ear and says, hey, I think he's at Cheesecake Factory. I just heard someone in the background order a steak Diane. Ask him if he's at the Cheesecake Factory. And we were like, Jalen, are you at the Cheesecake Factory? He said, oh, yeah, I love the Cheesecake Factory. Significant because he came into camp overweight.
Oh,
remember that?
He was always one of those guys. Okay, DeVere Posey, 26 games played, 22 receptions.
Oh, Jalen Strong, you mean?
No.
Oh,
I'm giving you the comparison.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
DeVere Posey, 26 games, 22 receptions.
Okay.
Jalen Strong, 20 games, 31 receptions.
In his career.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Those were both bad third-round
picks. How about
they
this?
Still, even the two of them don't add up to a good first-round pick yet, statistically.
I'm just going to rattle off a few more because Reggie and John are here.
Okay.
You can chime in if they want to. Oh, what about Braxton Miller in the third round?
Oh, gosh. Oh.
Braxton Miller, who we interviewed at the TriStar show.
I know that those three definitely don't add up to a good third-round pick.
No. Deontay Foreman might have, he tore an Achilles. He might have got a raw deal, Deontay.
Tore an Achilles and then came back from an Achilles, which is rare for NFL running backs.
Yeah. And he ended up having a nice little run in the NFL.
He have still, with those three third-round receivers we talked about, they still haven't added up to a career 100 receptions.
No. And Braxton Miller, man, nobody I've ever interviewed thought more highly of themselves than Braxton Miller.
I know that was one thing that I remember Mike Lombardi saying that the Patriots had taken him off their board because Braxton Miller on his visit seemed much more interested in being an NFL football player than playing NFL football.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Martinez Rankin, who got traded for Carlos Hyde back in 2019. Kahale Waring.
Waring, I was waiting.
Kahale Waring, we're done. And now we're done.
Yeah.
And now we're done. Kahale Waring, 2019.
Yep.
The water polo tight end, who after he got let go by the Texans, wound up on like 4 more teams in like 12 days.
Yeah.
Kahale Waring went to like 2 or 3 places.
It was weird.
And was cut within 2 days.
Yeah. That might be a medical mystery thing that nobody ever bothered to look into. Jordan Akins was, I would say Jordan Akins had a respectable, and he had 33 receptions in his career.
He was better once he got back here. He left in free agency to the Giants and then came back here and sewed up the second pick in the draft for the Texans.
He played 7 seasons in 107 games and still managed to have a total of, he had 206 receptions.
Okay,
sorry.
there you go.
Did I say 33? That's all. Sorry.
Yeah, put some respect on his name, man. Jordan Akins. What's up, fellas? Reggie Atatula? John Lopez.
That was a walk down memory lane.
In the loop. We've been meaning to do it for a couple of days. We got talking about trading a third-round pick for Breece Hall, and we're like, why? Third-round pick sounds out. Seth was like, I'll do a third-round pick. And he's like, now I know why.
Yeah.
Because we're thinking about the Rick Smith era with the third-round picks.
I mean, are you also adding in, like, Christian Harris' third-round pick now?
We talked about Caserio's third-round picks and the previous regimes. We are of the collective opinion that Nick Caserio's done a pretty good job in the third round. The injuries got Christian Harris and Tank Dell, but Davis Mills and Nico Collins.
We're sure about the injuries getting Christian Harris?
Yes.
Because he came back and he was declared healthy and then was a healthy scratch.
But when he was out there playing on the field, he athletically did not look like the same guy.
Yeah.
I was just whenever he got a chance to go in and play, he wasn't the same guy. So I feel very confident in chalking that up to the injury. Like, he didn't move the same way. It wasn't just his actual playing ability. He just didn't look like he was moving as athletically or as crisply.
Yeah. I mean, Nick's got 2 legit Pro Bowl players in Nico Collins and Kalen Bullock in the third round. So that's the masterpiece right there. How we doing?
Great.
Yeah. I was doing great until you started reminding me of the people that I believed was going to. You said Jalen Strong, and it hit me directly in the chest.
Really?
I thought Jalen Strong was
your co-host back in the day, Nick Wright, was a big Jalen Strong guy.
I thought Jalen Strong was going to be it.
Yeah, he was.
That did not work out. He was busy at the Cheesecake Factory.
He was.
Beefing up to become a tight end maybe someday. Who knows?
Cheesecake Factory amongst my friends is real divisive because there's some people that think Cheesecake Factory is just it's not a place that you should be going. It's not as impressive as it wants to, bill itself as.
Okay.
But then there's other people that appreciate that the Cheesecake Factory is steady and it's got a lot of stuff that you can go to.
It's a bad name.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Because people think it's cheesecake.
I mean, it is if you go for that.
Yeah,
but then you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like the other stuff.
Right. Well, it's known for its expansive menu, right? It's got a huge menu.
But it's almost. I see what John's saying. It's an actual total restaurant.
Yes.
Where it's like if you went to dessert gallery.
Yeah.
And
I'll have the steak.
Ordered steak at the dessert gallery. Yeah.
You know what? I've always thought
it's a good take, John.
It's just a bad name.
Yeah.
They need to cut some light on in there too, man.
No, it's supposed to be
dim.
Yeah. That's fine dining. You're supposed to be dark.
Man, it's dark as hell. I'm in there using my light.
Man,
I
look at the damn ugly people laid here.
That's right. Yeah. That's the hell I'm talking about.
Trying to get people.
Not everybody's as damn good looking as you, Figgy.
Cut some light on, man. It needs to be more bright.
I like dim restaurants.
Let me see the girl I'm with.
Another piece of cheesecake. You look like you need it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I got those cheesecake goggles working, man. Yeah. So what is the question? Oh, but you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by Auto Leasing. What's the question of the day?
I figured since we had so much fun with the best sounds in sports that we probably needed to try and go with the worst sounds.
Oh, yeah.
In sports, like your least favorite and worst sounds in all of sports.
I would say, okay, right off the bat, this is a tricky one because I don't know if it's a sound as much, like sound as vibrations. And every time, I've only had a couple of injuries where like you could hear it, but I can't tell you honestly whether I heard it or felt it. Like when I tore my ACL one time I tore my ACL and I didn't even know I was injured like it does. There was another time where there was like a kerthunk. And it felt like a kerthunk. So, but I don't know if I actually heard it or if it was just the vibration of my knees shifting, that it was enough that the vibration went up into my head. But that was an awful vibration. Yeah. I don't know if it qualifies as a sound or not.
Oh, that feels – it's evocative enough where I feel it. I think it counts.
Yeah.
I can't describe this sound.
Okay.
But there's a growing, rolling kind of murmur when the wave is coming your way.
Okay.
It's just almost like a slight – almost cheer, and people go, here comes. It's just kind of a murmur.
You don't like that sound.
God, no.
No.
The wave heading away.
It's a little bit like the quiet before the storm.
Yes.
It's almost like there's a disturbance. You're like a bird that can sense the change in atmospheric pressure or something.
Yeah, I can see that. So do you not like it as a fisherman, you're saying?
The wave. The wave is
literally
the crowd.
The crowd.
Oh, the wave.
As they would call it internationally, the Mexican
about the wave in a stadium. I always think of like aquatic things with you.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about his, Southeast Asia vacation back in 2015.
Right. Oh, yeah, the wave in a stadium.
There's a little murmur that starts coming around the stadium, and you're like, oh.
I hate
that.
I hate
so
us
much.
doing it. I've got two.
Okay.
I've got two. One, and they're both metallic sounds. One is, if you ever played Little League Baseball, you used an aluminum bat back in the day, and you know where you
those
hit
hollow ones?
But when you hit you just hit a ball, but you hit it wrong on the wrong part of the bat, and it makes your hands like, like you're throwing the bat down.
But they used to be hollow and go, boing.
Yeah. So that's, but when it hits it in a way that hurts your hands, it sounds a certain way. So it's that sound. Those who have suffered from it know. The other one is one that actually happened in the Olympic hockey game on Sunday when the game was tied at 1, and the U.S., somebody hit a slap shot, I forget who. It went post crossbar and came out.
We talked about that yesterday.
I love that sound.
See, I hate it when my team is on the wrong end of it. I hated it. Like, I want the United States to score, and you hear clank, and I'm like, no, post. So that's the worst sound ever when you have money on a team to beat Canada.
All right, I need you guys to help my memory because one of them that came to mind for me because I'm not a good golfer. Are you guys golfers?
I golf
casually.
Yeah, very casual.
Okay, because
technically, yeah.
So you might relate. I think the sound of a golf ball off a tree limb sucks.
Oh,
it's terrible.
Yeah. Or rustling through the leaves to hit the tree limb.
At least sometimes if it rustles through the leaves, I might have punched it through.
But even worse,
that tree limb, because also I have to duck for cover now because I might have hit myself with the golf ball. But also I know I'm not going the right way.
But even worse, when you hit a drive, and it's going high, and you think, I think I'm going to clear it. I think I'm going to clear it, and then you're.
Yeah. Nope. Didn't clear it.
Didn't clear it.
Did not clear it. All right. Well, these are good. So the worst sounds in sports.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you're going to get some just texts of commentators and their voices.
This is true.
Like
Hey,
right?
that adds in. That counts.
Yeah.
I would add, my golf sound is like when I chunk my 3-iron 3 inches ahead of the tee at
you hit it
Top
fat.
Golf. Yeah, whatever that.
Snapping a club over my knee. Yep. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a fruitful third-round selection to you.
Thank you very much. We are done. Thank you. We are out of time.
Here's a third-round pick.
Yes. An awful sound in sports. The name Braxton Miller is your third-round pick.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. I'll say it once again. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Everybody, have a great weekend out there. We will see you on Monday. In the Loop starts now.
Y'all, it's a Friday here, baby. Let's get going here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Everybody's hyped. John Lopez is hype. Reginald Atula, myself, I am hype. Figgy Fig, you hype? Yeah. Hopefully you're hype as well. Let us know, are you hype on a Friday? How's your Friday going? On the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live
We keep
streams.
it 100.
My bad. Bad timing on that one. But still, the YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Man, I was hyped last night seeing a Rockets offense that looked potent. That was a win, 113 versus 108. At least once it started looking potent. It wasn't always
4 minutes?
Well, I mean, you went
the
on
most important 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was a very important 4 minutes. What was that, the end of the third quarter or somewhere
5:18 left in the third.
The third quarter where you get a 20-0 run.
21-0.
And 21-0.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Where you get yourself back into this basketball game, and it's like, oh, man, where has this been? And it's not just because you were scoring the basketball. It's because of one dude in particular that was helping this thing look a lot better. And his name is Reed Sheppard.
I am 87.5% mad at Ime Udoka.
Wait, how did you get to that percentage? Let's do the work here. Let's do the math.
12.5% chance that something's finally going to click with him.
Okay, very good.
In my view. Reed Sheppard should not. I actually wrote this down. I was just watching the game, whatever, eating a snack, and I actually wrote this down. Reed Sheppard should not be the in case of emergency break glass guard. He should not be that. They were down 19 points with 5 minutes and 18 seconds left. That's the only reason I knew that, because I wrote it down because it was making me so mad as I was watching this. And he goes, well, guess we got to try Reed Sheppard. 21-0 from that point on. And you can talk about, I texted you. I said, but he doesn't play good defense. Yeah, but he doesn't play good defense. You can talk they played pretty decent defense in the first half. They were down 10. They played pretty good defense into the third quarter. They really did. They were down 19. Then Reed Sheppard comes in. He broke the glass in case of emergency because it wasn't emergency. They were going to lose that game. Flat out, they were going to lose that game.
I mean, they scored 43 points in the first half.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not going to win you basketball games unless you're playing in 1997.
Yeah. And I'm just sitting here, and I think the light bulb might go off. 12.5% chance. But if it doesn't, what are we doing? There was no more vivid, no more real an example of, you know what? We're getting our asses kicked. Let's put Reed Sheppard in there, see what happens. And they go 21-0. They get down. I think they ultimately tie the game, but on that run. I think they bring it down to whatever it was, or they tie it or take
no,
the lead.
They tied the game during that run. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they cruise on in, not cruise, but they finish the game and win it at the end there. We should stop wringing our hands, and I'm looking at Ime too, about defense. Just stop. Just stop. You played good defense, and you're getting your butts whipped.
Defense win championships.
Stop, Figgy. Just stop.
Also, the problem is you're not playing great defense. And
right.
I hesitate to say that because it's somewhere on the borderline, but you're not playing like incredible defense as a team. And the question then becomes, what is the cost-benefit analysis that you're doing there between how good your defense is at any given time versus how good your offense is because you're catering to that defense? And especially because of the circumstance where you don't have organizers. And I think this game also played out in a particular way where you did not have the Orlando Magic blitzing your best players. They were playing one-on-one, and they weren't, sending double teams at Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun. So it didn't give them opportunities to, hey, pass, swing as much. Obviously, you still need to move the basketball, and that's when this offense shows up the best. But when you don't have that, what you can do to force a defense into tough places and make them have to rotate is have a dude out there on the perimeter that they go, not only do I have to guard him, I need to get there yesterday.
And not only do I have to guard him, but I have to guard that big, tall, lanky fella too. So you have both those guys out on the perimeter, Durant and Sheppard, and that was a game changer. It looked like a different team. And I'm not even caught up in the moment here because we've seen hints of this yesterday. People were texting, settle down. That was just the Kings. Give me a break, man. You can give me a break with that. Give me a break with, he doesn't play great defense. Give me a break with defense is our identity, because it's not, and we saw that in living color last night. In living color. You could easily argue he was the most impactful player on the floor last night. And I know Durant had 40. But would you disagree? The most impactful player on the floor last night, was Reed Sheppard.
I get where you're going for, and I'm not going to harsh your vibe here, because I think the point that you're making is worth making. I also want to talk to, because you're saying it was just
Durant had 16 in the first half.
I don't think you can say it was just the Magic here, because of the way that you started in this game, and because you had to work your way back into this game, it was close in the fourth quarter. And you were able to pull this out in part because Reed Sheppard is on the floor. There's a point in time where you're down 103.
Oh, yeah, he closed out too. How about that?
You're down 103-100, and there's a kick out to a trailing Reed Sheppard, top of the key, knockdown. When he crane necked that, right, when his hand, snaps as he releases that, I'm like, that's good.
Yeah.
And it absolutely was. That ties the game. This is an Orlando team that has been good, not okay, good in the clutch. I think Craig Ackerman was saying this on the Space City Home Network call yesterday, that Orlando has the most wins when they were leading, or when they were something towards the fourth quarter. They were really good in the fourth quarter when it was tight. And this has been that. I went and double checked it myself in the clutch. They've got I think they're top 5 in win percentage when it comes to clutch games, which, if you're not familiar, the way the NBA designates that is games within 5 points in the final 5 minutes, which this was one of those games. Orlando typically, more often than not, I think 2 out of 3 times, 2 out of every 3 times they win that basketball game. You made sure to win that in a way that you have not actually been all that great in the clutch recently, because Reed Sheppard is on the floor there. This is something to take into account. Now, I will acknowledge, this is also Reed Sheppard that was knocking down shots again. 7 of 11, 5 of 7 from 3 for 20 points. If Reed isn't going, that changes the dynamics. However, when you give him time, more often than not, he has knocked those down. In fact, in this moment, I kind of want to look up what is his shooting percentage when he gets a chance to play over 25 minutes.
But let me respond to what you just said, because the threat of Reed Sheppard alone, even if he's not knocking them all down, makes you a better offense. Just the threat versus a Kogi versus whomever on the perimeter. So yes, you're right. He knocked down 5 of 7. Well, it's what he does. And even if it was 2 of 7, the threat of him knocking down makes the defense scramble and spread. And I think that makes them a better offense. It's just really it was a great win. By the way, just in terms of good wins this season, that was a big one for them.
Because we were talking about one of the things, I don't want us to lose this. We were talking about this yesterday. You played at home relatively late. This is a game on the second night of a back-to-back where you had to get on a flight.
Yeah.
You went to an earlier time zone, and you played earlier in the day than you had the night before. And you delivered that performance late when it was tiring, when it was grueling. You showed up in that way. That is a big win, and that is a level of encouragement if you take the lesson that Reed Sheppard needs to be involved more. He plays 31 minutes, and one of the things I loved is this is not because Amen Thompson wasn't there. Amen Thompson played basketball in this game. They just distributed the minutes a little bit better. He played 28 minutes in this game, and I think that
we talked about that yesterday.
We did, because he had been playing
37. Yeah,
and I don't know if this is exactly the split that you need, but I think this says a little bit more of what you probably need to be doing is having a little bit of a better balance in those minutes, especially if it's Reed Sheppard playing something like 30 minutes.
But if you just kind of parse this game out in thirds, first third, middle third, and last third, the first third, I mentioned it, you were playing good defense. Kevin Durant was, I think he had 16 or 18 points in the first half. He was scoring. Obviously, Boncaro and Desmond Bain were doing their thing, but you're still down 10 despite all that. Then you get into the middle third, and through the first part of that, you end up down 19 points, 19 points at one point. And then all of a sudden the light bulb goes off. They break the glass and put Sheppard back in, and all of a sudden you take the lead, and the crowd is dead, and the Magic look disjointed. And then you go to the last third. Oh, by the way, Reed Sheppard ends the game, and you close them out. What have we been talking about for the last week? They don't close out games. Ime Udoka's teams are just notoriously bad at blowing fourth-quarter leads.
Yeah.
Not only did you not blow fourth-quarter lead, you came back, as you said, in a tight game, and you win it relatively comfortably in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this felt very evident. I wrote down in my notes as I'm watching this game, this absolutely felt like a game, this felt like, to me, the lesson, or one of the lessons is, Reed has a certain situational gravity that has to be used. And for me, at the absolute worst, Reed has to be used as a changeup. And I think when I say that, I was thinking quite literally about a pitcher where most pitchers, your fastball is boom, right? Mm-hmm. But I was going to say curveball, but curveball can, depending on the pitcher, could be your tertiary. Your changeup is like, all right, that off speed that I'm going to use in tandem. Yeah. I think that's the way that this has to go. Clearly your fastball is, if a team is going to be out here and they're going to let Kevin Durant cook and they're going to let Alperen Sengun cook, we'll play through our best players. Secondarily, Reed Sheppard has to be a secondary part of the way that you go about playing basketball for the rest of the season.
I'll just keep it simple the way I put it earlier. Even just the threat of him. That's kind of what you're talking about. Even just the threat of him makes you a better offensive team. And it did yesterday. I mean, he knocked down, what did he knock down? 3 3-pointers during that, 3 or 4 during that 21-0 run. And even when he wasn't knocking down shots, the Magic were still doing the same thing, and the offense was still clicking.
Somebody said, Udoka doesn't want to lean on the white boy. Hey, that white boy got motion, baby.
Yeah.
Because you could see also the confidence growing him. And that's another thing that we haven't talked about as much, but is the undercurrent of this. Also, you give him an opportunity to be this guy because he plays with a level of confidence as it grows and develops. You can see him. Did you see him heave that heat check?
That heat check.
Walk over half court and just, I'm going to shoot this 28. I
thought it had a chance. I really did.
Why wouldn't you, the way that he was shooting? And I think that is something that you can never get an opportunity to see if he doesn't get minutes. Yes, he might not have that going every night, but how can you find out if he's stuck on the bench playing?
And he had a pump fake drive
minutes.
For a layup in the middle of that run.
That's another thing. As much as I like Amen Thompson and his capability of getting downhill, when a defender can already sit 5 foot back on you before you drive.
Pump fakes, they're not going to move.
Right.
Yeah.
Reed has actually had a pretty decent opportunity to drive into the lane, and that creates drive, kick. And you saw Josh Okogie benefit from that. You saw Jabari benefit from that. I think those are some of the things that you very much add from Reed Sheppard. And hopefully this is a lesson with back-to-back games in adverse circumstances that has to be heated. Has to. By Ime Udoka. All right, big win by the Rockets. Look, I'm starting to feel optimistic. This is one of those things where this time of year, last year, they were finding the double big. It feels like they might be finding answers that take them and give them an opportunity to be successful in the postseason. All right, getting going here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Yes, I saw you 832. We got it. We'll talk about Clint Capella later in the show because I thought he also had a fantastic game last night. But coming up next, let's talk about the Combine. Go to Indianapolis where we're getting some insight on some of the players that the Texans have talked to. Do we learn anything from this, and what are you hoping to see from these guys? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see?
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God,
if you listen to Lil Kiki.
I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Friday to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. With you, rolling with you on this Friday. Cook-off got going yesterday. I'm excited to get out to them grounds tonight myself.
What you excited to see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
One thing I'm really excited to see is just that drunk person that just had too much and people holding them up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But you got to
early in the day, too.
How about the once-a-year cowboy boots?
Hey, don't talk crazy about my cowboy boots.
Yeah. You're probably going to see some people barefoot because the boots hurt so bad.
Yeah, because they're not used to them boots. Yep.
Be holding the boots on the way to the parking lot.
See somebody sitting crisscross applesauce.
Yeah.
I sitting there crying.
These dogs are barking.
And sometimes it's not about crying. Sometimes it's just, I need 15 minutes. I'll be back and active in a second. I just need.
But then your feet swell.
Like, there go the paramedics right there. You must be going to this person.
There you go.
Drunken revelry.
Drink some water.
And you know what? I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get out there. Let us know. 713-572-4610. If you got out to cook off yesterday, what was the vibe like? What was happening?
Was it packed?
Yeah, was it
I
packed?
stayed away from that.
I can answer that.
Hey, I stayed away from that area.
Did you?
Oh, 100%. I'm so glad I don't stay over there no more.
Yep.
We're going to get out there. We're going to get out there tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready.
Man, remember that time I got caught in that traffic? I was trying to go to Target over there. Man, that was like a 45-minute ride. Supposed to be a 5-minute real quick. Let me run to Target real quick.
At that point,
45 minutes.
At that point, it would have been better if you walked.
Yeah.
No, for real.
Yeah.
They had so many streets closed off, and I could turn here.
Yep.
I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't stay over there no more.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm also glad that I don't stay in Indianapolis. Like it can handle these types of things when the combine descends on it. But just happy to live in Indiana generally. But that is where the combine is, and we've gotten to testing. We've gotten to folks out there doing the underwear Olympics, but also maybe one of the second most important, I think, if you're power ranking the things that happen at the scouting combine. Medicals is number one, and I just can't do much about that. Right? We can't talk about that. But meetings and us finding out about meetings, I think, is always insightful to some degree.
Do you have a tally?
And then testing. I've been checking in with a couple of people that are out there. Shout out to Cody Stoops and Landry Locker. They've been plying their trade out there, asking questions at the podiums and getting an unofficial count of the people who the Texans have talked to. And, defensive tackles and linebackers talked the day before.
No, yesterday. Talked the day before, worked out yesterday.
There you go. Talked the day before, worked out yesterday. And then safeties and tight ends talked yesterday and will be working out today. And so we have kind of an unofficial count of some of these positions. And I also have like kind of where they're falling on early top 100 boards and kind of the way that they're stacked. And tell me if you see any level of value in knowing who the Texans talk to, because historically, they have not been beholden to who they talk to, but it does give you a little bit of an idea.
Here and there they have.
Right. It gives you an idea of where their mind is. And the thing that I always like seeing is what type of guys are they talking to? Does it feel like at a certain position they're talking to premier prospects or maybe more day two kind of guys? Does that give us a little bit of an idea of the way that it falls? And I think one of the things that's clearly interesting is the defensive tackles that they're talking to. I have 5 that I saw that was kind of confirmed that they talked to. Dom Orange, Iowa State defensive tackle. Lee Hunter, Texas Tech defensive tackle. Caden McDonald from Ohio State. He's probably defensive tackle 2 on a lot of people's boards. Chris McClellan, Missouri. And then Devin Eastern, Minnesota, who I did not see. I'm using Dane Brugler's top 100 just to kind of be consistent. He's not on the top 100. So you have you have anywhere from D tackle 2, 5, 7, 8, and not on the top 100 that they were talking to, and it's a lot of big boys.
Yeah, look, there's the defensive tackle. They're kind of running the gamut. Devin Eastern out of Minnesota. He's not on the top 100 list that I see, but he is graded. So he would probably be a late round pick, and they've been known to do that with some of those interior defensive linemen to see what they can find. I'm really more interested in the linebackers, just because I think that's one of those where you can get somebody in here mid to late round and someone you like a lot and maybe build with. One person you're not going to get in unless you trade up probably is Sonny Styles. Did you see his numbers?
Dude, Sonny Styles was out there.
Good God.
Wreaking havoc. I'm trying to recall because I have a friend who is a media scout of sorts. So, sometimes I try and bounce things off him and just kind of see where he's feeling. And not, each individual media scout on their own is not going to give you the whole breadth of it. But, it's always good to get a little insight. He told me when he started diving into this months ago, people are going to talk about Arvell Reese. This Sonny Styles guy, man.
Well, just so people know, in case you didn't see it come across your timeline, 6'5", 240, I believe, somewhere in that neighborhood. 6'5", 240, remember that. 43.5-inch vertical jump.
Which was, a good 3 inches above the next guy who was capable of jumping. And that's linebacker. And he's a big boy.
Yeah.
I think 43 inches on with somebody 240 plus. It hasn't happened in a very long time at the combine. Now, of course, again, what does this actually mean for an off-ball linebacker? Maybe that if they're in zone, they can get up and bat down a ball that maybe is supposed to be feathered over top of them. It's not the most important thing, but boy, it's fun to see.
And 4.46 40-yard dash electronically timed. 4.46 6'5", 240. Brother. That's not human. So that's not human,
He's
man.
So fast.
But anyway, that was just a tangent because I was just like, we see this every year, and I'm like, good God.
He's a freak. He's an athletic. That's honestly, that's part of the fun. I know that, especially Nick Caserio will make it clear he don't care about these workouts because this isn't
he'll care
football.
about that one.
I think he's right to say that the workouts don't matter, right? Because here's the thing: if you've watched Sonny Styles at Ohio State, and Figgy, you could confirm this, right? You know these things. I'm saying these numbers, and you're like, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, I think the workouts are so important because you might think that guy might end up at the end of the first round or something like that.
Yeah.
But a workout like this can boost you up to top 10.
And not only that, that's true, but also it's confirmation. It's affirmation and confirmation of what you think of a particular guy.
Yeah, because I kind of thought the same thing about Ohio State with Cornell Tate. I was thinking like, oh, he's all right, he's cool.
Yeah.
But the way these wide receivers have been going off the board from Ohio State, I'm like, damn, I don't know if he's going to be there at 15. Somebody might take him early.
Cornell Tate is one of the dudes that I'm excited to watch because he's going to be fast.
But more to the point of linebackers, because I don't think the Texans are going to have a shot at Styles.
Only 3 linebackers that I've seen that they were reported talking to.
Did they talk to Jacob Rodriguez?
That is not one of the ones. The ones that I'm seeing, linebacker 3, C.J. Allen, C.J. Allen out of Georgia, linebacker 4, Jake Galday, and then Harold Perkins that is not top 100, but he's a guy that if you've watched college football, you know that he was a big deal at LSU, and he had a little bit of trouble with them finding the best way to use him, whether it was off ball or as an edge rusher, things of that nature. But all those guys are interesting, and they all played at big programs, which this program, they like it, especially on the defensive side. A dude that can play
Georgia
big
in particular.
And physical.
Jacob Rodriguez, was the Texas Tech guy with the magnificent mustache, just seemed to be – he not only did he confirm, to Figgy's point, all his physical traits, but swarm. I mean, he is as swarmy as you can get, just the way he plays. But those are the guys I'm going to be looking at because as much as they have a couple of big-time linebackers in Toto and obviously Aziz, I think that's somewhere where they're going to look.
So yesterday, the conversations, and we'll be watching these guys when they actually work out today. I found it interesting. There is 2, 4, 6, 7 tight ends that the Texans have reportedly talked to. A couple of them at the high end of things like Max Clare out of Ohio State, Justin Jolie out of NC State, Marlon Klein out of Michigan. They've got some guys at the high end, but there's also some guys that are a little bit lower that I could imagine going day 2, maybe even day 3 tight end. And that gets interesting because tight end is one of those places that we've talked about where we would love to see them.
You know how I feel about it.
Inject some life into that room.
I've been very much adamant about, yes, I get, what you have in Dalton Schultz and maybe Cade Stover this and all that other stuff. I am very much, on board with a tight end. Did they talk to Burt Borkacher?
That is not one of the names that I saw. No. So I can't say definitively that they didn't because that would be an asinine thing to do. But I have not seen that as a name that they talked to.
That Borkacher's the kid that caught the winning touchdown against Notre Dame.
Yep.
And is just big, big dude, great hands, and can block.
Yeah. And then real quick before we go, 3 safeties that they reportedly talked to as well. I want to circle back around to that at some point just because how much would you want them to add another safety, or are you good with kind of the younger safeties or, kind of I don't want to be disrespectful, but like the safeties that you had hold down the fort over various times with whether it was MJ Stewart or Jalen Reed, the young cat. How comfortable are you with that, or maybe adding another, safety if they possibly have the opportunity, maybe day 2, possibly even day 3?
That's a depth piece, right? That's a depth draft pick, I should say.
Maybe.
Yeah, see what they've got. I mean, they're not going to draft Caleb Downs,
No, they're not. Caleb Downs is, by a lot of people's account, at worst, the 4th best player in this draft, and that's stretching it.
Yeah,
so,
but something of a Kalen Bullock type, they go somewhere a little later.
Maybe
I think that's what they might be looking at.
So those are some of the names that we've heard or that we've seen, rather, coming out of the combine. And I think it tells an interesting story. A lot of defensive tackles, a lot of tight ends. And those are places that weren't necessarily absolute needs for this Texas team, but they could be adding to. We'll see how that fleshes out as we continue with the combine and obviously towards the draft in late April. All right, but you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Yesterday, we talked about the best sounds in sports. So today, what are the worst sounds in sports? What are the ones that you hate the most? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about those next.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. It's the weekend is here, and you got a lot of stuff going on in the city. Cook-off is happening. It's a soccer match tomorrow. Don't stress yourself out sitting in that awful traffic trying to get there. Just take the Metro. It's easier than ever with the new Ride Metro fare system. All you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card or scan the free mobile app before you board. If you're going to the soccer match tomorrow, you can take the Metro rail. Super easy. It will drop you off right in front of the stadium. You can pay Apple Pay, Google Pay, credit, debit. It all works with the Metro, with the new Ride Metro fare system. Download the app and learn more today at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, Ride Metro.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? 222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day here on this Free Fun Friday. Yesterday, we talked about the best sounds in sports because of a fantastic question asked to Cam Jordan. And I loved his answer so much because Cam Jordan was like, oh, the best sounds as a pass rusher?
Yeah.
When you just beat that offensive lineman. When the offensive lineman has to be like, throw the ball.
I was talking about when the air
and then he said, yes, that was a really good one. He said that when he hits the quarterback and that you just hear all the wind leave his body. And so I was like, well, let's take that to the other side, especially since there was a lot of really good ones. What are the worst sounds in sports, or at least the ones that you hate the most. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line.
Yeah, look, I mentioned this earlier, and it's hard to define exactly what the sound is. It's like a rolling murmur / half-assed cheer, which is part of the reason that people hate this. When the wave is going around, the half-assed wave is going around the stadium, and you can kind of hear it coming and growing, and then it gets to you. I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Raise one hand, don't stand up. Yeah, that. Yeah, you could just. Oh, I hate that sound. So I'm like, damn it, they're doing the wave again. Here it comes. Half-ass, one arm up. The other one that I think a lot of people love, but if for some reason it's always irritated me, and I've been to hundreds of soccer games all over the world, is the vuvuzela.
That was really particular to
that
what was
long
that 20
plastic horn.
Was that 2010?
They wanted to ban them
in South Africa.
Yeah, they wanted to ban them.
Yeah. Because it's not all soccer matches. It was that really particular time where they really honed in on them.
Because those horns are not. Have you ever blown through one?
I haven't, but they basically seem like big ass kazoos.
They're poorly made and they're hard, and they're just like it just kind of makes a stupid sound. I don't know. That one came to mind for me. How about you?
Well, it's funny because you talked about crowds. The 346 said the crowd, hearing a crowd reaction when you're at a concession stand or the restroom, oh, that hurts. You just hear somebody, you're like, oh, no. Because the worst part is you got out of your house.
Yeah.
You either took public transit, you drove, you dealt with parking, you walked, something. You got in the building, right? You were
waiting
there,
for the big moment.
And you were like, damn, I need to go, man. Those beers ran through me. And you standing at a trough, and all you hear is, oh!
I think I'll take it a step further on that one. I think the worst part is over there at NRG Stadium where you hear, ah, and you go over there, it's the opposing crowd.
Oh boy, that's good.
Yeah, you go over there like, what happened?
That's good.
Touchdown, Lamar Jackson.
I can remember one specific.
Like, damn. I kept hearing that on Christmas Day a couple years ago.
I remember
crowd was going nuts at touchdown, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I was on the
80 yards.
I was on the concourse watching the Astros playoff game, or was it a World Series game? Whatever it was.
It was World Series against Philly.
And then the Texans were playing Philly, and I hear this big roar, and I kind of poke my head back in, and it was the Eagles scoring a touchdown. Oh, that's the
worst.
That's
man.
the leader in the clubhouse.
That's
right
such
there.
a good one. Oh man, from the 832, being on the other side of Mike Breen, bang.
Yeah,
because you also know, oh, they're going to be playing this all the damn time. The one that I thought of, well, there's two that I thought of. One was very visceral for me because I am not a good golfer. I would like to be better. I don't play enough. Now I'm creating excuses. I'm just not a good golfer, and so sometimes. You hear the sound of a golf ball coming off a tree limb, and you're like, damn it. Because it's one or two things, depending on how close, because oftentimes I am not on the green or not in the fairway, that to be expected.
Yeah.
So I might be trying to hit between trees, like, all right, what if I can keep this down, drive it through, and you just hear that clunk, and you're like, damn it, I missed.
Or even off the tee.
This might be coming back at me, right? So first and foremost, there's that. I am unsafe. But secondly, it's just like, damn it, I'm going to have to there's more scrambling to be done. First, I got to go find this golf ball.
Yeah.
Because it's not the direction that I hit it in.
Yeah.
I don't just follow this line and it'll be there. No, it bounced off somewhere that we got to find the ball first. And then once I find the ball, now I got to figure out how the hell to get this back to the fairway or to the green. It's sick.
The one that you just reminded me of, and Figgy, I'll get yours, and certainly text in at 713-572-4610 or on YouTube or Twitch. I mean, you hit a great drive, 280 yards, middle of the fairway, 110, 120 to the green, and you're like, all right, this is it. I'm gonna get a birdie on this one. At worst, I'm gonna par this one, and then you chunk that next shot. You chunk that next shot. Oh God, goes 20 yards.
Yeah. So the one I hate, this one a little bit personal for me. I might be the only one to hate this. So, what do you call the I don't know if they're umpires in tennis that sit on
the chair official.
Chair official.
I thought they were either way. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I hate this sound when you could tell they kind of irritated, where they'd be like, quiet please, quiet please. And then when Serena Williams hit a ace or something, game Williams. I'm like, why you got an attitude? I'm like, I don't like this person.
How does that make you mad?
I don't know. It just kind of irritating.
No, them. I'm saying, how does that make them mad?
Yeah. Quiet please. With the crowd going, quiet please, quiet.
They do that on the golf courses too. all those marshals.
Yes.
Quit moving.
But on the golf courses, I kind of get it because as much as I know people enjoy it, I hate the dude at the big time golf event where someone hits a shot and as soon as that ball leaves the tee, mashed potato. Hey dog, this isn't about you. Shut up. This is not about you right now.
Every tournament.
Quiet, please.
Yes.
The one that I also thought of is, especially on some broadcasts, because with the TV broadcast, there's crowd mics, there's mics in more places than you like to think, including the rim. And sometimes you'll just have a miss, and it'll sound like a gun just dunk. You're just like, it's bad enough that you miss, but why does it sound like that?
Yeah.
Why did you accentuate it so much?
Somebody mentioned Mark Vandermeer on the text board. They hate when he says, and the Texans fall today. You know which one I'm going to say with Vandy.
Fresh floor.
God, I hate that. I've told him to his face, and he's one of my best friends. Like, Texans with a fresh 4. What are they?
I didn't say fresh 4 yesterday, Lopez.
He knows it.
What about the laundry on the field?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't mind that. That's kind of common. It's just like a fresh 4. Like, this isn't peaches or grapes.
719 said worst sound was hearing the bricks in 2019 Game 7.
Oh, man. The 27 was it?
27 in a row.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it just.
Some of them made no sound. They were air balls.
That is technically correct. Thank you for bringing that to our attention here, John.
Oh, here we go. 409. Houston, you have a problem?
Yeah, anytime.
Yeah.
Every time, in fact. Like, bleep you.
How about the cannon after a field goal at NRG?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that's what Sean brought that up. Yeah, he brought that up yesterday.
No, because that feels like you are. Feels like you're patronizing me.
And it's not only the cannons, though. Then you got the people with the flags going around like, running around the field. It's just like, man, this is disappointing.
Stop celebrating that.
They were on the 2. They had a first down on the 2-yard line, and you got a field goal out of it.
Are there any other ones that come to mind for you where, just the sounds that you don't like? From the 281, oh, this is spicy. I would not agree with this. They say Chris Berman saying back during the home run derby.
I could see that just because it might have gotten old. Yeah.
It gets to be a lot, but I don't know,
you could
man.
go either side with that one.
I really enjoy that one.
Some of these stadium sounds are a little bit. Astros do a good job with their stadium sounds. Texans, by and large, do. Some of the Rockets ones kind of like.
Another one on the broadcaster side. I hate the Tony Romo sound effects.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jim.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I hate all of that.
How many times does it say here we go in a game?
A lot. This is actually a good one that came in on the text line, and this is what they want it to be. When you hear the Fox theme, but it's the injury version. The do.
Oh, yeah.
Sad Fox theme because you know somebody's hurt. You're like, damn.
That's a sad one.
Yeah. Get in the hole.
Honestly, yes. That guy it's a par 5, man.
Get in the hole.
Like, it's not going to go in the hole. We know that. This is the absence of sound, but just hearing how eerily quiet a place can get when somebody's injured.
Yes. Then you know what? That it's kind of a no sound.
Oh, this is a good one. I just thought about this. Remember when the Astros was in the World Series? I think it was a couple years ago. And remember that commercial that will always pop on? We're the Antonellis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that used to drive me nuts, man. Especially if the Astros is down and you stress, and then you hear this happy family. We're the Antonellis.
Man, shut up.
There's a lot of commercials that are so good for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then,
you say
stop it.
Yeah, it's not even just commercials. Whichever one, it's not always, but the one that I think of is Imagine Dragons. Whichever song ESPN has decided is the college football song of the year, I'm done with it by week 4. I'm sick of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stop playing it.
That's the theme song of the year.
Remember me for a second. Get it out of here. Fire it into the sun. Never want to hear that song again. And this might be one of the best ones, especially if we're talking about youth sports, high school sports. When you hear that thunder.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, we about to be out here
or
for
at the
about
pool.
45 minutes, man. Just
or
wait.
when they say Adult Swim. Adult Swim. Oh, man, I got to get out.
We're just going to be here waiting for sport. Hell, actually, when you start hearing the thunder even at an outdoor pro game, because you know that they want to get that game
and you're
done
on
with.
The top row.
Well, you will very quickly not be on the top row. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with those. Keep those coming in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, the NFLPA There's been a lot made about their report cards and the NFL not wanting them to get out. They got out. Let's talk about them next.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumor. Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
About to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. The question of the day still rides as we are asking what are the worst sounds in sports, and some good ones continued to roll in from the 409. Dak Prescott's "Here we go." That one is very annoying, and I get that.
What about some of the quarterback calls when they under center? Patrick Mahomes, a blue 80.
Yeah, some quarterbacks are irritating with their
blue 80.
What do you think makes a good one? Because I feel like some people just have the voice for it. Sometimes it's just like your voice sounds deep enough and gravelly enough. Sometimes it's like, hey, it's a little.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's like when it's like nothing they sound like otherwise. Like they put on a voice.
Oh, most of them dudes like really do get that's something they work on, is making sure that voice is deep and
but guys like Peyton and Tom Brady, it sounded like them. You know what I mean? And just those are the first two that popped into mind.
Aaron Rodgers
sounds like too. Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Oh well.
So worst sound ever from the 936 has to be the Albert Pujols home run hitting the glass at Minute Maid Park.
Because you could hear it.
That is maybe the best answer.
And you know it was dead silence.
That's what I'm saying. You could hear it because as soon as it hit the bat, everybody went silent. And then you hear, boy.
Yeah, I thought that one was a really good one. And I appreciate the 281 being with me and saying that waiting all day for a Sunday night.
Oh, get out of here.
Get that out of here. Get it out of here.
Omaha.
I love that.
Oh, man, Omaha. Well, Omaha, I liked it, and then we did the thing that we do with everything.
If you're a Texas fan, you probably don't like it.
Fair. But I also feel like we did the thing that we do with anything where we overdo it, and now everybody has to say Omaha all the time. Like, this isn't fun anymore. You guys made it not fun. All right, let's go around the NFL now. The Commanders joined the, 10 teams? Is that what I had accounted for yesterday?
What's that?
That are in need of a center, as they are set to release center Tyler Biadasz. I believe that he was coming to the final year of his deal, and I think they're saving something like $8 million, or was it $8 million?
8.3.
Yes, they're saving themselves something like $8 million.
Yeah.
So that is yet another team that needs a player out there. First and foremost, do you have any familiarity with Tyler Biadasz?
Yeah, former Cowboy, right?
Yeah, former Cowboy. He had a little bit of a rough year this year. I mean,
I think he made a Pro Bowl recently, though. Was it the year before last?
It might have been, especially because that was a year where the Commanders were really good.
Yeah.
But Tyler Biadasz, I wonder what his market is actually going to be out there. I don't know that I'd be super excited or pumped to add him to these Texans, because I went looking for, what are the reasons why Tyler Biadasz was cut? And yes, there is an ability to save money here, but I saw a lot of Commanders fans, and I don't know that you can do this straight off of fandom, but a lot of people were talking about how they felt like he was frequently being pushed backwards into the lap of the quarterback, having a weak base, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And those are things that sound a little too familiar for me to be comfortable.
Yeah, I wonder why. Those are sometimes, the temperature that you can get on a particular player from fans, as much as fans and everyone really, but tend to overreact. Sometimes the temperature is right. Remember who was it that came here, and people were like, "Oh, good luck with that." Kind of the prevailing sentiment, and they were right. It was like, it wasn't good. Might have been Laken Tomlinson. One of those.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely would be those, because he was not good with the Seahawks, and lo and behold, wasn't very good here.
Even Cam Robinson. I think Luke Morrow was on board with that, with Cam Robinson not being good.
Yeah.
And Luke Morrow was real strong in that one. I was at least giving them a little bit of leeway on the Cam Robinson.
I didn't think he was that bad.
Yeah.
If I had to put the offensive line acquisitions from last year in order from I like them the least to I like them the most, I think it was Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, one or two either way.
You said least the most?
Yes, least the most. It was those two.
You was down on Ed Ingram.
I ain't like Ed, bro, and I had to own that, and I will continue to own that, because he was a lot better than I anticipated, even a lot better than I think a lot of people anticipated, even coming in. Hopefully, he was one of your best linemen for a large portion of the season. But yeah, that I would hate to sign up for that again. That's what it would feel like Tyler Biadasz is. You'd be hoping that you could bring him in and that you could get him back to playing a better brand of football rather under Cole Popovich. That is not the mindset that I'm thinking when it comes to offensive line acquisition.
We're going to be getting a report here or a rumor. Texans showing interest in Tyler Biadasz. Oh, great.
But this again points to there's a lot of teams out there this year that either need or want to upgrade their center position. You are in a crowded market.
Yes, and I'll say it again. I said it yesterday. I think the priority of acquiring a center, one way or another, just increases because that's a third of the league now. That's 11 teams. So that's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, some other things around the NFL. One thing I enjoy doing, and it probably does not speak well of me, but that's fine. I will have to own that, is engaging in schadenfreude and laughing at other people who I believe to be dumb. And really high up there on the podium, the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Why this time? Well, I'll tell you why this time. There has been talk around the National Football League of trying to expand the window of picks that teams are allowed to trade. I think right now you can only trade 3 years into the future. Is that correct?
I think that's right. Yeah.
There are people there are organizations that are advocating to move to being able to trade 5 years into the future. Obviously, opening up more draft capital for you to use in acquiring talent or so on and so forth. Some of the leaders apparently are the Cleveland Browns. According to a source with knowledge of the situation, the Browns have proposed an amendment to the NFL Constitution and bylaws to, quote, allow draft selections to be traded up to 5 seasons in the future, close quote. And you would have imagined they would have learned the lesson by now.
They need to go to rehab. Hey, they sitting here at the poker table. They already lost their car.
Yeah.
Now they're like, hey, here go the house keys.
I'm due.
Hey, it's cool. We gonna keep going.
The
Here's
cards
the
are
house
turning.
keys.
The cards are turning. No. Just let me.
This time I really feel it.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it this time.
I can really feel it. Well, here's the thing. You're right. Both of you are right about the Cleveland Browns. I mean, of all teams to propose this or show support for it, the Browns would be the least one.
That was shocking to me, to be honest. I was expecting the Rams or some team like that.
But from a fan's perspective and our perspective, I think it's great. I think just in the idea of wow, they're really in on this guy. They traded a 2032 draft pick. 2032 first rounder.
See, that's the part I don't like.
I like that.
Yeah, because I mean, we're gonna forget about that damn draft pick. At least the way they trade them now.
2032.
At least right now they trade like next year's pick. People don't really go that far outside of next year's pick.
Right.
I got to be sitting there about 2032.
Right. I'm not here advocating for this move, but I think the interesting thing that it might add that basketball landscape does have is it would allow teams to kind of bet against other teams' futures. So in some instance where maybe you need to trade a dude rather than – because there's some teams where you go, if I'm trading for a first-round pick, it doesn't matter. That's going to be a late-round pick. But I could go, if I trade you this dude, I don't know that you're actually going to be good here in 3 years.
The great thing for us.
4 years. So what I can do is give me that first-rounder in the future, and I'm betting – that you will be bad enough by then that this will actually be an incredible first-round pick.
Look, the thing that for us that I like is, you're not only betting against them, it changes so quickly in the NFL.
It does.
I mean, you could be, like the Texans could be a two-time Super Bowl champion or 4-11, 4 and whatever the number is, 15, 4 and 13 or whatever, in 5 years. We don't know. It changes fast.
And this is why I actually would come back to the reason why I don't want this expanded. I think the thing that creates the benefit of the NFL is the sense of urgency that's there. We always talk about the limited number of games, which of course they're actively undermining by trying to add more. But compared to the 82 games of a basketball season or a hockey season or 162 games of a baseball season, 17 is relatively small, so there's urgency there. But there's also urgency in seasons. At least until recently, it had been that any season that you go into, all 32 teams have to delude themselves into the possibility that we can win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And I think even only allowing you to trade 3 years in the future also gives you that place where you go, hey, man, we need to figure out how to turn this around with these picks that we have right now. I think as we open this up, we continue to make this a longer and longer prospect, and I don't think that helps the urgency that exists in the NFL.
This discussion that we're having is great for us.
For right now.
And great for fans.
It's good, but, I mean, we're not talking about the dumbass GMs that will be doing this.
Right.
Like, you might have a GM that could trade 5 first-round picks.
But here's the other part of that. There are going to be teams that are good at this. That are good at it.
And that means there's going to be other teams on the other side that are suckers.
But that's what's great about it.
If you're not covering the suckers, because like it's one thing to cover a team that's bad right now in the NFL because teams can turn around.
Yeah.
What happens with the team done mortgage their future in 5 years in the future and they're bad right now?
But just listen to the discussion we're having right now. It's awesome.
Let me ask y'all
this.
3 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks for Will Anderson Jr., would you do it?
Hey, you can kiss the blackest part of my. All right, but the answer is no. Clearly, the answer is no. Although
that's 4 first-round picks.
Yes,
would you do it for 5?
there is a number.
Man, peace out, man. 5 first-round picks.
Why are you trying to trade Will Anderson right now?
5 first-round picks.
I personally would never trade Will
He will trade himself for that. In the words of the great Laramie Tunsil.
That's hilarious. All right, some other things around the NFL. Jesse Minter, the new head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, he said something that was very interesting to me, John Lopez. Obviously, he's stepping in to a team that has expectations but very much underachieved this past year, which is one of the reasons why John Harbaugh is no longer the head coach there. But he was talking at the Combine, and he said that he has respect. First, I'll read this verbatim in a segment I like to call reading. First of all, I do have total respect for the rules. That is voluntary, which when you start like that, you already know what's coming, right?
You know, there's some really good things about you.
Totally understand that. And Lamar Jackson has had unbelievable success doing it both ways, and so there's certainly a balance there. But I think it's our job to create an environment and a learning opportunity where they, meaning the players, feel like it's really important for them to want to be there. Where is there? Voluntary workouts. I found this to be very interesting because basically what he is saying, the underlying message of this is they need to try and make players believe that you need to be there during the offseason program as opposed to the voluntary nature that it is. And I'm not here to get into a labor dispute, but I do find it interesting because the Texans are a team that it feels like that is I don't know that how intentionally they've done this, but that is something that they talk up a lot, is that their players have a willingness and they want to be here. How do you view this? Because it feels like this is going to become a trend in the NFL where teams are going to try and kind of put a little pressure on their guys to be here being with their program, even in the times where they're not required to be.
Well, it's not going to become a trend. It's happening. Every team in the league wants that. Every behind closed doors, they make it very, very clear whether you're the best team in the league or the worst team in the league. It's already happening. What do I think of this? I think is it Jalen Reeves-Maben would like a word. He's on line one. The NFLPA president.
Yeah.
This is look. I think Jesse Minter is going to be really good. He's got certainly has the the pelts on the wall and the resume and all that. This is dumb. Why are you saying that out loud? Do you want the NFLPA to just like they may well just say file a grievance like legit file a grievance.
They might.
Yeah.
This feels like it's still on the right side of the line where, hey, we just want to, we want them to understand it's important. Still voluntary.
Can't say that.
But, yeah, we're getting to a place where now you're saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's a better way to put it because it's already being said. It's not a trend. It's happening. I mean, it's happening here. It's happening everywhere. But you don't say that out loud because there's going to be a knock on the door. Hey, what'd you do?
In a weird way, because you know me, I tend to be very pro-labor, and I'm looking at this in the same way you are. Hey, PA, look what's happening in front of you.
Yeah.
I do think it probably is a good thing that the Texans already have this culture ingrained. Where
no, I'm glad
you're not having to try and build this in a way that someone like Jesse Minter is right now.
I'm glad, and certainly I hope most players, just from a selfish standpoint, do make it in their own minds. Not voluntary, but mandatory. I do, but the NFLPA has it there for a reason, and they do not like this. I can promise you that.
That this time of year, and especially later, once we get past the combine and the draft, it used to be at least maybe a decade ago, news blotter, police blotter time of year, and there is some pertinence to that as Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold has been linked to an armed robbery and kidnapping in Florida. So the Detroit Lions cornerback, apparently, this is after he has an Airbnb he had rented nearby was burglarized twice, according to Hillsborough County Circuit Court records. So with this, Arnold's name appeared on Tuesday in court. And this had to do with a dude named Boakai Eugene Hilton, who was being held without bond.
Mm-hmm.
He faces 3 counts of kidnapping to harm or terrorize and 3 counts of robbery with a firearm, all first-degree felonies, punishable by life in prison.
What was the mention of his name?
So just to clear this up, or rather, I'll give you the quote from some of this. Arnold and his friends decided to take matters into their own hands rather than allowing law enforcement to investigate and retrieve the stolen property. The co-defendants sought vigilante justice by kidnapping the victims for over an hour, interrogating them, beating them, and threatening them with the gun barrel in the mouth. So this is what happened: is that supposedly Terrion Arnold, it seems like he took Chris Carter's advice to have a fall guy, but did not think about the other ramifications.
Yeah.
Seems like old boy was rolling with Terrion and was like, hey, they took our stuff. We gonna get it back.
Sound like we watching the episode of Power.
I know. A gun in the mouth?
Is this Snowfall?
Maybe they thought it was.
BMF?
Straight out of TV. Gun in the mouth. Yeah, it's in my car, man. I'll get it right now.
He said, hey, man, they took our stuff. We
Yeah.
can call the cops. Or we could go get it.
Yeah.
or we could go get it.
Yeah.
Look, this is one of those where I feel like you're doing the I got that dog in me a little too much here.
Yeah.
I feel like you might need to have a smidge less dog.
You should have been like, hey, I don't know what y'all doing. Keep me out of it.
Yeah, there needs to be more plausible
I ain't got nothing to do with this.
But admit it, there's a little part of you. Maybe it's just less than a smidge where you're like, yeah, I might think about the same thing. I want to get my stuff.
No, you trying to play me like a bee.
Yeah.
Like, no, you ain't about to play me.
I'm going to get my stuff, man. Hell or high water, I'm getting my stuff.
Right. This isn't the worst.
Simpson said.
This isn't even close to the worst level of your name shows up in police records.
Yeah.
However,
it's not good.
Yeah, I'm sure Dan Campbell's not the most happy about this. But I guess if you're going to show up in one of these instances, it should be that they took my stuff and I was just I was just trying to get it back. That's all.
I was eliminating the middle. I'm making your job easier.
That's right. You know what? I personally respect police, and I recognize that y'all have a lot
y'all involved in this.
Y'all got a lot of work that y'all are doing. People are asking y'all to do too much right now.
Yeah.
I'll handle this. Just
Hey, the
go ahead and
crime
chill.
is up already, so I know y'all got busier stuff to do.
Police come knocking
I
on
handle this myself.
Police come and knocking on your door like, oh, it's done. It's over. We got it. It's right
Don't worry about
Don't even worry about paperwork. We didn't need to bring no paperwork.
They're in their sleep. Don't worry about it.
They're in their sleep.
So that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, Astros ace Hunter Brown. He in his debut a couple days back, he said that he was working on something. There was a particular point of emphasis, and it's good. There's been a number of these for the Astros. But do you think that these points of emphasis will actually stick? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Oh, it's a family affair here on this Friday.
I was wondering
here
if we were
on
going to
Sports
get
Radio
funky.
610. A funky Friday here. Oh man, there's a lot of fun stuff happening. We're having a Funky Friday on air. Rodeo cook-off rolls on as well. I'm excited. We were just talking in the break about some of the things we got coming in the next month. So you'll definitely want to rock with us. If for no other reason, then it can benefit you directly. We still got rodeo ticket Tuesdays and Thursdays coming through as well. So we appreciate you so much, and we hope that you feel the appreciation in the way that we go about our business. We were talking about, well, we're going to get into this thing with the Astros. Obviously, they're dealing with spring training. Had split squad games yesterday. But before we get to any of that, we were talking about the question of the day, the worst sounds in sports. And this one might be close. I don't know if this one will hit the Pujols, home run hitting off the glass. But how do you feel about this from the 972? When a horse cries out in pain after going around the track and collapsing?
Dude, now you're just harshing my vibe here, man.
That one hurts.
That's sad.
I don't want to hear that.
It's a terrible sound in sports.
Yes.
It is a bad one.
You're
that's
wrong.
That's along the lines of, and of course, I'm not trying to make people into horses in this moment, but I still vividly remember being at the bubble at the Houston Methodist Training Center when Brevin Jordan got hurt this training camp, and hearing the screams, the wails, and I couldn't even tell if was it Brevin, was it somebody that was next to him, recognizing what had happened, but those wails of an injured dude who knows, oh no, it's gone. Like that, terrible sound in sports. Thankfully, a good sound in sports is Hunter Brown on the mound. That's a good thing that I'm looking forward to a number of times this summer for the Houston Astros as they try and get back to the postseason. He had his debut a couple days ago in West Palm, and it was relatively ho-hum. He handled his business. It wasn't like it was crazy incredible, but also he's the caliber of player where in spring training you're just like, is he healthy?
Yeah.
Is he working on his stuff? Cool. We'll see you on opening day. But in the course of that outing, he talked about one of the things that he's working on, which is actually he's working on pickoff attempts, trying to pick off guys at first base. And this is yet another instance of a clear point of emphasis. He even talked about it, that this is a thing that they're talking about generally, about trying to pick guys off and clearly trying to command the base paths a little bit better. And this is yet another point of emphasis that not Ime Udoka, different coach in this game, but that Joe Espada is making very clear. That feels different than other years. Every year you come into spring and you have things you want to work on.
Well, they work on all of it.
It feels like they have very, very clear things that they want to work on. And the question I have is how much are these things going to stick? Because they're clearly making very big efforts on getting the ball to the plate quicker, pickoff attempts, being active on the base paths, challenging with the ABS system. These are huge challenges. Are these actually going to stick in the way that we would like?
I want to get to that, but I think for me, a real important point here is they see how they're transitioning as a team. That this is the path to victory, an easier path to victory, because who knows how the offense is going to play. Et cetera. The pitching staff, we talked about this week, may not be as much of a short thing as we knew before. So I think they're like, okay, well, we have to, number one, our catching defense, as we talked about ad nauseum last year, was bad.
Yeah.
Worse than bad. So how do you fix that? Well, with leaning more on the pickoff moves and keeping guys safe on the base paths, or at least keeping your eye on them a little bit, and running yourself. Being better on the base paths yourself. The other thing is that they emphasized this last year, and this is where I'm going to get into. Will it stick? I don't know, because last year their biggest point of emphasis was being very, very selective at the plate. They were in the spring. There was a couple of players that were pretty good, pretty selective during the regular season, but by and large, they were not. It didn't stick last year. So it's just a matter of, I guess, wait and see. I hate to say it like that, but I guess it has to be.
I think that depending on the emphases, some of them feel like they definitely could stick, and some of them I am waiting with bated breath. If we want to take these in order, one of the things you were talking about is getting the ball to the plate quick. I think Hunter was actually one of the people that was talking about it. I heard it on the Clutch City Territory podcast when he jumped on with them. I think we played some of that audio here.
Yeah.
The idea of trying to make sure that he gets the ball to the plate quicker because, it's already tough that you don't have the best catchers when it comes to trying to throw dudes out at second. So at least you want to give him a shot, right? Get the ball to him early.
Yes.
That one, I like hearing it, but I don't know how much I believe that one sticks because pitching is very much something that all these dudes have done for a long time, and the way that the mannerisms that they go about it, it's hard to change, right? And so the idea that we're going to be better at getting this ball to the plate quicker, that's going to have to be very cognizant. You're going to have to be very cognizant, very front of mind for you. And what happens if you end up in those instances where you're like, damn it, I really just need to get this guy out, or I need to make sure that I induce this.
Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
It very much feels like to me, not to continue to allude to how bad I am at golf and my terrible outings, but and as you can tell, I'm setting up a tee time very soon. But when I get to golf and I'm like, okay, I really need to make sure that I turn over my hands. I really need to make sure I turn over hands. And then I start thinking about all the other points of emphasis, and then that's how you mess up your swing because you're thinking about all sorts of different things. I wonder if they'll be able to keep doing that. But getting on these base paths and running, that feels like something that they absolutely can do.
And what are you equipped to do? So some pitchers just are not good. They'll throw the sort of nonchalant guy throw to first base. You also have a limited number of times you can go over there. So that comes into play as well. I think the main thing is getting quick to the plate and getting your catching defense better. I don't see that one sticking as much because until the Astros prove otherwise, they're going to still be run on. They're going to still be run on like crazy.
Agreed.
Now the other one, the selective at the plate thing, I think that's huge. I think ABS comes into play because maybe you can become more selective if you have a good eye for the zone and they call a strike and you can overturn that. So I think that one might be able to stick this year as opposed to last. But the other thing is just about the catching to me. Yeah.
I can see that from the 281. They need to stress to Altuve that ABS challenges aren't all his. I do wonder how that works because in an effort to try and get the guys to, hey, let's use this. Right? This is a tool in our bag, and remember that it's there. I also wonder, is someone like Altuve, do you have to change that for him? But does it fall flat if you're then selectively saying, hey, you can challenge, but you can't?
I don't think you can do that.
I don't think you can. I feel like it has to be a
And he's a free swinger anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, with that free swing, are you going to get it to a place where he's going to end up, because he thinks everything is within his range.
Yeah.
Do you end up with really bad challenges? I think that one is also, that one is, if I had to put it on a spectrum for myself on definitely will stick, I don't know. I don't think it's going to stick. That one is in, and I just don't know because that, we were talking about this when we were, when we heard about Espada's, real effort to, I think it was Monday, talking about it. He's making a real concerted effort, and I'm just sitting here like, there's so much more that you have to think about. What is the emotion of the player at various different points? How high are they revving? What are all the circumstances? I think that anything that has more steps to it to get to the desired end, I have questions on whether or not the Astros are actually going to have those things stick, or if these are just kind of nice sentiments that you're talking about in the spring.
Yeah, I agree with you. The other thing that I think should definitely be in play here is use a lot of them in spring training. Test your eye for the strike. I'm talking about ABS.
Yep.
And that's actually going to be one of my confessions. But the ABS right now in spring training, we're seeing it with the guys that know what they're looking at. We're seeing it work to a T. Like, it is really.
Have you seen how many dudes have had pitches overturned by like a tenth of an inch?
Yes. And I think in a recent game, the Yankees went 6 for 6. I think the Astros got 6 right.
They did.
At one point, another team
earlier this week
went 6 for 7. These guys know, man. They know what a strike is. So I think if you can sort of emphasize that and work on it, so to speak, if you think it was a little bit outside, or if you're a pitcher, if you think it was a strike, do it. Yeah.
And just to be clear, I think the thing that I think sticks the best is them getting on these base paths and running. I think that you have guys that have speed, and it's one of the points of emphasis that feel very much like you're letting me do this, as opposed to I need to do this. It's, hey,
and that's one where
they
did discourage that a lot in years past.
Yeah,
because they had guys that could just hit 3-run shots. But now not so much. It's a reflection of the team they're becoming.
Yeah.
Being able to run more, being able to keep the other team from running more. I think it's a reflection. It's kind of an admission of we're transitioning here.
And I think the will they stick is the question that we're asking. But if they stick, I think that could be huge for this Astros team.
Any team that can really do that well, I think is going to have a good year.
We'll continue to watch that as we. I think tomorrow we actually get to see some televised baseball again. As I think we've got some more pitchers that are getting their chance to get on the mound for the Astros and actually get to going as spring training ramps up. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit more and dig a little deeper into the Rockets game and what's popping, some of the other people that looked good in this. And also, we were talking about the Astros, but Dyke Park has an upgrade itself. We'll talk about that next.
How good can new Two. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Let's get into What's Poppin' right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, as I believe Reed Mania might be starting here, John Lopez.
Oh, we're in the midst of it. Yeah, we're in the midst.
Which is funny because this game last night that the Rockets were able to win in clutch fashion against the Orlando Magic on the second night of a back-to-back on the road. The big name in the game was Kevin Durant. He had 40 of them things, and he moved up to sixth.
32,000 points?
Or he was already in sixth, but now he has scored 32,000 points in his career, which, again, sixth most in the history of the National Basketball Association. We have one of the greatest scorers in the history of the league playing, and it is fair to say that what might have been a more important thing on the night was Reed Sheppard playing 31 minutes and scoring 20 points.
He was absolutely superb. I mean, the most, and again, nobody's ignoring Kevin Durant by any stretch.
How could you, in fact? There's a point in time in that game where it was clear that Kevin Durant was like, it is Kevin Durant time.
Yeah, but Reed Sheppard was the most impactful player in that game, and it couldn't have been more clear. That's what kind of hit me with that game last night. We've talked about Reed Sheppard and the offense, and we all know the story. But it was like, they're bad. They're playing good defense, but they're still bad. They're bad. Oh, boy, they're going to lose this game. Hey, Reed Sheppard comes in with 5:18 left. Wow, what happened? 21-0? That's what happened? Just sharp shooting, man. Just sharp shooting. And it's not even just the shots, just it looked like a different team.
One of the things that I did appreciate with this game, if you're just box score watching, I'm not going to give you the particular dude, but this particular statistic matters. Assists, 3 assists, 1 assist, 3 assists, 5 assists, 3 assists, 1 assist, 3 assists, 1 assist, 4 assists. Those were the guys that played in this game. Everybody was helping everybody create shots. And I think that is the type of game that is necessary for this team if you're not going to have a point guard. We all move the ball around and we all eat off of this passing.
And how did that happen?
In large part because Reed Sheppard is drawing people out, and also he's driving and kicking, and obviously everybody doing that to some degree, but when Reed does that, it shows up in a way as well.
And this is where the Kevin Durant impact comes into play, because Reed Sheppard clearly was the most important last night. But when they were on the floor together, and those two guys would play sort of a pick and roll or a handoff type game with a semi screen or whatever they call them, sliding screens sometimes. It was like you could see the defender go, okay, which way do I go? Which way do I go? Because I can't let either of these guys shoot.
When you're talking about defense, that is what you're trying to do. You're trying to create conflict in that defender. You want to make them have to think about what they're doing.
Yeah.
That slows them down a little bit, and that creates an advantage for the best dudes in the league. Reed helps do that, and at the very least, he helped them do that in that game. Also, some dudes that we should salute. Shout out to Josh Okogie getting 21 minutes and being all right, but more importantly in my book, Clint Capella. He only had 4 points, but he had 6 boards, and it was very clear that this edition of Clint Capella was a good one.
I think, I don't know what it is about Clint Capella, and I'm doing one of two things. I'm comparing Clint Capella to the old Clint Capella.
Yeah, which is unfair.
And it's unfair, I admit that. Or I'm comparing Clint Capella to the Steven Adams or whatever, which is wildly unfair. But because he is playing well.
Well, if you're comparing him to Steven Adams, you're actually getting closer and closer to that being a little bit better. Now,
he's not close to Steven Adams.
Well, he's not rebounding in the same way, but he had 6 boards in that game.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, this was a game in which you saw a clear ability to change and impact shots.
Right.
And this is not a small Orlando team that you're playing against. 4 blocks in this game, and other instances where you could see him changing the shot. Of late, especially now that Clint Capella has had to step into that role fully with Steven Adams out for the season, he's looked really good. That insurance policy was a good one, which makes me feel just a little bit better about the other acquisition that you made in Dorian Finney-Smith that has not worked out, point blank period.
Exactly. But no, he has been impactful. There's no question about that. Hey, I'm kind of, picking on myself here, because I just can't quite get to where he's that impactful like he was or like Adams it has been or whatever. But my main takeaway is if you can't see the path now, then you don't want to see the path for this team to be good offensively. You just, the whole question of, but the defense, okay, sure, cool story. They played good defense in this game, and they were down double digits at the half. This is the path. This is the path. And I thought it was a really, I hate to grade, when you play so many games, but I thought it was one of their best wins, of the year, not just because of the comeback and what we saw and the offense being fluid, but because you can see now that this is how you can get there. They're the number 3 seed. Now, I know they're tied with 2 other teams in terms of wins, but they're the number 3 seed right now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
A thing to watch. Tari Eason, Jabari Smith Jr. both leave the floor during the fourth quarter of this game with ankle injuries. Interesting, or maybe thankfully, depending if this helps you feel better. When Jabari had his turn, Tari Eason had been on the bench for a little bit. He jumped back up and jumped into the game. So maybe that means a good thing. And honestly, it's basketball. Dudes turn their ankles at times. But just a thing to watch for 2 important wing guys for this team in Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr.
I thought Jabari's was definitely keep an eye on it. It was a little more. It seemed like a little more significant. Straight to the locker room, just really, having a hard time. But we'll see. Maybe he'll bounce back.
Yeah. Next time they play 2:30 on Sunday versus the Miami Heat in Miami. Some other things around, or rather, in what's popping. The Astros had some split squad games yesterday. One of those had Tatsuya Imai make his debut in Grapefruit League play. Pitched 1 inning and only 1 inning. And that was the plan. However, what made you go, was that a plan?
Yeah.
He was hit on a comebacker on the shoulder, if I remember correctly. Now, he did seem to be all right after it. But I was just like, I wanted to fight somebody. I'm like, why? How are y'all gonna hit our Japanese pitcher the first time he out here? Who do I have to whoop behind this? Especially because, and I feel that way not just because, hey, I'm excited about Tatsuya Imai, is last year the incredible lack of luck that you had injury wise. Remember, it was a random ball that was hit to the outfield that hit Arrighetti and took him out for a period of time. I don't need any more of those types of things happening with the Astros.
Yeah, it speaks to, one thing that we really haven't talked about a lot. We've talked about the pitching staff, and maybe there's not as many short things. What did I say earlier this week? Have they lost their superpower?
Right.
But there's also depth questions. So the depth questions, when that happens, they come up big time.
Yeah, if we're going to lose pitchers for injuries, they got to be bona fide ones. I don't want no fluke injuries.
Yeah.
Get that out of here. But yeah, that was cool. I looked at, the Astros in one of the squad games lost to the Mets 5-0, and I'm just looking at the box score because, of course, I didn't have an opportunity to watch. And I'm like, Jeremy Pena struck out 2 out of 3 at bats. Zach Cole struck out in his one at bat. That shows, one of his 2 at bats because he walks in another one. Correa strikes out in his 2 at bats, and I'm just like, damn. Everybody's striking out. What the hell is happening? And I look over at the dude pitching for the Mets, Nolan McLean.
Yeah,
he's 24 years old. He threw 4 innings in Grapefruit League game and pitching. And I'm just like, what is happening?
Yeah,
he's pitching for the USA. And Buddy, he was sitting at like 98. Buddy was throwing heat, and so I felt a little bit better about the way that some of these outcomes were looking for the Astros hitter wise.
No, and the other one was Cardinals, I think, right?
Yeah, the other game was because Cardinals had happened earlier. No, you're right, it was Cardinals.
Yeah,
apologize there. I think the only thing that I found to be kind of interesting, Bryce Matthews with a hit and a walk at the plate. So I was like, okay, Bryce, keep doing good things as he's going to be. A piece of depth piece, whether it's center field and second base. So, yeah, keep doing good things, and you give the Astros a little bit of things to work with there as well. All right, some other things that are popping. I did talk about, when I teased this, about Dyken Park. There are 2 upgrades that are notable. One is that is this in center field? I can't recall. But the Astros have replaced the Shake Shack at Dyken Park with the Whataburger, baby.
Yeah, I would have figured this would have happened a long time ago. But thank goodness. And you were asking me during the break.
Is it an upgrade?
Come on.
Well, the only reason I asked this is Shake Shack, and not that I'm showing
Shake Shack has its things.
It's cool.
Yeah.
There's not as many of them. We got Whataburgers all over the place.
Yeah.
If you in the ballpark, are you like, I need a Whataburger right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
See, we had the same conversation when the Texas Rangers, when I think it was the Texas Rangers, right? They put a Whataburger in their stadium.
Yeah.
And we kind of had the same conversation too, but I think it works with Texas, man. People here love Whataburger.
Dude, And the thing about it's perfect for baseball because it's something you can just hold.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times they make these full-on plates, and you're trying to eat with a fork while you're sitting in your chair.
How much you think that Whataburger gonna hit for?
Ooh, that's a good.
See, that's the problem I had, man.
Oh yeah.
Are they giving Shake Shack prices?
No, it's.
I don't think it'll be Shake Shack prices, but it might be stadium prices.
We need to do some research on this.
Or will this be a thing, man? We get Whataburger on the way home.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, brother, there's a Whataburger 2 blocks away.
Nah, we're not paying this price. We get it on the way back.
Problem is, you're going to smell the Whataburger. You're going to smell it when you're walking the concourse.
Do you like Whataburger more than Shake Shack?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's not even a quality proposition. It's just it
Shake
feels
Shack is
more
good.
like home to me.
Shake Shack is good.
No, I like their burgers a lot. I actually like their burgers probably better than Whataburger.
Yeah.
But the prices is what get me out of it, man.
Yeah.
It's not worth the price.
So let's take a stab here. I'm going to say $18
for a meal.
For a number one.
We get it on the way back.
Yeah, that would. I'm sorry, just
it's a Whataburger right around the corner.
Yeah.
We hit them.
I'm gonna hit it.
You know what would be great for?
And I stand in line.
You're gonna say it. You're gonna stand in line, smell it. Oh yeah.
Now this isn't the reason why you should put anything in a stadium, but it'll be great for visiting fans. Mm-hmm. So that's not another stop that they have to go.
Yeah,
we're going to the Astros game.
All those Angels fans are gonna be going, damn.
No, they're not. They're going to be like, well, it's good, but it's not better than it.
Yeah.
That's what they'll be saying.
Yeah.
And then the other change is that there's not going to be a Gallagher sign in center field for the 2026 season. The Astros star is back. You know, the orange star with the white H emblazoned on it. You'll be able to see that very prominently in center field. I like it, man.
Yeah. No, I like it too. The whole thing with the outfield, they changed the batter's eye a while back, and now it just looks cleaner.
Went
away.
Away.
It just looks cleaner. Yeah,
I think so. And then, real quick before we go, playing Colorado tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's not a basketball game of real consequence. I am interested to see how they look bouncing back from that stretch of 3 games against top 25 opponents.
Angry is how they're going to look.
That's the thing I'm looking for. Yeah. Obviously, they're going to look good. Colorado is bad at basketball, point blank, period.
Yeah.
But I want to see the aggression that they take with this, especially a Kelvin Sampson coach team, and just a sub kind of story within there. Might get a dude fired.
That's always kind of a mark of a good team where you got 3 or 4 coaches that you play or get fired because you embarrassed them so bad.
Leaving pink slips in your wake.
Yeah.
That's what I need from the Cougs in this game.
I would have liked to have seen – I would rather have seen Houston practices this week than their game against Colorado. I'll bet you their practices were murderous.
That's a good point.
Kelvin Sampson was just – all over their asses.
Do you think Kelvin Sampson...
You lost 3 games in a row.
Yeah. Do you think Kelvin Sampson is on like the... I was going to say Mount Rushmore, but we all hate those. Like on the short list of coaches who coach real hard? Because recently I was watching like a video of Candace Parker talking on her podcast about Pat Summitt, like the legendary Pat Summitt, that there was times... I think they had lost to Kentucky. She had the equipment manager stop washing their clothes. The players had to wash their own clothes. She took practice away from them one time. She was like, if y'all don't want to play basketball, get out my gym. And the players thought that was like a rallying cry, like, oh, she wants us to, come in on our off time work.
Yeah.
She found them and she said, get out of my gym.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Kelvin works like that?
I've talked to former players, recent former players. It's a war. I mean, that it's a war at practices.
I love college coaches.
Oh, my gosh.
This week, Sean Miller, the coach at Texas, apparently he has his players take care of a literal rock in order to, emphasize, hey, we need to take care of the basketball. This only works in college, right?
Of course.
We couldn't be like, hey, Kevin Durant, take care of this rock so we make sure that you don't turn the ball over. That wouldn't work, you don't think?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
By the way, a texter says that's probably cheaper than door dashing. I mean, I wouldn't DoorDash fast food anyway.
That's a whole nother thing.
It is. You're probably right, but also you have to consider you're still in that stadium. You're gonna be in a line to get that Whataburger, baby.
I'll be there. Come by and say hello.
Yeah, I probably.
And then all you're gonna hear from the stands is, oh, you're like, damn, I missed something. Missed something trying to get these Whataburgers.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, the NFLPA's report card is out, and so I'm very interested. There's 2 things that the Texans had, a really good grade and a not so good grade, and what that means. But then also, what are the interesting grades from around the league? We'll talk about all of that next.
And speaking of the Cougs, man, it is time. March Madness. Let's do it.
Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a funky Friday. As you can hear the Billy Ocean going. Anytime you hear Billy Ocean, you know it's funky. I don't know what else it can be.
Me neither.
There you go. We're about to talk about the player surveys, but a player poll rather that the NFL or reports. Their report card. That's the word that I was looking for. That the NFLPA puts out. But we just saw something a little bit earlier from the skipper of the Astros, Joe Espada, who was talking to MLB Network earlier today. Quote, Jerrod likes to play left field, and that balance is important to keep because he's a great hitter. But he also likes to go out to left field and put some at-bats behind him and go focus on something else defensively. We're going to do that. And also by doing that, it allows us to DH some other veteran players that we will need to get off their feet, close quote.
Yeah, and, Clint Stoerner will be happy.
Yeah. I think we all are relatively happy. I understand the reasoning that they give about, or at least that we surmise that, they're trying to keep him healthy by not playing left field. You've gotten to a place where this is a hamstring of the way that you go about playing baseball if you're entirely unwilling to put him in left field. You don't have a set left or outfield. You have
there's opportunity.
There's
to play,
opportunity there. You need to get dudes at bats in the infield. It just makes sense to do this. Now the question would be, how much are they ultimately going to do this? And that remains to be seen. But I'm happy that Joe Espada on wax is saying this in front of people, in front of cameras. We're recorded that we are going to do that. That's good. I need to hear that.
And you said relatively earlier. I'm relatively happy. I think it is a good way to do exactly what you just said. Create some opportunities. What he said as well. Be able to fix maybe a hole in left field. He hasn't been really that bad,
especially playing at home. Yeah. It's a small left field.
Yeah, in left field. But there is an element of risk. Simply if you just look at his track record. Whenever he's been injured, it's been out there by and large.
So we'll see how that goes. But I thought that was encouraging to see that. Also encouraging, one of these grades on these NFL report cards, the NFLPA, as I think personally, as a way to help negotiate to some degree and hopefully increase the quality and the caliber of their working environments, put out yearly an NFL report card in which NFL players vote on various different categories when it comes to the ownership, the team that they play for, and the amenities that they have available to them. And we've got that. We've got that for the Texans. We've got that for the entirety of the league. There were some interesting things that came through with this. And the like I said, the one that got me was a really positive grade, which was offensive coordinator. Yeah. When it comes to offensive coordinator, you can see this around the league and all the different places. But the Houston Texans, when you look at offensive coordinator, they got an A-. And I was very intrigued by that because if you ask the fans, if you ask us in the media how we felt and what our grade would be for Nick Caley, I don't know that, well, definitely wouldn't have averaged to an A-. I wonder how many people would have given it an A-. I don't know if the top grade would have been an A-.
I think this speaks to the communication skills, energy, all the things that we've seen from.
And we don't know ball.
It's possible.
We don't know ball.
And maybe that's so.
You guys don't know the game.
I think it speaks
you
to
never
a lot
played,
of that.
in fact. I've heard that often.
Everybody knows what.
You guys play the game.
Everybody knows what he wants, and he communicates it well, and he has the energy. I think that's that. That's not what stood out to me. What stood out to me is, and I'm not going to make a lot of fans happy here, but I think it's pretty clear. Let's go through all their grades. And it goes from ownership and head coach all the way to food and dining and nutrition, which we know those are going to be A's, right? We've talked about that. Everybody talks about that.
On a roll with that.
Let me just give you the grades. A, A-, A-, B-, B-, A, B+, A.
What are you talking about? Oh, just the various different
all
things.
the grades of all the categories.
That's Reggie's report card right there.
A.
There was a lot more B's on there.
All we've seen is A's and a couple of B-, right? Except for one thing. Home field, C+.
Yeah, C+. Hey, come on,
Yeah, C+.
There's a difference between a 77 and a 71. Come on now.
Yeah, but that's still a C. And to me, what stands out,
that's passing.
That's not the facility. That's not the field. That's not, the locker rooms. That's the fans, man. That's the environment. That to me speaks to the environment at NRG Stadium. It's the fans not getting there in time. It's the stands being half empty.
So much to do in Houston, Lopez.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, and most significantly, I think
we take it easy over here, man.
I think it's fans selling their tickets to opposing teams. This is one thing that.
And these are the players saying this, basically.
Yes, it's the players. It's not me. The players saying home field.
I ain't do it.
Yeah.
Don't bring it to John P. Lopez. I ain't do it.
My palms are up. my palms are up.
I would have given him a B+ personally.
I mean, look at this. You look at the grades when they line them up. It's A, B-, B-, A, C+. dude, that's
that one grade your mama be like, hey, what's going on right here?
Yeah.
You're like, Mom, you see all these A's and B's I got?
Yeah, mine was
and
handwriting.
You tripping about the C?
Mine was handwriting.
What was your excuse when your mom asked you about that? Because we all inevitably had that one grade. One of my little brothers, he's like, she just don't like me.
That was mine.
I still remember that when my little brother was like, nah, you don't understand. She just don't like me.
Man,
and I'm like,
she gave everybody a C. She don't like us.
oh, yeah, that's a good one, too. It's like, no, you got to understand. She's just a hard grade.
She just mean.
But seriously, dude, I mean, that's the home field from the players, C+.
And I love this in this moment. Not that this is a C+, but the players are never going to express this straight up.
Right.
Directly to fans, directly to media. They're never going to, because that's bad business.
CJ kind of did at one point.
But even then,
he was just kind of like, man, y'all got to get out there.
Yeah.
Last week was cool, but we got to be, I mean, that's probably the most you could be, straightforward with it.
And you brought this up before the show when we were talking about this. It's not even the Texans. They're trying their damnedest.
Hey, salute to the Houston Texans. They're doing everything they can to make it easy to get there early, man.
Yeah.
And it's still not really working, man. And it's not just them. It's all the teams here.
I mean, yeah. So I found that is real interesting. So yeah, that was the two dichotomies for me. It was seeing a C+ there for home field, right? That home field advantage, which I think we all understand, even whether or not we like it, whether we want to talk about the reasons why, we understand that is a thing that happens. You could go back to the Broncos game. You could go back to the Bills game. There's a number of them we could talk about even just from this year where it goes, oh, people have descended upon Houston, and this is at work, or like maybe a neutral game.
Yeah.
Do you have all the team grades up there?
Well,
because I'm curious the other bigger cities that kind of go through this.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up. My big takeaways.
Well, interestingly enough, the Colts got a D in this. The Jags got a B+ in this. And then
I was thinking about the Rams, Chargers, Miami, like those type of cities that got some of everybody from everywhere.
Okay, so let me see. When you say everybody, are you talking about more transient type cities?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what I can roll through here. Atlanta's a really transient city, C-.
Yeah.
So that's in that same vein, right? Let's see. Baltimore wouldn't count. Wow, interesting. The Buffalo Bills got an F, and now that's home game field. I wonder how much
that
of
might
that is
be
actually
more field.
Yeah, maybe that actually comes down to the field itself. And if that's the case, do you think that we're talking about the actual field level and how the field plays?
I thought they had a good field, like the actual field.
Well, there's a C- there. The Giants got an F-, so I think we're talking about the physical field here.
I think it's how they interpret it.
Did the Jets get a C?
Yeah.
Or a B?
That'd be funny if they got a different one. Yeah, that'd be weird. But yeah, I want to circle back around to this Nick Caley because, again, where do you think this is coming from? You talk about like the feeling that, that love or what have you, of his energy, the communication. But they've defended his, like, the prowess and the acumen of the offense. And it really does make me wonder how much the offense was hampered by injuries. Because they did get hamstrung in some ways where they had to – remember, they didn't want to go in with six offensive lineman sets. That was a necessity that they built in later with the injuries, the
I don't
tight
think they
ends, so
dug
on
in
and so
that deep.
forth.
I don't think
you don't think that the players were like, it feels like I'm getting a good game plan from my offense coordinator.
I think that's what it was. I think it was more communication, the messaging. They appreciated what it was. I don't think they went into the whole injuries and all that stuff because there's so many categories that they went through. It's like, hey, what do you think of your offensive coordinator? A-. We knew what we had to do. The communication was there, energy, and all that stuff that I mentioned. No, I think it was more, not superficial, but it was more just about that. The other interesting things, the Steelers, Browns, and Cardinals.
Well, I was going to get there because the Texans ultimately ranked 7th with all of this, which is something that I think the Texans, as an ownership, as a staff, as a record label and a crew, right?
No.
They got to look up and be able to tip their hats themselves that their players come in and with real evaluation of it go, y'all are doing a good job here, and as they're actively trying to add a headquarters and make it even better, I think that the Texans probably pat themselves on the back.
Yeah.
A team that has no business doing that would be the Pittsburgh Steelers, ranked 32nd in all of this. I mean, buddy, they look like they need to be sent to the reform school. Treatment of families, F. Home game field, F-. Didn't know that those were allowed.
F-.
Locker room was an F-.
Sounds like John McClane. F-.
Team ownership, D-.
Yeah.
those are some real nasty grades that they got here from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it seems like they hanging their hat on the logo right here.
Yes, they are.
Like, hey, we ain't got to fix up these bathrooms. I think I seen somewhere it said only 4 stalls in the
5.
Or 5 was it 5?
Yeah.
I sold them short. Yeah, 5 stalls in.
Not like they got like 57 dudes at any given point in the locker room.
5 is enough. But
5.
Yeah,
Good
so
Lord.
And we all know
And you know,
bathrooms.
one of them's always clogged.
That's what I'm saying. It's a whole bunch of 200, 300-pound men in there. One of those
we
is always
tripping with
clogged.
these bathrooms, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think they just hanging their hat on. Hey, this is Pittsburgh Steelers. You want to play for that logo?
Yeah.
We ain't got to do nothing else.
Don't worry about the bathrooms. We still got that
Nah,
cool
you're a
logo.
Pittsburgh Steeler. That's all that matters.
Well, that doesn't explain the other two at the bottom three.
Well,
Steelers were last, and then the Browns and the Cardinals.
Yeah, Cardinals were 31st, and that makes sense to me. The Bidwell, he's not been viewed as a good owner. But damn, they got a lot of stuff that's ranking really low. And what's funny is the Cardinals, they're building a new headquarters themselves. So maybe Bidwell goes, well, we about to fix all of this with the new headquarters.
Yeah, but that's what I was kind of thinking with the Cleveland Browns too. Maybe they just not putting no money into
because they're doing the same thing.
That's what only that part. Now I can't speak for the coach and the owner and all that stuff.
Yeah,
only that part.
And to me, if you look at the big picture of all these grades and everything, and by the way, this is probably the last year we're going to get to see it because owners get embarrassed.
Yes, they do get embarrassed. It's one of the things when you have rich people, you're not going to hurt them with money. The only thing you can hurt them with is their pride.
Yeah.
I think that what's going to happen is we're not supposed to find it, but the likes of Kalen Kaler and the likes of Mike Florio, they are going to find ways to get this. And we might not get the full picture, but I think they will piece together large swaths of this to that. At the very least, we will find out who the bad actors are, which I feel like the NFL owners should have thought of because right now we get the full thing. And we can talk about how, hey, look, the Texans, you know, you get an A for your nutritionist and you get your head coach was an A-. Interesting that it's a minus there, right? All we're going to do is, wow, all we're hearing is that the Steelers are awful. That's all we're going to have.
We've been getting this every year recently, but the NFL owners want a grievance where it's going to be more kept private. I hope you're right that it's made public because this is important, and this is where I was going with it. To me, there is no better gauge of the question is, do you have a good owner than this? This is all about ownership, you know, whether it's hiring the right people or facilities or just a general, you know, treatment of players and families. That's always a big one, you know, how families are treated, et cetera. And I think this is the best gauge that is even out there, and I hope we get to still see it.
Will it be that easy to put a stop to this, though? Because I feel like this could be something you could put in a group chat. And then it could get out somehow.
I hope it does. I really do. I like it every year. I think it's very telling.
Because it's pretty much like a survey.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you can't put a stop on a survey.
Right.
Well, and they're not stopping the NFLPA from being able to do this because the NFLPA said we're going to keep doing this.
No, they're still going to do it.
And we're going to share it amongst our membership.
Yeah.
The problem is they don't want it to be public, which, again, speaks to the fact that they don't care that this is happening. They care about the embarrassment.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, buddy, if you think that we're not in the surveillance state that we live in, you don't think that somebody's going to leak this?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah. And then speaking of, you know, reflections of ownership and how revealing these things can be.
Are you going to talk about the Titans being the 24th worst team?
I'm going to talk.
21st
I'm going
best
to talk. I'm going to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. This was mind blowing to me. No team made a bigger jump from one year to the next than the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'll just give you a few here. Treatment of families. They went from F to a B+. Head coach C to an A-. Training staff B- to A-. Strength coaches B to A. Food and dining C+ to B. And that is culture. That is Liam Cohen. They didn't get.
Well, that's also money they've invested.
Well, but that's part of the culture.
Yeah.
You know,
this was year one.
This was year one with Liam Cohen.
That's saying a lot.
I think it says a whole lot about just how important when an ownership buys in with the right general manager and the right head coach, the entire culture has changed. They jumped from where are they ranked right now? The Jacksonville Jaguars overall fifth. They're fifth now. I think they were like 22nd last year. Overall.
How long they been doing these report cards?
About 5 years, right?
Something like that.
Because I was
6
curious
years.
to know what was the Texans report card with Cully and Lovey Smith.
Easterby and all those guys.
Yeah, from that point to D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Like, how much did that spike up?
That really jumped out to me. It can change that quick if you just treat people right way and
get the right people in there
and invest the right things too. Yeah.
Well, I will do the work on making sure. I might bring that back later on in the program, but just to point to some of the things for the Texans coaching wise. Head coach I said was an A-. Nick Caserio gets an A- himself. That feels like that should probably be apt, but this is from the players. Special teams coordinator, shout out, A. Defensive coordinator, A.
There we
Both
go.
feel like they fit. Offensive coordinator, A- we talked about. Strength coaches, A, which apparently was where they have the White Boy Wednesdays going on. Position coaches, interestingly, a B+.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the distinction
that's good.
is there. It's still good, but I wonder, like, with all of your coordinators getting A- for the position coaches to be a slight step down, I wonder what that feels like. That might just be like one specific
It's like
thing.
being married 20 years. You're just around them too much. You're just around them too much.
Or I wonder if
nothing's perfect.
I wonder if it's people on the offensive side that probably don't have like a, I guess, super tight relationship.
I think
you're saying this is Ben McDaniel's fault.
I think it's proximity, man. I think you're just around them like every day in these long ass meetings. You're like, this guy's great, but man, I got to get out of here.
Right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Yeah, man. I don't really have any big desire to fly to Tampa, Florida. I mean, no real big reason.
Done it before.
Done it before.
Yep.
Spring training usually. So maybe that's the desire. But I kind of want to fly to Tampa. Do you see what they did? Not only did they do something fantastic, the way they worded it was even better. This is the Tampa International Airport. The first two lines, this is the official airport Twitter feed.
Okay.
First two sentences in the tweet they posted yesterday. We've seen enough. We've had enough.
That sounds like you.
I saw this.
That sounds like the way. I haven't seen this, so I have no idea where we're going to. But that just sounds like your type of vibe. Right
This is no. I think most people will agree with me, unless you wear pajamas to travel. This I'm going to read the whole thing. It's time to ban pajamas at Tampa International Airport after successfully banning Crocs and giving everyone the free, amazing opportunity to experience the first Crocs-free airport. It's time to take an even larger crisis. Pajamas at the airport in the middle of the day. The madness stops today. The way I want to see who wrote this because it's awesome. The madness stops today. The movement starts today. The official airport is banning.
How did they ban
pajamas?
Crocs? How did they ban Crocs, and how did they purport to ban?
Now, I did see this, and I almost made it a segment, put it in the mixtape too.
Mm-hmm.
But I seen a couple. I think it was one of the. On Twitter, you got the little headline that
it's a suggestion.
Yeah,
it's not an official.
I saw something that said they were joking about it, but I was thinking in my brain like, are they really joking?
No. I think it's more like they can't ban pajamas.
Yeah,
they can't ban Crocs, but they're just like, come on, man.
Yeah,
and that's where I am with my confession. Like, come on, man. You don't have to wear a suit and tie like back in the Mad Money days. You're going on a trip or whatever.
So are you down with wearing pajamas?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm saying you don't have to wear a suit.
Yeah.
But flip-flops and pajamas at the airport? Come on. Everybody can do a little better than that.
Now, see, I don't wear pajamas anywhere outside the house.
Yeah.
But flip-flops, I used to wear flip-flops at the airport because I'm tired of taking my shoes off. This is when you had to take your shoes off at TSA and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm cool with the flip-flops as long as you look presentable a little bit.
The flip-flops, my only gripe with flip-flops is if y'all got schmelly feet, because some of y'all got schmelly feet. Other than that, I'm not really here for policing this in
I'm
this
not a big
way.
fan, but what Figgy said about if you otherwise, look presentable.
Yeah, just look presentable.
I'm like, as long as you don't have nothing hanging out, man, go ahead and wear these pajamas, man. I'm not really worried about it. These flights are so damn uncomfortable all day long.
Pajamas?
Yeah,
hell no.
See, that's the part.
I don't care.
That's the part I don't like. Pajama. To me, I feel like that's a little bit net because are you hopping in the bed after all of this too in those pajamas?
They might. That's their bed.
And they're absolutely.
I would not wear pajamas to the airport.
I just can't, man.
Yep, me neither.
I would not wear pajamas.
Like
to the
I'm all for jogging pants. I see the women with the yoga pants.
Yeah,
they're jogging pants. They're not pajamas where you sleep in the bed with them.
That's right.
Like pajama pants are ugly too, man.
You can
with all the athleisure that we have that is so damn close to pajamas. I don't understand why we are making these differences where there's not or distinctions where there's
because
not
there is a very big distinction.
That's
why.
Look, you got fly looking Adidas jogging suits.
Yes.
You got Nike suits. It look presentable.
Why are we making a distinction? Because it's a huge distinction. Pajamas.
Yeah, you walking around with house shoes too. Like, come on, let's be real, man.
Yeah.
Of course, you could do anything you want to do, but we ain't gotta sit here and act like that's cool.
Yes.
Hey, man, I'm trying to get from point A to point B on these uncomfortable ass trips.
So pajamas is the only comfortable pants you got.
It's not the only one, but why are we signaling out these one?
Because they're pajamas.
It looks stupid, man.
What's the special thing about pajamas?
You're supposed to sleep in them, and most people don't wear underwear.
All right, wear pajamas to an interview then.
Yes. Yeah.
Like if it don't matter.
Yeah.
Next one I get, I will.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Like, it look
You're
goofy,
lying
man.
through your teeth.
Y'all not going to stop me.
You're lying.
You don't know my life.
That ain't the only comfortable set of clothes you got.
That's right.
You don't know my life. From the 713, wearing a bonnet outside of the house should be a felony and should be banned.
I'm kind of with it too, man. That's just me.
We were going to San Francisco. I did have a do-rag on at the airport.
I think a do-rag is a little different.
Oh, look at y'all! I'm not carving this up to make yourself right.
Bonnets. It's just, to me, that's just, I don't know. It's just nasty to me, man. Because you out here in these streets, and then you gonna lay your bonnet on your pillow.
Also,
that is germy, man. That's nasty.
I know that these people, they do what they can when it comes to cleaning all these cabins. We talking about nasty. Y'all just putting all this onto the flights.
Yeah,
you just putting your raw head onto the back. Yeah, Seth, we can do this with anything, man.
No, come on,
man. You putting your nasty bonnet on a pillow, and you got your face all in the pillow, man. Come on, let's not compare that.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
I think that this clip from coverage of the NFL draft, it really points to a thing that I would like us, the royal us, to kind of just stop. We don't have to do this. This is Rich Eisen, and I forget the other gentleman on the broadcast, so apologies to him. But talking about Kyle Hamilton, who tweeted in to the broadcast after he felt like he was slighted a little bit by the way that they handled something.
Framed. I just got brutally frame mobbed.
What's the definition of frame mob? Help me with that.
Overshadowed. All together here. Oh my goodness gracious. Sonny Styles, faster at the combine than CeeDee Lamb. And wow.
So what they had on the screen was the overlay that they'll do with the draft with Sonny Styles, who's just crazy fast, CeeDee Lamb, and Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton was bringing up the rear on this. He should not be upset just because he's a really good football player, but I get why he was like, that hurt my feelings.
Why'd you do that to me?
Was it frame mogged was the word?
I wasn't familiar with it.
And you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to do this. We don't have to, because the kids are saying things and they're saying things on the internet, we got to figure out. No, we don't. Just leave it where it is.
Yeah.
We don't have to use any of this.
Let them do it.
We don't have to do any of this.
I got to the point, I just want to know if I'm being disrespected.
Yeah.
Like, are you trying to be disrespectful to me?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
But because I don't know what it means. What's that drop you had?
I'm taking it as disrespect.
Yeah. Like, are you trying to disrespect me? Are you trying to play me?
I still don't even know exactly what it is.
Is it a compliment?
Is it frame mobbed?
Mobbed with two G's, right? It's some internet slang that I don't need to know, right? Yeah. We don't need the Auramax around here. I'm looking at you, Space City Home Network broadcast. We don't got to do that. We can just leave it where it is.
Yeah. I'm totally with it, too.
These are my confessions.
So we kind of had the whole conversation last NFL season with C.J. Stroud wearing the different team hats and all that stuff, and people kind of being upset over it. I got to confess, I kind of missed the era of just wearing a random team merch or hat or jersey just because of the look, man. Because I was in Cleveland a couple weeks ago, and I went into a store just kind of looking around. I saw this really, really, really fly Cavaliers hat, the old school logo from '97.
Yeah. Is it the one where the V is the hoop?
Yeah. With the back. No, not that one. That one's older.
Okay.
It was one around '98, I want to say, where it was just the hoop. It was orange and blue with the basketball in the hoop.
Yeah.
That logo. And I almost bought that hat, but I just don't want to hear nobody, you guys, or I miss the days where you could just rock a random team gear without being questioned.
See,
you a fan?
I think there's a difference with throwback stuff, and that's a throwback.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
You see me wear my Oilers jacket a lot, when it's cold, and so I think throwback is where you get a pass.
How would you feel if I came in here with a throwback Eagles hoodie or something like that?
I think that guy likes Kelly Green and he likes the logo.
But I would get questioned. Oh, you an Eagles fan?
No, I think throwback stuff.
Like, I don't want to go through
There
all
would
that.
be some people that would ask.
There would be. There always is.
I wish we could take it back to the 2000s where you see random rappers with a random ass jersey. They not even a fan of.
That was part of the fun because you want to know one of the most bought sports jerseys at that time. The Hartford Whalers
it was
sweater.
cool.
because it was just cool.
Yeah.
I know y'all ain't no Hartford Whalers hockey fans, but it was really cool.
Yeah, some of these rappers don't even watch sports, and they sitting there rocking a Tim Couch jersey.
And that's kind of my point. I think if you're buying new stuff, and CJ was wearing the Mariners hat, which was right before a Mariners series or during or something like that.
Yeah,
that's different than wearing an old. What's a good throwback? Like an old, I don't know. Whatever,
like a Seattle Sonics,
yeah, something like that.
I think Sonics will get away with because that's not a current team as well.
But even like I don't know, just pick a random team, like an old Heat jersey or something. I think you're good with that.
Yeah, I just miss those days where you could just rock a Dodgers hat without being questioned, and you just doing it.
The
because
problem with the Dodgers, they haven't changed their logo.
See, that's my point though, man. Like I'm rocking it because it's blue.
Yeah,
like I got a blue shirt, and I rock a Dodgers hat with it. I just hate being questioned over this, man.
Yeah.
Go back to the 2000s.
You just sound like Figgy being an old man is the funniest development on the show every time that it happens. It's like, why is this dog on my property?
Hey, it was simpler times.
It was
over the years, man.
Back in my day.
Now everybody just question you over something silly.
Figgy sound like a Bluebell ad.
Yeah.
It was simpler times.
He even runs like an old man, we found out.
Yes, we did find that out as well.
I don't want to tear nothing, man. I got to be careful.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, there is a sports media shakeup happening. I want to get your insight into what you would like to see in these instances. Also, we'll talk to the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. We do all that next.
How good can news? 610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. You know what? Let's flip this up a little bit because I did say we're going to get into some of the sports media shakeup that's happening with football right now in the broadcast. But hold on. All right. But actually, so let's do that because Al Michaels is he might be a free agent, but this really starts up for me because it's been made known that Tony Dungy is likely out at NBC, part of the Football Night in America, and the circumstances are kind of make sense. He's been doing this for 17 seasons.
Yeah.
Dude. It's crazy how fast that sneaks up on you. But they have 10 people on that broadcast, and they're probably moving that along. And I'm not that upset about it, but it does kind of feel like one of the early moves in a landscape of stuff that is probably set to shake up a little bit. We talk about free agency of sports, and there's a lot of free agents when we talk about contracts in the football media landscape. Just look at this, right? So Herb Street is entering his final year of his contract on the Amazon broadcast. And then also Al Michaels, he's just constantly at the state in his career where is he ready to retire? Only God knows. That could be room for an Amazon Prime crew to do something entirely different. And the ESPN Monday Night crew of Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, their contract also comes up at the end of this year. So you have some of those things happen. You have CBS trying to address Matt Ryan leaving from there. There's a lot of things that could shake up in the way that we watch football outside of the football itself.
I think there is. I also think, networks traditionally like to hold on to their broadcasters because fans build relationships with them. I mean, you can still go back and man, I always remember seeing so-and-so and so-and-so, when I was a kid. And they love to keep them as long as they can. But there is a shelf life. They like to make that shelf life as long as possible, but there is a shelf life. I think the one that comes to mind for me of the ones that you're talking about, clearly Al Michaels, I'm setting that aside. I think he's going to do another year, at least from something I saw yesterday about him wanting to do
another year like this year or another year after this year?
No, this year, this coming season, and who knows after that.
Right.
The one for me is the Amazon game. I'll be very interested to see how that plays out with Herb Street and
Al Michaels and Herb Street is the Amazon Prime.
No, not the Amazon Prime. The other one.
ESPN.
ESPN, yeah.
Well, and they made so much money, and the reason why I start bringing this up is you talk about great broadcasts. I feel like the Monday Night Football broadcast might be one of, if the most football respected broadcasts. They just took that wholesale from Fox, and I'm going for Amazon Prime, who is backed by one of the biggest companies in the world in Amazon. Do they not just go, all right, Al Michaels might walk out the door. We don't have to stick with Kirk Herbstreit. Could we just go, we have more money than Disney? And take their guys and just make this the thing?
I think that's a possibility. I also feel like, you mentioned Herb Street, his contract running up on ESPN. He's not going anywhere from ESPN. They
well, not ESPN. His contract running up at
but I'm saying,
but Amazon Prime.
Even at that, he's not going anywhere. I mean, they just love him so much. Now, Amazon, that's a different story.
Yeah, the contract will be running up at Amazon. He's still doing the college football stuff. It's one of the reasons why I don't love him on the NFL is you only have so much time, and I think it shows at times that this is his second job, so to say, with Amazon Prime. The thing that I also find interesting is with that CBS, because I mentioned Matt Ryan, obviously he goes to work with the Falcons. There's a lot of possibilities that happen there.
They have a deep bench.
They have a deep bench, and there's a lot of interesting names that are out there. Is there going to be maybe a Cam Hayward or maybe even Mike Tomlin? Could he step into that? If we're still talking about the calling of games, ESPN, Amazon, could they go and look at, hey, you see that Greg Olsen is a number 2 somewhere, or, and I wonder how willing he'd be able to do this. J.J. Watt has been fantastic really quick.
Yeah.
Now, he gets to work with Ian Eagle, who's great, and also he's on a third team. Does one of these other crews that look up and go, hey, man, we're running out of we might not have an option here, or we want to make it better. Do they go, can we entice J.J. Watt?
I think the most likely one would be Greg Olsen, don't you think?
That feels like it.
Right.
Because it felt like he got moved down and he was not
happy
great about it.
And he's great.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised with J.J. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with the deep bench. I mean, he's a star. He's and he's really good. It's not, he not only has the star power, he has the credentials. He's proven to be really good.
It's J.J. Watt.
It's J.J. Watt, and I think I don't know what the contract situation is with Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt, but I think someone would pluck them. I mean, they would just slide right into like an Amazon or any of these. Plus, that's the other thing. Everybody who has an app these days and broadcasts is trying to get into the NFL, and they're talking with the NFL.
Yeah, Netflix, YouTube broadcasts, those types of things. So, yeah, I think that we're getting close to a place where this landscape might shift up. Speaking of shifting up, I'd like to turn your attention to Shell Energy Stadium, where tomorrow they'll be hosting LAFC and Heung-min Son. And hopefully they'll get another 3 points like they did in their home opener last week. So let's talk to our guy, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, Ben Olsen. Ben, what's happening, man?
Hi, Reggie. Hey, John. How you guys doing?
Terrific.
Doing well. I felt great last week, first and foremost, because I saw 3 points, but I loved the brand of football that we got to see from this Dynamo team. And you told us last week, you were like, hey, man, this Guilherme dude, good player, scores goals. I saw a good player that scored goals. I even loved, was it the first or second touch that he had on one of those goals where he touches the ball, gets in front of the defender, gets to the center of the goal so he makes the angle better? I loved that. What did you see from Guilherme in this match? And what did you see from your team?
Yeah, just overall, the team performance was about what we thought. Like, it was a little choppy the first half. We're still figuring Chicago out and figuring ourselves out. And when you have an experienced group, they tend to do that on them, by themselves. And by the second half, I think you saw what we're trying to do here. And it's still a team that wants the ball and create a bunch of chances. So that second half, if we can replicate that against LAFC, we feel like we have a good chance, and we're continuing to build. Guilherme's, you can see he's obviously effective. He's also fun to watch. He's electric. He's technically gifted, and he plays with real personality. I don't know if that kind of came through with you. We weren't too surprised at that. We've been watching that for a month since we've had him in the preseason, but that was really our fans' first look at him. And I would say that Bogusz, I think you're going to see a similar type attacker. It just wasn't a game for him, although he had some really good moments as well.
So what you're telling me, because you gave me Guilherme last week. I was going to say, who's the next guy that I need to look out for that I can see score? But I'm guessing that you're putting Bogusz on the line here. Then.
Yeah, but he's our other DP attacker, so he better. Yeah. That's it's important for him to also be at that level, and he was. I mean, he had a few really good chances. He hits the bar, I think, once, and it gets one cleared off the line. So he's super well-rounded. He can score with left, right. He can create his own shot. He can arrive into the box and score that way. So he is maybe a different. He's a little different than Guilherme, but he should be as effective, and that's a recipe for success. If you can get two real attackers with Ponce up there that can produce moments in the final third, that gives you a chance.
Ben, I know you spoke about this with Reggie last week when I was out of town about just the personnel changes and stuff, but I wanted to ask about you last year to this year. Now that you're getting these guys in and have these guys in, are you able to flourish a little more in some of the style and some of the approaches that you have just game to game?
Well, coaches get too much credit and too much blame. That's the one consistent thing that I've seen over my 15 years of coaching. We're all a product of these players, and we've brought in more experience, more talent, and we've brought in more personality. Mm-hmm. And again, those are the three things we really focused on over the last 4 months in the off season of what do we need to bring back into here to get us back in the postseason and to put ourselves in a situation to hold trophies. And we had that in the first 2 years, and we got away from it a little bit. So we learned a lot last year. As far as me personally, I'm not going to reinvent myself at this point. Of course, the new generation comes through, and kind of how you communicate and how you deal with them is always something I think you have to keep up to date with. But I surround myself with good people, and I think as long as I can give these guys a good framework and allow them to breathe within that framework, and you put talent and personality out there, they'll do the work.
We're talking to Dynamo head coach Ben Olsen here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And Ben, I think that the product that your guys are starting to put out there absolutely should have Dynamo fans excited. However, let's be honest, you got an LAFC squad coming in at 7:30 where a diverse city like Houston, we're going to be excited about Heung-min Son being on the pitch. How do you handle a dynamic where a lot of people in the stands are really excited about one dude on the other side?
Yeah, it's opportunity, right? I mean, that's also the reality of when Messi comes in town or Son comes in town or a big-name club comes in town. For us, it's our players get excited. Of course, you want to play against the best and be under the lights against some of these world-class players to see how you do against them, how you coach against them, how you try to stop them. So, but it's also opportunity. I mean, this Korean community is coming out, right? Mm-hmm. So great. Like, let's show them that we have a product that is worth them coming back to when Son leaves, right? That's how we look at it. Mm-hmm. We welcome anybody to celebrate the game. And listen, if I'm not playing against Son, I'm a fan of Son. I mean, he's an elite, world-class athlete on the field. He seems like a great personality off the field, and he's a great player for our league to have. So he's a wonderful addition. We hope to kick their ass, and that he has a terrible night, and we want to spoil that for the people that come out for LAFC. But we also, again, we want to put ourselves in a window where people are saying that was it was a fun venue. It's a great place to watch a game, and that Dynamo team to play.
Is the World Cup coming to Houston?
Yes,
Are you benefiting from that? Do you feel like there is a benefit? Let me put it that way. There is a benefit for you guys?
I think so. We get locked into our own world. The World Cup coming here, does it really affect me or right. Our players? Right. None of them are in the World Cup. I'm not coaching in the World Cup. So you kind of bounce into this fan world and get excited. I have kids that I want to bring them to the World Cup and experience that, like I did in 1994. So it's more of that, again, personally. I think but yes, there's a wave that's coming, and we need to continue. Probably more on the front office side, and from a media standpoint, we got to jump on that wave, and we got to gain some of that momentum, or be part of that momentum that is the World Cup and some of the vibe that's coming. So I'm excited, but to change my week to week, right. I'm focused on LAFC mostly.
All right, Ben. I'm excited about this match, but I'm a little disappointed that you say you're not like super excited about the World Cup, because I was going to see if we can make you our World Cup correspondent. But, I guess we'll just have to.
We can do that. I mean, listen, when it's here, we're on break, so when it's here, I'm going to be, I'm going to be into it. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to be super engaged.
All right,
I got a pretty good team coming to town tomorrow. I'm pretty wrapped up with trying to stop the best attacking team in the country.
Okay, but speaking of, how have you felt about your defense thus far? Because we've seen the new and improved, goal scoring apparatus, at least the early portions of it. How have you felt about a defense that was very young last year and was tried quite a bit?
Yeah, Guillermo got a lot of press, rightfully so, last week. But we also were stout in the back, and we talked. I think, Reggie, we talked a little bit last week about being better in both boxes, in the final third offensively, and then our defensive third, where the goals happen. Captain Obvious, I know. But this is where, you end up winning games. And I thought that was the real difference. They had some good looks. Chicago did last week. We just found, we found better actions in the final third, and we made the most of them. And then we held the fort, and we had three really experienced center backs in there that understand how to put out fires and defend the box. And they'll be tested this weekend. It'll be a much bigger test. So I'm very interested to see how we hold up against, again, the best attack in the league.
I am as well. Looking forward to seeing you in this match tomorrow, 7:30 versus LAFC at Shell Energy Stadium. And so I will also be very much looking forward to Mateusz Bogusz. You've put a little pressure on him, and I'm expecting a goal, or maybe just a brace, a second-half brace again.
it's his former team. He won he was there 2 years ago, and he won he won a championship with them. So sometimes you play your forward team. Sometimes you score a goal or two. Hopefully two. That'd be nice.
Yeah, all I'm hearing is guaranteed goal. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay, there you go. Guaranteed.
Appreciate you, Ben. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Later.
That is Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. Excited for this match. I'm going to see if I can get out there.
It'll be a good game.
It's going to be a crazy day tomorrow for me. I'm going. Thank you to John Lopez for after abandoning us, creating an opportunity for us to go to cook-off. So I'm going to go to cook-off, then I'm going to go to this match, and hopefully I will have an incredible Houston day. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope that you're having an incredible Houston Friday right now. Coming up next, speaking of Houston and what could be an incredible day, would you want the Texans to trade for Devon Achane? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Nick Caserio shut down. play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Funky Friday to you here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This is a stupid thing that I just said. Doesn't Fernando Mendoza just look like a smiley baby?
He does.
You know? And not just a smiley person. Sometimes you see a smiley person like, oh, they just look happy. He looks like a smiley baby.
Our babies like always have a smile on their face.
There's just not a care in the world. He just big old smile on his face.
You know how some people, when they get older, they look totally different from when they was a baby?
Yeah.
He look exactly how he looked as a baby.
You know how babies
you could
are
look
always kind of like
straight out the womb. He probably look exactly the same.
But I mean, how could you not smile when you're the Heisman winner,
That brother
national
living life,
champion,
man.
about to be the #1 overall pick, playing in Las Vegas,
From
Nevada.
Indiana, man.
Yep.
Out of Indiana.
Yeah.
I got to share this quote that just came across from the anti
Fernando Mendoza. Well, he smiles too, but it's just not. He don't
Diego
look like a smiley
Pavia.
baby.
He was asked about his maturity. He said, "Coach Lee always pressed to me that your frontal lobe is not fully developed in your 25.
That's
you're
scary.
25.
Anybody who ever quotes the thing about
Your
frontal
frontal-
lobe development,
Yeah.
they're talking about something that you should be afraid of.
But hold on, the quote is great. Coach always said your frontal lobe is not developed until you're 25. I just turned 24, so I got 365 days to go."
That
is
awesome. Terrifying.
That is awesome.
No, I'm glad. For my purposes,
Yes.
that's incredible.
I got a year, man.
If I am
could be
a coach
fool for another year,
or a general manager on a team that had Diego Pavia on the board, I'm like, what does that mean? What kind of decision making are you bringing here, big dog?
that's like you got 1 year to continue acting like a fool.
That's exactly what that means. It's not like that is exactly what it feels like he is saying in that moment.
Yeah.
Hey, man, be careful with that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Yesterday, we talked to our guy Jonathan Alexander after the news of the Texans parting ways with Jerrod Johnson, quarterback coach. But he had put out a piece not too long before that where he was talking about some of the things that he learned being in Indianapolis for the combine and everything. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little mad at Jonathan because he did not harp on this note that he just kind of threw in there. Really, really casually in this piece for the Houston Chronicle that is worth checking out, I should say, that the Texans in their quest to answer this question at running back, the top of their running back room, because I don't think it's going to be Joe Mixon. That moving on just makes too much sense. We talk about free agency with Kenneth Walker. Could it be possible that they answer it with the trade? And could it be possible that they answer it with the trade for this particular dude? A dude from Texas, played at Texas at A&M, from Houston.
Yeah.
Devon Achane. He is a 24-year-old. He is coming into the final year of his rookie contract there in Miami. And Miami has already done some selling off, right? They cut some pieces. They've traded some pieces. I think Minkah Fitzpatrick is being held out there as a trade piece once again. This is very clear that, John Eric Sullivan, their general manager, is looking at this like, let's tear this thing down. I wonder if it's to the studs and try and build this thing up again. And they've got to be looking at this as this is a valuable player in Devon Achane to trade, I might imagine. Should that be a place where the Texans go instead of this wide free agent market where we know Kenneth Walker's going to make him some money, people are interested? Could you get away from this? Because we've seen Nick Caserio do this where he goes, I don't want to bid with everybody else. I'm just going to give up some draft capital and get my guy.
Well, he'll have to ultimately give up a contract too.
Yes.
If they do make that trade. So there is a financial implication, a cap implication. But my short answer is if that's the guy that fits and that's the guy you want, you make that trade. I'm a big fan of Kenneth Walker. I'm a big fan of Devon Achane. And
I wonder why.
He's 20. No, that too. But he's 24, man.
Yes.
He's 24 years old and doesn't have a lot of tread worn off the tires.
That is correct. I was looking at it, and Devon Achane, as we mentioned, 3 seasons under his belt. He was a Pro Bowler just this past season. Has 1,000 yards, 1,350 to be exact last year. He has had 544 carries in his professional career.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon, when you acquired him, was what? He was headed into his age 28 season. He had triple the amount of carries, just about.
Almost 1,500.
1,544 attempts at the time. 1,571 attempts at the time when you got him. And Joe Mixon is a unique guy, right? It's not like everybody's going to be Joe Mixon, but a lot of guys can still run after only like 550 attempts. Like, this is an entirely different level of youth and viability if you had any level of concern there. Like, there's not very much tread on the tires,
but
or
then
weight used off of the tires. I should say.
No, that would be a very attractive acquisition. But then you have to, okay, what are we paying here? You know, what are we paying here?
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Yeah.
The double pay, the dreaded double pay is something I don't love in sports. I don't love giving up draft capital, which is the opportunity to acquire cost control players, and then paying high market value on top of that. The paying double side is tough. And I'm going to be honest, that's the reason why I don't think that this is the way that they should go about this. However, far be it from me at this early stage in the offseason to say, take that off the table as a way to maybe acquire a running back here.
Well, the fit seems to matter too. You have Woody Marks can catch the ball a little bit and run outside a little bit, but he's not Devon Achane. He's just not. I mean, very few are. That's a guy that I think he was in the 4.2 neighborhood, speaking of the combine. He's
That's
like
a
right
great point.
4.28, 4.3, something like that. And so there's just very few people on the planet that can do that and get outside and catch the ball, which is, another thing that he's done. So if it's the target, if that's the one you want to target at that age with that little wear and tear, I think it may – now, I'm not talking about a second-round pick, but I think it may make you want to think about giving up some of those picks.
Okay, so by the way, 4.32.
Yeah, he was right around there.
Is what he ran, which trailed only Chris Johnson, Dree Archer, and Keith Marshall, running backs all time, putting up numbers. So fourth fastest running back at the time when he ran it. That's kind of impressive. Just only kind of. But
4.3.
What would the compensation that you'd be comfortable with, understanding that you're going to give him the type of contract that you might be paying for one of these other running backs in free agency?
He's an $11 or $12 million guy.
Quite possibly
11 or 12 million, which is.
But you might get the first year at a reasonable rate of something like $5 million or something.
And you're going to gain $8.5 million from cutting bait with Joe Mixon. So you're going to get a little bit of that money back.
And shout out to the NFL. Also, we learned today that they let their teams know that there was $22 million more compared to last year on the salary cap officially. So
there is.
Does that change your accounting a little bit?
I think it changes anyone's accounting. A bigger cap. You're going to be able to save money with Joe Mixon, and he's younger than anybody except for Woody Marks. Really, not that much older than Woody Marks, to be honest. So, compensation, is a third too crazy?
Just a third?
A third and whatever, sixth, I
was like, maybe third and seventh or something.
Yeah.
I wonder if it is because you're also because any team that acquires him is having to do the double pay. So I wonder how that goes. I'm having a hard time here also because you mentioned fit and him being able to run is cool. The question, well, not just run, but like run fast is what I mean. The question I have is, does he fit the style of running that you want to do here?
I think he fits part of the style. I think when you go outside or you get the ball in his hands on the edge, and by the way,
but they want to run between. They want to run between.
Well, I was just going to say one of the biggest misconceptions about Devon Achane, and you probably can get to the data on this. He's a really good between the tackles runner.
Damn it! Now I have to go get.
People always think, well, he's a fast guy. Get him in space, and he's good at that. But you'd be surprised how effective he's been. And this is my eye test. I don't have the data in front of me. He is between the tackles. He's pretty darn good. So the answer to your question is yes, from my perspective.
Yeah. Okay. But the only thing that I ask then is it that he's good at it, or is he good if this is the majority of the diet? Because this is not a team that's going to be running like outside zone. If anything, it's inside zone and power duo type things. Right? Is that going to be good if that becomes the entirety of, or I mean
I don't think it'll be the entirety of what
80-90% of what the running is with the guy who has really flourished outside zone. And it's worth noting that his new offensive coordinator at the team that he's currently at is Bobby Slowick, who wants to run outside zone, and that seems like it would fit, which I do wonder to some degree, are the Dolphins even going to want to trade a dude who is young and fits the scheme that they're bringing in?
I mean, it's been reported that there's interest, so who knows what you believe on that. No, I think there are a number of ways that he would help you. He would help you 100%.
I'm on the fence to no right now, and I feel weird saying that because he's a really good player, and I think that you need a really good running back at the top of this running back room. But I look at all of the money that you have, that you're paying and that you're going to pay, and I would love to pay a running back. Well, actually, you have extra capital. I think I'm bringing myself closer to a maybe at this point, but I'm a little skeptical. However, on the text line, no skepticism here from the 713. Give him the bag. This would be incredible.
Yeah.
From the 281. This is girl math. I love it. Saved $8 million, spent 11, so really only spent 3. Hey,
but there's something to that. Yeah, there really is.
And then from the 832, only way I'd be fine with the Achane trade is if you go get Linderbaum with the money that you saved trading for Achane instead of signing Walker. And you'd have to remember that would only be like the 1 year savings before you would eventually have to give him a contract.
Don't count on Linderbaum, man.
I wouldn't count on Linderbaum, but maybe this is where you could go and really win in a contract in a contract war, bidding war for the likes of McGovern or Cade Mays. Probably Cade Mays feels a lot more like the dude that would be more appealing. But maybe that's how you play this, where you know that you'll put a little bit extra in because you can get a little bit of savings at least on this season when it comes to an Achane who has a lesser contract than the top guys will get.
It wouldn't kick in until later. No, I think there's a lot on that. But again, they've shown reported interest in Walker and now reported interest in Achane. I think the other takeaway here is they're not trying to mess around here. I've been talking about, you have to swing a little bigger now. You can't play in the margins
This
too
would be
much.
a swing.
Yeah, you're not playing in the margins if you're talking about Kenneth Walker and Devon Achane. You're not in the margins.
It would be a swing.
Yeah.
And then, I think that he is a burner. He's not as much of a bruiser, even though he can run through the tackles. The only thing that I also bring up is, are you in a place where do you want to make sure you have diversity in your running back room in the styles of runners?
That would be diversity. 100%.
Woody Marks ain't no bruiser.
No, but he's a guy that. How many times you see him finishing those runs? He's more of a straightforward. He does have some jiggle, but yeah.
You feel like Woody and Achane are the same type of running back?
Hell no.
Not exactly the same, but they're not as diverse as what a Kenneth Walker would be. Not saying that I'm limiting myself to Kenneth Walker, but just kind of putting that up there as a thought. Real quick before we move on, before we go here, when it came to the Toro District, you heard something that you found to be interesting, did you not? From the precinct commissioner talking about
Leslie Briones, and this is something that you can dig in as much as you want, but one of the big takeaways that she said. Actually, do we still have that audio, Figgy? Let's listen to what she said first.
Stay tuned on the future of NRG Park. We're in close partnership with the Texans and the rodeo on the future of NRG Park. So stay tuned for a big, bold vision. Well, I want the best sports stadium and center in the country at NRG Park. That is my strong preference. I like us being the best here in Harris County. And we will have more land to do something even bigger and bolder because the practice facility will now be here. So it actually highly complements the deal we're working on for NRG, and it actually gives us even more runway to be extra bold and creative.
Boy, she was letting some things out the bag, wasn't she?
Big, bold vision, extra bold and creative. I want to have the best, I think she said park or whatever, however she put it, in the country. So I'll ask the question. Can you be extra bold and creative? Can you have a big, bold vision and still have the Astrodome looking like it is?
I don't think so. But that sounds like she was giving game away because she goes, with the practice facilities out the way. Man, if you're talking about that plot of land that's next to NRG Stadium where you have 3 practice fields and an indoor stadium or indoor practice facility. Hey, what can you do with land the size of a stadium or the size of a small entertainment district, right? She's letting the back that they want to use that area to help develop this. And that feels like either whatever money that you might put into a stadium redevelopment or even a new stadium in that same site, they're wanting to use that land and have a more mixed use. And it feels like that's the type of time where if you're already putting all this money over here, why not put in this money to utilize the land where the Astros stand?
I mean, if you say you're extra bold and creative and you do all that, and there's still all this hand-wringing over the Astros. Listen, I know people give me a hard time.
Here you go.
But
here you go about the Astros.
I'm being dead serious, and I think you guys agree with me. you're lying to me if you think you're extra bold and creative and you keep
so many memories there, man.
Yes, thank you. And there has to be
that was such an insincere thank you. Oh my God.
Because that whole thing, the possibilities are incredible. Absolutely incredible.
So listening to that, do that make you feel more confident?
Yes.
That they are, that is it's serious now.
Put it this way, it's on their minds. It has
Not even on their mind. It's serious.
Yeah, she made it seem. I was already in a place where, we've talked about it. I thought that this could bode well for their capabilities of getting something done at NRG Park. The way that she said that, one of two things. She could be doing the thing because she is an elected official where she might be doing the, hey, can I score one more win by saying, hey, not only did we do this, but we got more coming.
Yeah.
Or are they in active conversations and she's like, hey,
and that's something
teaser.
That's something the Menaires wanted, man. They want that going.
And she said it 3 times. Big, bold vision. Bold, extra bold. She said extra bold and creative.
You telling me a politician stuck to a talking point?
No, look, but what I'm telling you is I think she was being sincere, that there's something going on here.
Yeah, and I'm sure they want them to stay over there too. So, yeah.
We'll see. But it's an interesting thing. Good catch there, Lopez, on the way that sounded, because she did feel like she was telling business that maybe she wasn't supposed to be telling.
Sound like it was a done deal.
She really did try and talk about it in such a way.
I want to see the renderings now.
Oh, I'm always good for a rendering. Give me a rendering every time. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got the translation to a very popular Disney theme song, and we going to play that. Plus, I had an old holy bleep moment when listening to a song this morning.
Okay, let's go through that next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see?
610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. We all know about the Lion King song and I guess the theme song to the Disney movie Lion King, which is this.
Lopez is pantomiming, holding up.
I held my grandson like that.
JJ?
Yeah.
Just imagine being in the movie theater, seeing this for the first time, you eating no popcorn.
This is early on, too.
Yeah, this is early on. I remember going to the movies seeing this as a kid.
Yeah.
And
we used to be a proper society that saw movies for the first time in theaters.
In theater.
Yeah, so what was that song saying?
It was saying, look at this stud.
Look at this. I had no
probably
idea.
was.
Because that's what I said when I lifted JJ, like the Lion King.
Well, we got some translation to this.
Am I right?
You kind of close to it. So shout out to our guy, friend of the show, Bots of Legacy on Twitter. He actually tagged me in this, and I never seen this before. So here's a guy from South Africa.
It's on like the One Africa podcast or whatever. I think it's
I'm not sure.
And Akbar.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never seen this podcast before, but
I've seen it a lot. It's been pushed to me because they're Nigerian diaspora. So you know what I mean. They're like, hey, all you Nigerians, y'all gonna like this, huh?
Yeah. So this guy on this podcast, he's a comedian, breaking down what was said in this Lion King theme song.
Read it again. What does it mean? It means, look, there's a lion. Oh my God. You're joking. That is not what that means. That is not what that means. That's exactly what it means. It means, look, there's a lion. Oh my God. Look, there's a lion. Oh my God. It's a lion.
It sounds so much more regal. It sounds like it has.
Did you
so
have
much more
any
stuff
idea
to
that it was saying that, or
no?
Did you thought it was more?
It felt like it was like, look at this stud, which
you was kind of close to it.
In the translation, it might oh my God might be like, hey, look at this guy.
It's the 154 podcast. Is there? We go.
Okay. Yeah, I had no clue. I would have never guessed that. I just thought it was just I had no idea what it said, but I love the vibe to the song. So I get excited every time I hear that.
I'm not going to lie. It was a little disappointing to get the South African translation. Obviously, that's not the language, but I do not recall the language in this moment. Apologies to my South African brethren. It just feels like it's saying a little bit more. The moment is so big that you think that there's so much. It's just like, hey, look, a lion. Y'all see that?
I think I probably wouldn't have been surprised if it wasn't saying anything. If it was just,
I think a lot of us for a long time thought that it was just gibberish that they put up there.
Yeah. That's why I wouldn't have been surprised if it was just gibberish. But oh my God, look, it's a lion.
Hey, yo, look, it's a lion.
And exactly. And depending on how you say it, could be like, oh my God, it's a lion.
Was it Swahili?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's the lyrics to the Lion King theme song, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm going to keep it on music because this morning I usually listen to Payne and Pendergast on the way there just to kind of get a feel for what's going on and really enjoy their show. But it was a Friday. I just wanted to hear some music to kind of get my vibes going. And this song popped up. I listen to Sirius XM radio because I can't connect my Bluetooth for nothing like that. But
in the year of our Lord 2026, huh?
It don't work.
Okay.
I don't know who I probably had to go to the dealership. They probably gonna charge me an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
So I try to get it figured out. But I was listening this morning and Dionne Warwick's song "Walk On By" came on, and this is the song.
If you see me walking down the street
and I start to cry each time we meet. Walk on by.
So I'm listening to this. I'm listening to this song, and sometimes my mind just be all over the place. And the Walk On By kind of came up on the station.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there like, dang, I wonder how is it just to have a name of a song like that with somebody else having the same title song. And I'm like, wait a minute. I started listening to the lyrics. I'm like, wait a minute, I did not realize something. So here is Isaac Hayes' Walk On By.
If you see me walking down the street.
And I shouldn't be doing this while I'm driving, but I started looking it up.
It's a cover.
I'm like, it's the same song.
It's a cover.
That was a holy bleep moment for me.
Yeah.
They sound like two different songs. And I'm listening to the lyrics. I'm like, oh, that's the same song.
Yeah.
Because this is my favorite version of it. I like the Dionne Warwick one, but this one just sounds so gangster right here, man. Man, maybe because the song played on Dead Presidents, but this song, I'm like, oh, it's the exact same song with the same lyrics.
Never would have guessed.
I would have never guessed it. And that's the great thing about music, too. You think you know everything until you realize you don't. Just the small little details, like, wow, I did not know that.
It's one of my favorite things is like getting a music podcast where they dive deep or they talk to industry, insiders. Because the stories that come out of the music industry are fascinating and terrifying and everything in between. Like I was checking out a podcast recently where they were talking about how there was a point in time where country music was seen as so isolated that they would try and break country songs by having an R&B artist also record the same song, obviously in a different style in that R&B style, and then have that on a different entirely marketed radio. So there's a whole bunch of country to R&B crossovers that you would not think of. But if you go and you actually find them, you're like, yeah, there you go. Same damn song.
Yeah. It's a bunch of them, especially back in the day. But I heard both of these songs all the time. Didn't put two and two together like, that's the same song. It sounds totally different, man.
I never, ever would have guessed.
I never would have guessed that. I feel so silly because I didn't pick up on that. But I'm like, yo, you think you know everything about music until you don't.
Yep.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, you probably know a lot about this. The bickering that goes on between A&M fans and Texas fans.
Oh, I think everybody knows a lot about that,
yeah, all you got to do is just put an A&M fan in one room.
Just say anything. No, just say anything on Twitter about one or the other.
Yeah, these A&M fans, that's a fraternity there, man. They just do this and do that, and then that just started a whole war.
Yeah.
You could go back and forth forever. What about Ohio State and the Michigan fan?
Same.
Yeah, same thing. And this actually happened on a radio show. Here is Tony Rizzo, who works up at ESPN 850 up in Cleveland. And he's an Ohio State fan. I think that's like the home of Ohio State Buckeye radio and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he was in Indy for the Combine, and he was joined by one Rich Eisen, who went to Michigan.
Yeah.
And they were doing a segment, and they got the bickering a little bit.
Now there's 12 spots. So at some point, one team is going to beat the other in this game, and the other team still goes into the college football playoffs. That's the way Ohio State went on their run to win it all. They didn't go undefeated or win their conference title.
We did have to win four games without cheating.
No,
but that's a whole other thing.
Oh, by the way. No. Let's go there. This is great. People are not leaving their cars right now, driving around the greater Cleveland area.
This is great. This is without great. The cheating. I don't know.
Our coach got suspended in flight to Penn State. That's a game, just in case you're wondering, that happened 3 weeks before we took on the Ohio State. 3 weeks of more than enough time for you to change whatever signals you had, whatever you wanted to do. You had a full month's heads up.
This is Rich Eisen.
So we had a full month of no longer having that system. Supposedly get ourselves in a better position to what? Not have a lead at the end of the first quarter in the year before when we were in the horseshoe. If we were cheating on you guys, I wish we cheated better. We should have never been down. All this video that I saw of us being on the sidelines, Michigan pointing to the sky as C.J. Stroud's getting ready for the snap. All that means they know a pass is coming, so they're cheaters. Guess what happened on that drive? You scored a touchdown. We were terrible at cheating.
It's one of the finest spin jobs.
No, it's not a spin job.
He said, I'm not hearing none of that.
Yeah.
Man, my favorite part goes, to what? To what?
Yeah, no, once somebody start getting, whoa, wait, both of them, wait a minute. Yeah, so shout out to all the bickering that's going on out there. And I got to give a special shout out to, you guys probably saw this, and speaking of bickering, Androids and iPhone users, Apple users, been bickering for years. I'm an iPhone guy. I gotta give a special salute to Samsung for their new Samsung S26 Ultra phone that they just unveiled. This one have a built-in new privacy screen feature.
I saw this.
Yeah.
So
what is that?
So right now on my phone, I got like a privacy screen protector.
So if you look
can't
at
see
it from a certain angle, you can't see the screen.
Samsung decided to build it inside the phone where you can actually have it as an option.
Oh, that's great.
So
one of the cool things about it too is you can set it to where it only applies to certain apps.
Yeah, so
or
text
even just
messages,
your notifications. If a notification comes in, you might still be able to see the screen, but you can't see the notification from it.
Yeah, or you could put it on your text messages or pictures that only uses that privacy screen feature only for whatever app you wanted to use it for.
That's pretty impressive.
That's a game changer right there, man.
I've never used a privacy screen.
Yeah, I use it.
You ain't got nothing to hide?
I don't care. Yeah.
Yeah,
but you know, you see like your girlfriend walks by, who's Cheryl? You know, like I work with her.
That's how I know Lopez ain't in the streets, because you ain't cheating with nobody named Cheryl. My boy. Cheryl is at home cooking for her family. You are not.
What's the youngest Cheryl out there right now?
That's gotta be at like 42. That's got to be the youngest Cheryl we got out.
And that's pretty young, man.
We stopped rolling Cheryls out at least in the 80s.
I never went to a school with a girl named Cheryl.
Not once.
It's a mere name that popped into my head.
I bet it did.
And the name just popped into my head.
Who's Cheryl?
See, I don't care. I work with her.
Yeah, but salute to Samsung, man. This is, to me, I got to get credit where it's due, man. iPhone probably get it in the next 10 years, but this is dope right here, man. I like this a lot from Samsung. Salute to Samsung on that.
So there you go. That's the mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. with 1:20 p.m. every weekday with Figgy Fig. I can't respond to that text. I appreciate you.
You want to read it out loud?
Nope. That is not for the entirety of the class. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, draft the weekend. But also, I wanted to throw this by you. Do you think Jason McIntyre has any validity with this tweet that he sent earlier the week? I want to get your thoughts on it next.
How good can news? Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Friday to this point. Appreciation to all of you guys for tapping in with us. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a moment. We were talking about if you would want the Texans to trade for Devon Achane earlier in the hour because Jonathan Alexander had thrown that out there as a possibility. And we were talking about, Devon Achane having run in more of a outside zone type construct. And how would it work with him, maybe getting into more of an inside type run concept if the Texans obviously acquired him. Did some quick looks. First and foremost, Devon Achane simply ran for 4.4 yards per carry or per attempt last year. Or yards after contact is what we're talking about. The yards after contact, which was the best in the league. So he was great at creating running for yards after contact. But then also, I looked at inside tackle, like running in between the tackles. He was 3.6 yards after contact per attempt. So he does a good job of running through contact. And then I started pulling up the film room just to see. Let me see some of these snaps, what they look like with him running between the tackles. And, hey, buddy, he's pretty good at running between the tackles. There's not a lot of it.
Yeah.
Legitimately, a total of 66 snaps running between the tackles all season long. But when he does it, it looks good. Also, one of the things that jumped off the screen, hey, man, Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
He was scheming some runs up, baby. Yeah. There was some good runs concepts in here. Yeah. So yes, the Chargers are also going to have fun. That's what my.
Or you could have just listened to me.
Why would I do that? No, you're right. The reason why I brought this up was to give you.
Because you did listen.
I was trying to give you some credit here. All right. Do you think that? No, actually, we'll do that after. Let's draft the weekend first and foremost. Let's make sure that we're going into the weekend in style. Figgy Fig, would you like to have first dibs on the weekend that is in order to draft it?
Nah, y'all go first, man.
Oh, that means he's undecided.
Yeah.
You go. You haven't gone first in a while.
Okay. I'm going to do the easy thing here.
And that is?
Give me cook-off Saturday afternoon.
Oh, you're drafting an activity.
Yeah.
I thought about that.
Well, have we changed the rules?
That's always been on the table, has it not?
I thought it was mostly like stuff we're going to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be something we're going to watch, too.
No, hey.
Right. But no,
we're in the offseason.
Lopez, going to get fishing with your grandbaby.
Oh, I got to share a text with you.
Unbelievable.
You mentioned that because I am going fishing with my granddaughter.
I'm excited for
If you don't draft that, I'm going to draft it.
Okay, yeah.
How does that work?
So my daughter and son-in-law invited the kids, but it's on the family text, invited the grandkids to go to the rodeo parade tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And my oldest son, Jacob, who's Natalie's dad, said, Natalie will be fishing with Hawpaw tomorrow. Not sure anything short of a nuclear bomb will stop that from happening at this point.
And it better, because if all of a sudden Nat wants to go to the parade and now you going to cook-off, I'm going to feel played, to be completely honest.
Not sure anything short. I was like, yeah, pretty much. I'll draft that. A little fishing, first-time boat fishing trip with my 3-year-old granddaughter.
Okay.
I packed her little rod this morning.
Does it have a Disney princess on it?
It does have a princess on it.
I just knew it.
Absolutely does. But here's the thing. I'm going to go tonight. I'm going to change all the line. Put a stronger braid line. I'm going to fix the drag so if she does catch a better fish.
I hope you know that I've lost. My eyes have glazed over.
Basically, I'm souping up a little kid's rod so you can catch anything on it.
You're a sicko, and I appreciate that about you.
All right, so I've been kind of busy the last couple days, but Sunday I don't have anything planned, and I think I'm gonna binge watch something, man.
What is it?
Yeah, so it's a couple things. So The Night Agent on, I want to say it's Netflix.
Okay.
They just came out with a 3rd season, and I want to catch up on The Pit.
Okay.
So The Pit on HBO Max.
Yeah, The Pit's been getting a lot of love from a lot of folks.
Yeah,
is it really as good as everybody's saying?
It's a really good show.
Okay.
It's like think of any medical show, but on steroids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it living up to like ER back in the day? How ER was so popular?
It's not like ER, but this is more raw and uncut.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's raw and uncut. It felt like I'm curious to ask some people that work in emergency rooms.
Yeah.
Is that stuff
How
really
stacks
true?
up,
Because it's very hectic.
All right, cool. What I'm gonna pick here, and I'm sure you think you know what I'm gonna pick, but I don't think you do.
I'm trying to think.
College basketball?
No.
Combine?
Dynamo.
Give me me Sunday.
Yeah.
When we get linemen out here working out at the combine. Texans need linemen. I want to get any level of insight that I can on the draft prospects that are available at line. So NFL Network on Sunday, I will be watching offensive line play because not even practice drills. And I know Nick Caserio don't care about it, but I do.
Well, here's the thing. I'm really glad you decided to take that, because I think it's humiliating as a grown-ass man to draft that in something like this. But I probably would have somewhere in this draft.
You're like, so better you than me?
So much better you than me, which leaves me, of course, KU in Arizona. KU in Arizona.
Gosh, that's going to be such a good game.
Going to be on ESPN tomorrow, and we'll be right off the water. It'll be about 3 o'clock our time.
I might have to watch that on the phone, but I am stoked for that game, KU especially after the two Cougars games with either of those teams, seeing what those teams do together. I think that's going to be huge.
I'm going to go with the Houston Dynamo, man.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get, I think, Reggie, you said you was going to try to get out there.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to get out there, too. I can't make any promises. If I don't get out there, I'm going to watch it for sure.
Dynamo, LAFC, I like that. And then I think it's also worth noting, Rockets playing on Sunday versus the Miami Heat, 2:30. I think the continued storyline is just how much is Ime Udoka going to lean into the Reed Sheppard of this all. Also, we'll be watching the space to see, is Jabari's ankle good? Was that just a small tweak, or is this going to be something for a little bit of time? But, this continued seeming like they're finding maybe a little bit of something in this early portion of this stretch out of the All-Star break. They've got a 10-game stretch where there's winnable games in here. One of those was a couple nights ago, and then they very much showed up and won a game against Orlando that was also kind of on the table there. Are they going to continue that run, and are they going to look like a team that can go out and win in the playoffs? So I think that's also going to be one that's worthwhile. But that's a pretty solid weekend. I think that we have draft here. Not bad. Some people on the text line weighing in. Somebody said, Figgy, you can't miss with Night Agent. Season 3 was pretty good, they said. And then on the YouTube page, someone said that, let me see what Champ Slice, me and the wife are going to College Baseball Classic on Sunday.
Oh, that's right. I did get that. I saw that. That's going to be good. Some really good teams. They always have good teams on there.
Yeah, I mean, when you have an invitational like that, it's got to be good.
And on the medical show, said, Reggie, think 24, but in an emergency room.
Ah, okay.
And there's actually one shift, by the way.
Yes.
Yes.
So
it's
each
pretty much
one
one day.
Shift. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it is 24. Okay. WWE Elimination Chamber from the 281. Okay, cool.
Okay.
That is not my bag of or my cup of tea, I guess. But
what's the big story in that?
Because
I haven't kept up with WWE in a very long time. What's the big story?
Well, I know
the main story.
I know one of them is there's like a women's title that's happening. That is
it my girl?
A big deal. No, she's in AEW, different promotion.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah,
I knew that.
I know you did. I know you did. I was telling the listeners, not you.
Yeah.
I know that you know. But yeah, that's happening. So if you are so inclined on the WWE, you got to pay per. Is it pay per view actually? I can't remember if they've gone back to that or not.
Are they on Netflix?
I think they're on Netflix now. It's hard to keep up, man.
Man, they all over the place.
Hard to keep up. But yeah, that's what's happening as well. All right, so that's the weekend as drafted by In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610.
I'm looking at.
So who's lifting today?
That's Tori in York, but I'm looking at the guy he did this last year. No, that's Marquise Johnson. That's Jerrod's brother.
Oh wow, yeah,
he's the strength coach for the Vikings. I love the way the strength coaches are just
yelling at him,
slapping him around and everything. Get that up.
Hey, that's crazy words, but that is absolutely necessary, man. When you got to push this 225 as many times as possible. So I have always said that the job of the strength and conditioning coach is to make you mad enough to want to lift weights that you should not be able to lift, but not so mad as they want to fight you. Yeah. It's a perfect balance that you have to strike. So shout out to all the S&Cs.
He's a Houston guy. He went to Humble too.
There you go.
Yeah.
Somebody said big story in the WWE's Rock versus Stone Cold tonight. Oh, interesting.
You see Goldberg was at the cook-off last night?
Wait, is that real?
I don't know.
No.
Stone Cold ain't trying to wrestle now.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
1996?
But Goldberg was at the cook-off last night.
Was he?
Yeah. He was roaming around.
Okay.
Beating people up.
Are you sure that was part of it? I don't think that was happening.
I'm questioning you now.
No, he was. I saw pictures.
Everybody just out here lying. Just lies and lies.
Yeah.
Do you think there is any, just even an iota of validity to this tweet that came up earlier in the week? Ian Rappaport on Twitter, or I guess I should say X, was responding to the Nick Caserio quote from Tuesday of CJ's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Basically that. And Ian said, I'm not sure why this needed to be said, but here we are. Jason McIntyre of the Colin
I did see this.
Cowherd show, and who this week has been clowned quite a bit around the sports landscape, said, because way too many people behind the scenes are saying he and his agent are working on ways of getting him out. Is there any chance of this in your mind that like CJ Stroud is trying to navigate with, again, the context of Jason McIntyre, who has had some L's this week on thoughts and opinions and such, putting that out here as some level of, hey man, CJ and Mulligetta are trying to navigate out of here?
Short answer, I don't put a lot of stock into working on ways to get him out. But I think it's kind of in the same neighborhood as what I've been saying. These rumors don't happen. They just don't happen. You think so? Unless somewhere, somehow, not from these sources. Like some bozo, Billy 8769 or whatever tweets it. That's one thing. But if a legit reporter talks about, and there was legit reporters, talking about these rumors, and Ryan Fitzpatrick, and some, legit NFL people, that doesn't come out of thin air. I think there's someone, somewhere, somehow, someone heard either he's not a fit, he's not happy, whatever they heard. And so somebody's going to pick up the phone just because it's your due diligence.
Yeah, I think
pick up the phone.
I think that portion of it I hear you on. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the chance to cross talk with the fellas of the drive. Clint, Ron, what's popping, man?
Yeah, but I think the portion that you hello. I was I got my. I
look at you got your fishing shirt on.
Oh, look at y'all,
Turks and Caicos. Not real windy there.
I forgot I had this first time I pulled it out.
That's nice.
I see you and Clint wear these bad boys. I thought, let me go ahead and let me pull this out.
Yeah.
But to the point that you're making, Jason McIntyre, he's certainly not going to be the first person that comes up with something. I'm like hearing that. But also what Jason's saying is, it's not far-fetched to get to a point of, hey, this guy has arrived on year 3, and despite what many people around here look at CJ as, they would look at CJ as the full 3 years that he has been in the league and what he's accomplished and what he's helped accomplish. And we're not even the way that Nick Caserio has said it repeatedly. I don't think it's, and I said this yesterday, I don't think it's a coincidence that 9 times it feels like Nick has come out in some form or fashion and said he's our guy this year.
Yeah,
this next year.
I think he actually, now maybe I'm wrong on that. I think he actually said this year.
He said it
on the McAfee show.
He said that's not the. I mean, he said this year that he's with the media. He said this year, and what anything beyond this. Now that's on you all to figure out. Like, you could get to a space where you're like, the other side of this reacts a certain way. Now I'm not saying that he's going to try to get him
right. That's where I am.
But you could. It's not far-fetched to think that David Mulligetta and his company are looking at that and then trying to find ways to get their client, who they look and compare him to other guys in his position that have gotten paid, that have done lesser than what he has done. Trevor Lawrence, Tua, Jordan Love, like that have done lesser than him. You could get to a space where you could see his representation looking at that.
And it could be as simple as just leverage. Hey, we're going to start floating this out there about we're kind of looking to get out because you haven't paid us yet.
And maybe not even floating things out there, but just let's exhaust all avenues to make sure we have plan B's and C's if necessary.
Wait, what's the conversation?
So
Jason McIntyre, in responding to the Nick Caserio, CJ Stroud ain't going anywhere. Sure. He responded to an Ian Rappaport who said, I don't understand why this needs to be said. He said it's because there's talk of CJ Stroud and his agent trying to basically maneuver to get him out of here. And so I was asking, do you feel like there's any validity possibly to that sentiment about CJ Stroud and maybe Mulligetta doing some maneuvering behind the scenes in that way?
Oh, I think if David Mulligetta wasn't, I don't know what you want to call it, but I think if David Mulligetta wasn't, if he's looking out for his client, there's zero doubt that Mulligetta is talking to people and seeing what's on the streets and what. There's no way that David Mulligetta looks at what's going on in Houston and feels like his quarterback, his client, has been set up to succeed. There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah.
And there's no way that David Mulugeta doesn't. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they re-up him this year. But there's no way that David Mulugeta looked at this thing where C.J. Stroud doesn't get the extension that sets him up for life after year 3 as no big deal, man. I agree with y'all. The playoffs were rough, man. We got to see one more year.
Yeah, there's no way.
There is absolutely no way. Now I don't know. You know, are you shaking the bushes to see what's in there? Are you moving a kind of way you shouldn't be moving? Is it aggressive? Is it? I don't know about that, but I think if I were C.J. Stroud, I would tell my agent, "Hey, man, you look out for me now."
Hey,
this ain't. I mean, we done been through it. We're on OC 2, quarterback 2.
Man, I don't think CJ has to tell his agent.
Yeah, that's true.
I think CJ's agent. I think CJ's agent. Hey, ahead of you.
I got you.
Beat you to the punch.
I got you.
Just like nobody got to tell Scott Boras,
I
man.
mean, hey, this has.
I kind of want a new contract.
Boys, this has real Kyle Tucker arbitration feelings hurt to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
there is no way. Like CJ can acknowledge. I mean, I didn't play well in the playoffs, man. I get it.
Yeah, but I played 50 other games.
But absolutely. I mean, I've said it a million times. I think the organization could justify and explain going either direction, and I think the player could justify and explain being comfortable or wanting the hell out. I mean, and I know he didn't want out. That's an extreme.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think all conversations are on the table and have been had.
And again, I don't want to say that, you know, this is exactly what Nick is saying. As I said, I think Nick's word choices repeatedly are something that jumps out that it is this year. And that almost says to me, if I'm David Mulugeta, we're not even negotiating.
Yeah.
We're not even going to sit down and talk about. Like maybe we don't get one, but
or even just sort of kind of feel it all out.
You're telling me through the media we're not. Hey, this is this year.
Yeah.
We're not even talking.
Yeah.
And I would believe that David Mulugeta would think that at least what C.J. Stroud has done through the totality of his years here, that we could sit down and at least maybe have a conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe throw a couple of numbers out there. But and so when you get to that point and you're David Mulugeta and you're CJ's representation, do I think he's going to get himself traded? No, but anything could be on the table if you're trying to get your client what you feel like your client
Well, look,
deserves.
I think to me, guys, the only, even coming from fans, right? Like, I think the only crazy thought is the two extremes on each end. Like, if you're somebody that when you hear a GM saying we're not going to move him, or us have a conversation about potentially trading him, and you go, y'all are crazy. What the hell are you talking about? No, you're crazy. You ain't been paying attention to what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Even if you just look at the defensive-minded head coach, the not great fit in the offense, and call it youth if you want to, but it is what it is. Like there is and then the other end of the spectrum of, you know, that whether it's just you gotta pay him. What are y'all crazy? You gotta pay him, or you gotta like those two ends to me are the only two that are like nuts.
Yeah.
Like you're nut jobs. Anything in between, I think is fair game, fair conversation. Great for what the hell we do, for sure.
Yeah.
Reggie, you're a psychopath, and John, you've been doing this for a long time. Do you think it's crazy to say C.J. Stroud holdout is on the table?
I hadn't even thought of that.
Is that on the table?
I haven't even thought of that. I don't think so. I think as much C.J. Stroud, just so in tune with his image and what he wants to portray as a person, and I think he doesn't have a real strong leg to stand on. You know, just given I get the 50 games, but given what happened the last time we saw him.
See, I think it's definitely on the table.
Yeah.
I think if it's on the table with David Mulugeta, and I think it is, I think it's on the table.
Yeah.
I've seen him with his other clients.
Like I said, I hadn't even thought of that.
We're talking 50, 60 a year, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
it's
hard for me to not think that David's going, hey, man, don't let's put that personality and that image aside, man. We got to go get this 50,
we're
60
talking
now.
$50, $60 million a year where it seems like they don't even want to discuss it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
it's a good point.
It is a good point.
Which is like, hold up. Because entering the Pittsburgh Steelers playoff game, do you think that they would have at least had a discussion?
Yes.
About an
Absolutely.
extension?
Yes.
And then 2 weeks later,
it ain't happening.
which, by the way, would very much go against the process over results kind of mantra and mentality that this team has.
Dinner it in you. There it is.
There it is.
I know you got it locked in there.
You just got to bring it out. All right, fellas. I'm excited for what you guys got on a Friday here. Lopez, have a good weekend,
You too,
even though
my
you
man.
won't be at Cook-Off. I hate you for that.
I took care of you.
You're listening to I hate him. I do. I'm just lashing out. Don't worry about it. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey, sports station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, what's good? Our guy Colin is back. It's a Friday, man. I want to let Colin have a good time, man. I just want to let Colin have a good time, man. He had a long night last
in
night.
there, man. He's nervous. He's been nervous since he sat in that damn chair.
My fault. Here, go ahead. Get your drop off. I know
Super producer Colin.
There you go. Listen, I'm gonna let him live. It's a Friday, man. Am I sure if he lost to me? I'm not sure. We don't know, but it's a Friday. I'm gonna let my man Colin live.
Hey man, let that man. Hey, you're pure. You're pure, man.
Let him live.
It's okay to be pure.
Let him
man.
have a good time. I mean, you can be nasty.
I got no comment on that.
I know. Yeah, I know it.
Hey man, your mom's listening, man.
I really
don't
love this bit, man.
Your mom's listening out there, man. Don't fall for his mess.
Your dad is too, and he's probably like, "Come on now, son. Hey man, take the cats up now a little bit." No, Colin's in the building. Tyler is out, who is. I think still getting over his depression of not being in Mexico right now, being drunk. I just he's struggling. Happy birthday to Megan. I think that's also a big deal for him today.
I mean, what happened here? Did we get instead of getting the whole week off, I'm just going to take Monday, Friday?
I don't know. Maybe.
I mean,
I know.
Is he on vacation or what?
I know Megan's birthday is today, so I know he is.
Wifey's
birthday today. So I think that's a big deal.
And they were supposed to go out of town, supposed to be in Mexico, and here we are. And
had a big celebration. And
let me go ahead and just take these two bookends. Monday, Friday.
You remember he had bought some J's for his whole
tuxedo match, right?
Night. Yeah, man. Damn,
man. I wonder if he's gonna wear them tonight.
Tough one. Yeah, it's a big night for you. Happy anniversary.
Thanks, bub. Number 5,
It's been 5 years, huh? This is a big one.
Number 5. I mean,
got to take her to Sacramento.
Who?
Yeah, on the 5th. On the 5th anniversary, you take your bride to a medium populated city and just really have a great time.
I thought it was the wood anniversary where you buy them a wooden gift.
I'm just playing. Is that what you did?
Yeah, well, no, I did not. But I read that when I found out that's what it was, I went ahead and got out of it. I did not buy a wooden gift.
That's not going to work for you.
But yeah, man, 5 years. I told my wife the other day, I said it's felt a lot longer than that. She took offense to that. I'm still trying.
Why would you say that?
Because it does. I didn't mean it. I'm not saying it negatively.
Is there something I'm missing here?
How are you saying it? Like what? Like how? Like what's your meaning? What was the explanation that you tried to give to get out of it?
Literally, like it feels like it was 20 years ago when we were standing when I was in that brown suit getting married. And y'all came to the wedding during COVID. COVID feels like it was 20 years ago to me. Like
so
it,
you,
like
you
like
don't
it's
mean
not
it. You don't mean it in the like, damn, baby. Whew, it's
been a hard, long 5 years. No, not at all.
Like dog years, baby.
Not at all. And here's the deal. I said it about.
That's how she took it. I'm sure.
I said it about 2 weeks ago, and in her social media post, about our anniversary, she actually mentioned it, so I know it stuck with her. And I feel terrible because I really don't. It's like, man, we've packed a lot into it. Yeah, I mean, we've been married 5 kids. We got a 4+-year-old and a 2+-year-old. I mean, we got married and went to work, son. I mean, we have crammed a lot into. We flipped 3.
Colin?
I mean, we flipped 3 houses recently. We've got 2 babies, man. We've got. I mean, hell, she's changed jobs.
I
mean, what? It's.
You changed show names.
I mean, yeah, that too. I mean, it's just like a lot's happened in 5 years. And now, to be completely honest, I told her this too. I said, well, look, I mean, you've been making me happy for a lot longer than 5 years. So
that's a good way to circle it.
If you're really stuck on the phrasing of how long it's been, like let's.
If you're listening, though, I wish I could have seen your face when he rattled that off. God, boy.
Well, the bad thing, we were at dinner with.
Felt like 25 years being with your ass.
We were at dinner with Jay and Tiff, my cousin, and I felt like I embarrassed her. Like it was like one of those. Like, well, damn. It was not a good moment for me, but apparently apparently it stuck with her. I'm trying to dig out of the doghouse here. I mean, I did not mean it. Hell, I meant it in a great way. I mean, I hope she doesn't say, well, boy, man, it just seems like, boy, our marriage 5 years, man, that's really just flown by.
Yeah, somebody texted and said, damn, it's my 5th anniversary today.
Come on, man.
There you
You
go.
got married during COVID, too?
Yeah.
Where'd you do it at? We did it at a restaurant.
It was nice. It was an open bar there. Yeah, it was good.
I got lucky. Get married during COVID. Wait till the next pandemic and get married, Colin. I got married during the pandemic, man. Nobody, all the people word on the street was they were, which, I mean, I imagine you could probably imagine with the scums around this world, but there's, folks that had their wedding planned and COVID hit. Those facilities and event centers and stuff were closing and locking the doors and keeping everybody's money, running off of folks' money. And so, we found a restaurant that was open, that would open the doors just for us. They did it, and they did it all too. They said as long as you buy all the food here, you can have your wedding here.
Because some spots were really pulling down what you could do at those. That one felt like a regular reception.
Yep. Yeah, it was. We did a wedding out in the lawn. They had a little gazebo out in the lawn. We did it.
I almost got drunk.
Shoot, I got drunk.
How do you almost
I got
get
drunk twice.
You get right up there right before you turn the corner, right before you decide to make the turn. Right before you decide to make the turn, and you stop it.
Well,
had to go solo.
Here's what we did, boys. And I know we didn't mean to go here, but it is the anniversary.
Oh, hell, go here, man.
I mean, we did a brunch.
Yeah, it's Friday.
We did a brunch wedding. We did a brunch wedding, right? So it was an early wedding, and the bar came to us and said, "All right, father-in-law's credit card's maxed out. We're done." I said, "No. Hey, groom and bride got to keep this party going."
Oh boy!
I mean, it was 2:00. We kept the bar rolling for another hour. That was a terrible idea. I was mashing them tequila drinks.
Yeah, I'd probably. I think I was going by the time that the start of the next one. For the start of the next one, you had to get out of there. You see, Colin, you know when you're going to turn it, you hit the corner, stop, or you go.
It was COVID too, so everybody was a little leery, but everything was outside, so we were being safe. Yeah. Except for the dinner.
Dinner wasn't. No. I sat next to Linda.
You sit over in the corner.
Yep. Sat next to Linda. She offered to babysit the kids.
Drill sergeant.
And said, I'll have their asses in no time.
She was dead serious, too.
Dead ass serious. All right. Dead ass serious last night. Rockets. Huh?
Come on now.
All right. Like, it's official, right? It's over. Listen, I was concerned about Udoka and this Reed Sheppard thing, but I would assume, Clint, that his role has officially changed. Right? We wondered, like, all right, the Kangs, that's one thing. They whooped their ass.
Yep.
They that was whatever. But then when you go and play a good team, what is it going to look like minutes-wise? What is it going to look like late in the game? And the game, am I off on this? They don't win the game if Reed Sheppard is not on the floor in the second half and in the fourth quarter, right?
No.
They don't. I think Orlando wins the game, and Kevin Durant did everything he could. He turned it back and went 40. Really didn't turn it back. Hell, I think he had 35 the other night. But he had 35 and 40 on a back-to-back is what Kevin Durant just did the last two games. But he goes for 40, or he had 35 2 games ago. But he goes for 40. And still, they had to have Reed Sheppard do what he did, 5 of 7 from 3 himself in the second half, and then huge shots down the stretch. And, baby, we talked about confidence. He was stepping in ready for it. There was no flinch or anything. He was pulling that. He was in the closing lineup. Everybody, Stan Van Gundy, all the people in the studio show for the Prime, Blake Griffin, he's got to be in the closing lineup. And Clint, they win the game. And it feels like his role has officially changed.
Yeah, look, it better have. I mean, it has to have. And I don't care who it impacts. I don't care what they have to do. I'm through even considering what they have to do. Reed Sheppard has to be on the floor. I don't know how we just talk about closing minutes. At the end of the day, he needs to be starting for this basketball team. It's a different offense. It's a different team on that end of the floor. Significantly different. Far outweighs the negative on the defensive end of the floor. Look, to your point, they don't close the gap when what was it, 16 or 17 down? I mean, or whatever it was. They don't close that gap if Reed Sheppard's not out there. That's for damn sure. And then when you look down the stretch in the closing 5-6 minutes or whatever, his ability to facilitate and get other folks open looks and his ability to stretch the defense and get one-on-ones with KD to where KD could get whatever defender he wanted on him, shoot over him. He was just targeting that poor fella. Butler, what was his name?
Getting him switches.
I mean, it was getting him switches and like, yeah, I got him now. Everybody get the hell out of the way. I mean, that is just, I would hate to be in that spot, man. But yeah, look, I thought Reed was without a doubt how they came back and closed the gap. And then in the moments where you got to go get the game, even in the moments where you got to keep enough of a lead to where the clock is in their favor big time. Reed Sheppard was a big part of that. So I just don't know. I don't know how you keep the kid off the floor. I don't know how you don't expand his minutes big time. Game in and game out.
It can't go back. He had 30 minutes last night. Only KD and Tari Eason had more minutes in the game than him. But even to close it, Tari Eason was not on the floor. He was off. He only came back on when Jabari tweaked his ankle.
Yeah,
that's the only time he came back in. But 30 minutes, that makes sense. He played more than Amin Thompson. That's the other part, and I think maybe Amin's still dealing with that injury. But everybody was healthy, right? This was a deal where he had to make that decision. And I'm gonna tell you, Ward, to me, it feels like it's a real change. After the game, Kevin Durant, your leader, does an interview on the floor, and he says, Reed Sheppard, he takes us to a different level when he's on the floor. When he comes out, when your Hall of Famer, your guy who last night just made it to being the sixth player in the history of the game to have over 32,000 points, surefire champion and Hall of Famer comes out and says, hey, man, this dude right here, he takes us to a different level. You can't have him sitting on the bench no more with 2 seconds left down 3. You can't have him sitting on the bench no more just at the end of games or his minutes be playing 20 minutes. KD has been there, the only person in the room that probably has more pelts on the wall than you for what everyone does.
Yeah.
You can't go back. You can't go back. So I don't know who it has to be. Last night it was Tari Eason and Amin Thompson, but he has to be on the floor. The spacing was even Şengün, he didn't really do nothing with it. We'll get to that. But even there was more space for him. There was more space for KD when you have those shooters out there. You got 3 bona fide shooters out there. There's more space, and they've got to do that. So his role has changed. That's what it should be all the time. You got every coach and person under the moon saying that. That's what it's got to be. All right, coming up next as we continue, another mock draft is out, and this is a name that I've seen for the first time connected with the Houston Texans. Normally, Clint, when I see a person like this person, I would say, run away from this. But I feel a little different. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors about the Texans trading C.J. Stroud this offseason. Basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see it. Free read Sheppard. We got it. Free read. We got to get them shirts. Free read out there. Tyler's out today. Happy birthday to you, Megan. We'll sing that for you later. Probably not. But happy birthday to you, Megan. And Colin is in the building for Tyler. Tyler should be back on Monday. But with Megan's birthday, I don't want to just promise that. You could see Tyler stringing out the weekend and just really letting it cut loose for Megan's birthday. Tyler doesn't. I don't mean to put this on Tyler, because I think Tyler wants to have a good time and wants you to have a good time. I've been out there with him. I've watched Tyler and his issues with just buying rounds of shots that come out of nowhere. But Tyler does fit the profile of somebody that I think will out-fun you on your birthday. T-Mill being T-Mill.
No question.
He fits the profile of the person.
No doubt.
That'll come out and have more fun in your birthday.
I could see T-Mill getting invited to my party, and we have us a good little old time, and Ron's like, hey, man, Clint wants to go down to this lounge, man. It's his birthday. Man, screw that guy, man. Let's go to the rave, man. Let's get some glow sticks and go to the rave, man. Hell with that old guy. He's an old bastard. He's going to be home before you know it. Absolutely.
I can see Tyler ending up having to have the person who the party is for or who we're celebrating for be the one help him get home. I can see that from Tyler, but hopefully he is back Monday and this thing doesn't range all weekend. All right, Clint, I want to throw this out to you and the people, those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I wonder how many people have looked this guy up. I know we talked about it off air a couple of times with his combine workout. But Bucky Brooks, who is another person who does mock drafts and is one on NFL Network, who you'll see him do multiple mock drafts, did his latest one, Clint. And if you go on down to number 28, where the Texans live in the draft, Bucky Brooks, this guy's coming on, Clint, has the Texans selecting defensive tackle Caleb Banks from Florida. Caleb Banks, what Brooks says, superior size, strength, and disruptive potential would enhance a front that already features a pair of wildly destructive bookends on the edges. Now, he has had some injury issues, including last year. He missed the bulk of the season. I think he played a couple of games. He broke his foot at Florida and missed most of the season. Also had some injury issues at Louisville where he first started. But he is a freak of nature. Everything that he did last, at the combine, all his testings, I think he's 6'6", 327, and ran a 40 just over 5, which is insane for that. His broad jump was nuts. He is an athletic freak. That is what people came away from. And Clint, what I would normally say to people like that all of a sudden just start shooting when we get to testing at the combine, shooting up the draft board, who aren't wildly productive when they were at college and struggle to stay healthy, but then test like a freak at the combine. Yeah. I generally say run from those guys. But when I look at this coaching staff and I look at the guys that are around here, and you look at that freak, if anybody could pull that out of him, if anybody could pull what he just said, disruptive potential, I feel like it's D'Amico, Burke, this defensive staff, and then just being around guys like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter every day. I feel differently because it's the Texans. Generally, those guys I wonder about, like, how come you weren't this productive when you were this much of a freak of nature? So generally I say run, but I do feel different because of the Texans and what they have shown to be able to get out of defensive players.
Yeah, look, 6'6", 330. That's that kind of athlete that I believe he went viral for saying he'll run through somebody's face.
He said he patterns his game after Chris Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it can play inside or out. Now, I mean, you just, to your point, is you just wonder how high the guy's going to climb. I mean, at 6'6", 330 that tests that good. That, I mean, I listened to a good chunk of his presser. I mean, he seems to be extremely mature.
Probably interviewing Will.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like this is a kid that went to Florida, couldn't get right, and is immature and doesn't needs to develop. He seems to be a guy that's got it together. We've all watched Florida the last couple of years. It's been an absolute mess, and so there's no telling what could have held a player back, held a young player back, especially a player on the offensive or defensive line. And so, yeah, look, we've had the conversation about the Texans going D-tackle in this draft.
I love the position, yeah.
They've got the ability that, I mean, D-tackle's the one position where you could say, hey, man, draft, sign, trade, whatever you need to do, because you got to fill some serious voids. You need depth and you need frontline guys. So if they use their most premium draft pick, or if they even use their most premium draft pick plus to move up and get a guy that they fall in love with, a D-tackle they fall in love with, to pair with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, I'm in there for it. I could get good and excited about that.
Just what you've seen of him, do you think this is kind of taking a chance? Like where the Texans are, this guy, I know 2 years ago he had 4.5 sacks from the interior in about 11 or 12 games in college, which isn't bad, but still, like, when you look at his measurables, his size, and his freak athleticism, the production doesn't match it. Do you think this is taking a flyer?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're all taking a flyer at 28. Right. I mean, I'd argue that your top 10, I mean, hell, probably 50% of your top 10 is taking a flyer. But so, yeah, it is. But to your point of, if I don't know enough about what Florida was asking their defensive linemen to do. Were they eating double teams and letting the linebackers run? Were they penetrating? Were they sitting at the line of scrimmage and building a wall? I have no idea what they were asking any of their guys to do. Hell, I don't even know if they were in 3-4, 4-3. I don't know what the hell they were doing. I have no idea. But when you look at a guy that's this athletic and this big, and you go, okay, we know what D'Amico Ryans asked of his guys. We know what D'Amico Ryans asked of guys at the interior defensive line position, and that is to penetrate. That's to go get it. And 6'6", 330, super athletic, super powerful, and can play inside or out. You got to believe that as you said, D'Amico Ryans will get a lot out of that young fella. And again, the opportunity that is going to present itself to the interior interior, parts of this defense are through the roof. I mean, the edge guys are going to get all the attention, and the interior guys are going to get all the opportunity.
And that's the deal is this – I think it is taking a chance, right? Because I said, I don't know that Caleb Banks with his combine performance and what we've seen, if he would shoot up, his production says for him to be in this space, right? You think about what he did at the combine. If he had any level of production, in the rank, he'd be a top 10 pick right there. But to have the potential of getting a Pro Bowl level player, because sometimes there are points in the draft where, like, you're just drafting a guy and, just by what he is able, just his body type, his size, and just his ability, this is going to be a complementary piece. He could be a complementary piece and a rotation guy, but he has potential to be a Pro Bowl level player. And if you have, elite coaching and elite defensive minds over there, which the Houston Texans do, as we've seen since D'Amico has been here and that crew's been here, can you get that out of them? That's huge. Chris Jones, when you started, can you get anything close to that? And if you're at 28, you got the chance to be. Well, that's how great teams stay where they are. Is they hit on stuff like that. You talk about Chris Jones, who he's compared to. The Chiefs get him in the second round, of the draft out of Mississippi State. You get a guy like this that has a chance to be more productive than he was in college, and you got the guys that can maybe get it out of it. I like the idea. I don't think I would love it for normal teams, for other teams. But I do like it for the Texans. So be out on the lookout. That position is one we're seeing the Texans by a lot of these draft guys take. That defensive tackle spot we're seeing a lot. This may be the third or fourth different guy I've seen different people have the Texans going to get. All right, coming up, Houston is on the clock. There is something going on that I'm almost disappointed that Houston didn't come up with first, but they got to do their own. We'll discuss that next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see in prospects? Texans. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Colin in the building. I like that, baby. Give me a little outcast. Colin in the building as T. Miller's out today. Be back Monday. Clint's here. Thank you for joining us. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. We love interacting with you there, YouTube and Twitch as well. Pull up and hang out with us for a while. The Drive here on a Friday. I want to send a shout out as we went to we go to breakfast. We tend to me and Court, we tend to go to First Watch out there in Missouri City, out there near Siena. Shout out to I want to send a shout out to old Donna, our waitress.
Donna, huh?
Yeah, man, she hooked us up, baby. I was out there. She was able to help me save money. Now, when you're able to do that, you have a special place in my heart. We got out there, man. I'm just ordering everything a la carte. I want sides, baby. I need 2 eggs. I need the bacon. I'm trying to get the meat, right? And then like in a carnivore-ish type of deal. Give me that bacon. Give me 2 eggs. Give me a little sausage. Give me some of them greens, right? Like that's all I want. She was like, oh, okay. And just ordering them individually. She came back. She said, here, I just want to let you know, I kind of shaped this into our traditional breakfast. And I just think it would be a lot cheaper for you. You'll probably save several dollars if you go in this route. And I said,
quickest way to Ron's heart right there.
I said, damn, what's your name? I said, Donna. I said, you know what? I appreciate you. And they always do a great job over there. One time we pulled in one time, just saw Brandon Scott over there at the bar just chilling one morning by himself.
First Watch bar, huh? He's a big coffee guy. Big coffee guy.
I went over there and said, Brandon?
Y'all live close?
He said, yeah, we live close to each other. He said, yeah, I come in here often. They know me. And I was like, okay. But then he came over and started talking to us a little bit. They did. There's several of the staff. Like, hey, I got your coffee for you. That you like, yeah, Brandon, how often you come out here?
I topped your coffee off,
B. Scott. Man, shout out to him, man. That's beautiful. I love people who go out there and go out of their way to do that because he sure could have got me for about. You could have got me for about 25.
Yeah,
bucks.
Look, I typically give you a hard time, but I do. I'm with you. I want to salute Donna for that. Most of the time, especially when it takes that kind of effort, it's really easy to be like, man, these damn folks over here, man, they over here ordering all these damn individuals. What the hell are they doing, making my life hard? But instead, she went the opposite and said, hey, man, let me show you how to piece this together and save a little money.
She flipped the receipt over and wrote it down and wrote it in the traditional breakfast. She said, just in case you come back, you could just.
This is it right here.
This is what you can order.
Oh man, you better have tipped her at least 25%.
Good, more than that.
Did you?
Hooked her up, baby.
There you go. Look at that.
I hooked her up.
I'll be damned. Look at that.
What a guy.
Damn, she tricked me.
How'd she trick you?
I think I ended up just basically playing the same thing.
Well, this time you should have. She's going to save you money moving forward. You're going to win in the long haul. I
had to hold it down, man. That was beautiful. Brought us over some ice waters on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. It was beautiful. So shout out to her. I love her. You can tell she really has passion for her job, and she want to be good. Make sure we told her manager too.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good.
Came over. He said, "How's the food?" I said, "The food's good, but the service, Don over there, something special."
I do. I like First Watch.
Yeah.
First Watch, if you're listening, Ron's for hire.
If you're a family member out there, Don over there at that Missouri City First Watch location, reach out to her. Tell her, hey, good job.
There's a lot of First Watches out there.
Yeah, Missouri City, though. That one right there.
But there's plenty of them out there. They can afford to do a little advertising with you now.
Yeah.
I think they should. Yeah. Ron, to show you.
I'm open. I'll have Donna
First Watch.
She can do the spot with me.
Donna, at the end?
She'll be ready. She'll be ready to go.
Kind of like my Mokaram gal kept it 100.
She kept it 100.
Let's see what Donna. Donna keep it under.
keep you under 10.
We keep it 100.
Yeah, I know she will. There you go. Yeah, if you know her, text her. You know who I'm talking about. I think Houston needs to be on the clock. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed that Houston didn't come up with this first. The Atlanta Hawks are doing something that I think is special. And I don't think this is just relegated to Tillman Fertitta and the Rockets. Cal, Hannah, if you're listening, you can jump on this. Jim Crane, you can jump on this. It's all over there. Hey, I know soccer is rolling hard, but I think the Dynamo and Dash could maybe jump on this if they want to. The Atlanta Hawks, Colin and Clint, they're having an interesting promotion planned for them. They're having a tribute night to Magic City, a famed strip joint or shake joint, as Clint would say.
I see what you did there.
And a tribute for all the great work they've done in that city. The Hawks, here is the read, and ESPN was forced to put this on their on their website. The Hawks have a bit of an unusual promotion planned for March 16th. They're paying tribute to Magic City, Atlanta's famed strip club. To celebrate the iconic cultural institution, the Hawks are planning a night filled with food, including the club's famous lemon pepper wings. And if you don't know about those lemon pepper wings, Lou Williams decided to get himself kicked out of the bubble and give himself no chance to make that money and win a championship because he had to have those wings. Anyway, along with music and exclusive merchandise, this collaboration and theme night is very meaningful to me after all the work that we've done to put together Magic City, an American fantasy. Hawks principal owner, filmmaker, and actor Jamie Gertz said, the iconic Atlanta institution has made such an incredible impact on our city and its unique culture. Getz also said one of the producers of the 5-part Stars documentary series, Magic City, an American Fantasy, that explored the club's history and its place in both hip-hop and black culture, the Hawks are bringing in Atlanta native T.I. to perform at halftime. And there will be special live pregame recording of a podcast about the club and the impact it has had in the city, its music, and its sports. How in the hell has Onyx or somebody not jumped on this and partnered with one of the sports teams to make this happen? Houston should be on the clock. This is how many are they going to bring out in Atlanta for this? If there ain't a promotion that would get me out there, or get many of you out there, how in the hell with James Harden has his jersey in the rafters somewhere, and we have not come together with this type of promotion?
You think?
I know where James Harden's playing next year.
I can't even take it serious.
Oh my God! Does somebody have a special item? I know the lemon pepper wings or somewhere. Does somebody have a special item somewhere or a drink of some sort that they can come out and roll out? I mean, Onyx ought to be on the horn right now with Tillman. God, dog. Someone just texted in. We could celebrate the wings from Onyx, or the oxtails. They've got some oxtails as well. Celebrate them.
I'm interested in the podcast.
Yeah, I was literally about to say
that's what you're interested in.
Well, no, I mean
in the halftime performance to me, is it just T.I. or we're going to have some of the?
Well,
people who have built up Magic City jump out.
Well, I mean there ain't enough air room, there ain't enough space, there ain't enough time, they ain't got enough invites.
I'm talking about some of the dancers. Do they come?
I would imagine.
Are they out for the road? That's what I'm saying.
I would imagine that the crowd that night will be scantily clad.
That someone texted in, great, maybe some City Connect jerseys that bring
City
in Onyx. Magic City. They should have Magic City.
But no, the podcast though, Ron, is the actual tangible effort to make this make sense. I mean, look, the podcast, the podcast is about the club and the impact it's had on music, culture, and sports. Like that, this is where they justify, the NBA, an NBA franchise is fixing to have us a strip club night.
Is there a video package that comes with this? And are there some gentlemen around the league that are alarmed, or that they might show up in the video package?
Oh boy!
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't have Jamie Gertz.
I did not have her.
I mean, did you look her up?
I didn't, but I did not have her.
I mean, I just assumed this was some sleazebag guy that just struck it big in Magic City.
He is talking about it. The collaboration and theme night is very meaningful to me after all the work that we did to put together Magic City.
I mean, that's just
American Fantasy.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, this is.
Oh, come on, no, Houston. Somebody has got to.
I mean, what club you gonna pick? I mean, this can't be. This is the Godfather of Shakes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but 713-572-46. Who isn't it Onyx that retired James? Whoever retired James is. I mean, they obviously got a foot in the door. 713-572-4616. In my mind, I'm thinking Onyx. Who is it? Is there another one? I think Tyler says Fantasy Island or something. He says Treasure Island or something. Text line, can't take Ron serious anymore. LOL. No, this is as serious as you should take you. You should take me serious.
You may not be able to take Ron serious, but Jamie Gertz is dead serious.
Dreams retired James is according to Champ's Lights. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
Let's get Colin.
That's what I'm getting to.
Colin sounds like he's looking up somebody's slash lines. The way he said that. That's what I'm getting to right now.
Dreams.
Yeah, dreams. Maybe dreams. Maybe a joint. But I would mind seeing like a City Connect Dreams jersey, right? How does that look? Like, I think there's a lot. You tell me right now if they made an Onyx basketball jersey that they wore that you wouldn't go pick one up. I think that would go crazy.
I just love how passionate you are about this, Ron.
I'm dead serious. Like, they're going outside the box. You know, there is somebody that said, but honest to God, how did they arrive to that? All right, man, we're doing promotions this year. What anybody got? There has to have been somebody let's have a Magic City night that's been throwing this out for 10 years. And it's been, guys, we're not having a Magic City night.
Are they going to have Magic City on their jerseys?
That's what I think they should. And again, are there going to be, what does this halftime show look like? What are some of the ladies from the club, are they going to be there to assist things in the game? Maybe service.
I think they should serve those sitting closest to the floor.
Can we have maybe a recreation of Ludacris's tip drill, which I believe maybe had some remnants of Magic City. I just think there's the options are just there's no ceiling to
I need more info on James, what James shut down here. Is it Dreams Bar and Lounge? Is it Dreams Nail Spa? Is it Club Dream?
It's the Nail Spa.
I'm trying to figure out where Dreams is at. Is that still open?
Nelly Tip Drill, I believe that did happen there, where he ran that card right through her. All right, coming up next, let's have we already just had an uncomfortable conversation for some of you. I felt very comfortable in it, but let's have maybe an uncomfortable conversation about the Texans. And I want you to think about this, because there is some frustration there's some frustration with this offense. What drives you crazy the most about the Texans offense? We'll discuss that next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? PC's got high hopes.
Tanya, Imai is...
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Back in as we are live here on The Drive. I see a lot of people participating here on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Champ Slice really stepping up by giving us the full address of Dreams. If Clint was having any confusion,
figure out which one it was.
Champ Slice stepped on in as a loyal listener would. And I believe this is Champ as well, giving us the full address. Yes, it is truly a special place.
What's the address?
2727. I'm sure they don't mind if we tell it. 2727 Crossview.
I got it,
Crossview Drive. Boy, that was difficult for me right there.
That was a bit of a tongue twister.
It was, man. Shut up. You're being nice. It was pathetic. I wasn't able to pull that off. Sorry about that. But no, man, we appreciate you. It's been a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun on a Friday. But I do wanna get a little serious because I see some people texting in on this. I want to start this conversation off here about the Texans with this thought, because let's just put it out on the table, right? And hell, not just me. We listened to the head coach DeMeco Ryans. He spoke. DeMeco Ryans spoke at in Indy talking about just maybe what they're looking at off-season-wise and how they're kind of maybe approaching the draft from an offensive standpoint, because clearly that is what held this team back, was the offense. And I want you to hear DeMeco here in just a second, but think about this. Get it out on the table. Let's kind of talk through this. What drives you crazy the most? I'm going to have an idea that my partner is going to have more than one, but what drives you crazy the most about this offense? Here's DeMeco talking about maybe what they're trying to do going into next year.
Where are the areas that you're focused on in terms of maybe improving the roster?
Yeah, for us, it's for the offensive side of the ball. We're looking to improve, at the offensive line position. To start there, we're looking to improve our running back position as well. We have a lot of areas of room to grow and improvement, and we have the cool part about it is we have room to improve, and we have a good core of guys.
That's for sure.
And so to improve the depth of our team here at with this draft, I think it's going to be really vital for us, and we're going to find some really good prospects. Having the meetings we've had already throughout the combine week, it's been great young men, excited to see how it all plays out.
All right, that's head coach DeMeco Ryans. And Clint, you specifically, he even talked about positions offensively.
Yeah.
Their offensive line, running back.
Love it.
As he specifically talked about those positions, and he went immediate because she didn't even target off. He went and said offense.
Well, those are the two spots where you just don't have bodies, you don't have people, you don't have guys, you don't have stars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So any way you slice it, you've got to go get some folks.
All right, for you, because I see a couple of people jumping in. Someone said, Black Greg said, penalties, negative runs are things that just drive him crazy about this offense. For you, what are things that drive you crazy about this offense?
We're not talking about like the offense that we watched from a penalties or the inability to run the ball or the sacks 2 years ago. We're just about the offense in general, right?
The offense in general.
The New England offense, right? I got a long list.
Well, I warned the people. I said I think my partner may have one.
Long list is underestimating how.
I mean, I started thinking about it, started jotting some stuff down. I mean, some of them are broad, some of them are specific. Look, the lack of creativity, I think, is blatantly obvious. The lack of movement, pre-snap movement, and motions that benefit the quarterback and or the wide receiver. It seems like the majority of the motion is used to get wide receivers in the backfield to block. The screen game has never been good. It sucked since. It's like they don't even practice it. standing at the line, the quarterback standing at the line of scrimmage trying to figure out the perfect protection while the play clock's ticking down and while the secondary's moving, and just the responsibility of the quarterback at the line of scrimmage, the amount of pressure they put on a quarterback is plumb-ass silly unless you got Tom Brady. All the condensed formations, inviting more defenders to the box to cloud the view for your offensive line that's struggling to communicate and your quarterback that's struggling to communicate. I hate that. The overusage of the sixth offensive lineman who had the worst spring training, not because you have a surplus of really good offensive linemen and you want to go out there and dominate folks, but just to it's the trend in the league and you do it more than anybody else. I didn't like that. Obviously, not having pressure, not having answers for pressure, not having your quarterback prepared to deal with pressure,
and all of these things that you're saying, you feel like these are consistent issues.
Yeah, well, I mean, I watched Deshaun Watson do this. I mean, same offense. The constant talk about cross-training offensive linemen, cross-training wide receivers, the talk about, we don't have guards and centers ultimately, and I'm paraphrasing. I know they don't say that specifically, but that's what they're saying. We're going to put our best 5 offensive linemen out there so much to where – I mean, how many times have we seen guards playing tackle and guys that are on the right side playing on the left side? And
often.
I mean, and it's not just Titus Howard because he can. It's multiple guys. It's just that approach I don't think has served them well since really for a good amount of time. But, yeah,
before
I think there's a lot – like I'm not a fan of this offense. I absolutely hate this offense, generally speaking. And I've watched Deshaun and now I've watched CJ, both of those guys stand at the line of scrimmage and try to figure out what defenses are going to do. If defenses just sit back and play in a shell and the linebackers play at 4 or 5 yards deep and there's 4 down linemen and everybody's just kind of stagnant, then you're pretty good. But the minute that the defense starts moving, the minute that the defense starts making the center and the quarterback communicate and figure out how you're going to protect, all hell breaks loose. And we watched, it was blatantly obvious. Deshaun Watson would spend time at the line of scrimmage trying to figure out which backer was coming, which one's bailing, what are they doing, and it was everything was in a hurry. We watched C.J. Stroud struggle with some of the same stuff. It's a very reactive system instead of a proactive system, in my opinion. Nothing they do offensively is to get the defense on their heels.
So for all the system,
no tempo.
The system leads, in your opinion, a lot of these things that you've kind of named off that are issues for you.
These are all system specific. Yeah. Yes, I watched it with Deshaun Watson and Bill O'Brien, and now we're watching it again with C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley. Brady was just – they did this – they were very vanilla. They did the same thing. Brady was just so good at the line of scrimmage of figuring out he's talked about the photographic memory that he has watching film and how he could figure out in film before he ever went into a game how when they gave this certain look, I knew they were coming to my right so I could protect it up and then we could do some different stuff down the field or work to the left or whatever. Brady was great in it. I'd even argue that Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick were really, really obviously good with it. But, I mean, what I've seen here in Houston with this offense, there is I think the best way to couch it for me is everything is very vanilla and everything is very reactive and everything is very quarterback dependent. Not a lot of effort. We don't even use tempo here. We don't use exotic formations here. We lose athletic, explosive tight ends, so we all of a sudden go use our 6th offensive lineman who should have got cut in camp in place of that tight end. Like there's a lack of creativity. It's very, very easy for, relatively speaking, very, very easy to defend.
So the overall thing that drives you nuts the most sounds like it is just the system of the offense in general.
Yeah, if I had to pick one thing, I would say that the amount of pressure that it puts on the quarterback to know things at a Tom Brady level, I think is a losing proposition.
That is definitely system driven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I see some people here jumping on the text line. There are a lot of people agreed with a lot of I agree with Dirty. They need to quit going after high character, high quality guys and get some dogs on offense. I don't know that they need to quit going after high character guys, but if you're listening to him, it's not even just the high. It's the system in general is what Clinton is talking. Whether you have high character or you have dogs out there, like it's the system in general is putting that so much on the quarterback to have to not just know everything, but know everything on the fly.
Yeah.
He's wide open, CJ.
Well,
Right.
it's just like you've got a guy like in Nico Collins. You've got a guy that, let's say you run 60 plays in a game. You've got a guy that 4 or 5 plays a game, you should at least 4 or 5. I would say there's been times here where you should go to the extreme and say 10, right? But you take it completely out of the quarterback's hands. Here's the ball is going to 12. The ball's going to 12, period. You could put mechanisms in your offense where, triggers in your offense where, hey, if the corner's 8 yards off and bailing and the backer's tucked inside, stand up and give it to Nico. Aaron Rodgers makes a living doing it. Aaron Rodgers completes 5 or 6 balls a game, just standing up, and aborting the run and just standing up and throwing to a wide receiver. The simple, stupid, just get the ball in my most explosive player's hands. Like, it's non-existent. We've talked about it a lot. Like, so many times in Houston, we watch a game and Nico Collins getting the ball is determined on what the defense does.
Yeah.
You go watch games with Nico Collins like wide receivers. Hell, you go watch games with Puka Nacua and he's got Devontae Adams on the other side and Kyron Williams behind him. You go watch that game and they are hell-bent on getting Puka Nacua touches one way or another. And I'm not even saying your whole offense needs to be geared around that and be what the Rams are, but there should be some semblance of that. Like, we should watch games and go, what would we watch? I remember maybe 2 games with Bobby Slowick in 2 years where it was like Nico Collins would line up in the backfield and they'd throw that swing screen to him. You remember, like we talked about it in here, like, okay, so everybody's hurt, so we got to find creative ways to get Nico the ball. I think Bobby did it 1 or 2 times.
He kicked off the game, putting him in the backfield.
Yeah. That is wild. To have wide receiver, like our screen game is atrocious, right? Those are easy, simple completions for your quarterback. Take all the pressure off your quarterback, right? Take all the thinking away from your quarterback. Easy completions. You got a guy like Nico, hell, it's not just a completion. It's 8 or 9, 10 yards. Hell, he's one of the best in the league. He can take it the distance. And then all of a sudden you've got, boom, pump the screen and throw the shot, the rail route at the sideline, right? You like none of that. Do the Texans take advantage of, and it's very frustrating. So if you're just asking, I could do a whole damn show on the frustration of this offense.
Yeah, I see some people here on the text line. No 5 wide out sets. It frustrates me. What drives me crazy about this offense is they think Iowa State is wide receiver U. Someone texted in. The TV audience can predict the play call, it seems like. One thing I see too often is Stroud taking 10-yard sacks and turning into 20-yard losses. That and the O-line's inability to pick up obvious blitzes coming from the text line. Also, theory. The quarterback-dependent system plays to Davis Mills' strength, and that's why he looks almost as good as CJ in the offense. Offense has to become more proactive. Some people are texting in. I think a lot of those points fit into where things are. But I think you kind of made that point late of there is a lot on the plate of the quarterback. Which you hear that and say, okay.
And it's play in, play out. It's not
a lot more on the plate of the quarterback of like Josh Allen. Like a lot more on the plate of the quarterback of what Patrick Mahomes is dealing with. A lot more on the plate of the quarterback than, like you talked about screens. That first thing I thought of was Bo Nix. Bo Nix throws, I bet he throws 7 to 10 screens a game that they're throwing out there that just easy throws that take pressure off of them. And that's just, it's like one thing if, all right, man, we've sat down and we've had a game plan and we've gone through all the week of what it is we need to do. But it is almost every time he goes up to the line of scrimmage, it's a new pitcher that you've got to make a decision on in that 40-second play clock.
I would argue, yes. I would argue that there's, and in an ideal, and just to be fair, a third of the attempts. If he's got 24 attempts in a game, 8 of them should be, throw in the ocean. I know where I'm going with it.
You don't even mean touchdowns. You mean just easy.
No, I'm talking about just easy completions where I don't give a damn what the defense does. We're going to swing. We got Woody Marks, man. He's one of the best run after catch backs in the league. He's great in college, played in all these air raid systems. Hey, man, we should have, with Woody Marks playing so much football last year, he should be catching 2 or 3 screens a game. And I ain't talking about the old school run up there and act like you're going to pass protect and then fold out. No, I'm talking creative, where you're pumping the wide receiver screen to Nico to the left. They're already overshading. You're going to pump it to him, and then you're going to roll out and flip the swing screen the other way, or some kind of slip screen or angle screen to the running back the other way. Like you got Woody Marks. They don't do those kind of things. They don't cater to the player much at all, relatively speaking, and that is extremely frustrating.
All right, despite not making the postseason for the first time in feels like forever with the Astros, last year they were close and led the division a lot of the second half, and a big reason for that was because 2 players took big steps. Do they have that on this roster again? Are there other players that could pull off what Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown did last year? Be thinking that. We'll discuss that on the other.
to.
Listen to win. Want a trip to see Metallica's residency at the Sphere in Las Vegas? Travel, 3 nights of hotels and 2 nights of tickets to their concerts on October 1st and 3rd, all included, thanks to Q Prime. And entering's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through March 8th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
He's coming.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Shout out to everybody here on the Base Power text line. I see you on YouTube and Twitch. I see my man Cornbread. He said, problem is they don't use the right people also with the Texans offense.
Yeah, I mean, look, they lean heavily in. I would say that overall, on the offensive side of the football, they lean heavily into the smart guy. I'm going to throw Christian Kirk out there because I know Christian Kirk on every play is going to know exactly what to do, when to do it, how to do it. If I put Noel out there, he may have about a 2% miss rate.
So you're saying that they're afraid to play the young guys?
Well, I'm not afraid. I don't think afraid is the right. I just think they prefer
and trust.
It's a big trust thing. It's a big do your job, do right versus which I like that approach. I've said this several times. I love what Nick and D'Amico have done building the team, but at some point you got to go, okay, you know, we're not really, you know, we're not overly comfortable with using Jalen Noel, Higgins, Ursery, and Woody Marks in the backfield. But, hey, man, I mean, this is a year where there's going to be a little bit more risk associated with and have guys that maybe make a mental error. And they're just so committed to minimizing mental mistakes that, in my opinion, they leave a lot of times the most talented guy either out of the game plan, doesn't get touches, or he doesn't even get opportunities, in an effort to get somebody else on the field that they know is going to be right 99.9% of the time. And again, I'm not saying you don't hold guys accountable, but I mean, I just don't know how you get Harrison Bryant and Fisher more. Your plan is to get Harrison Bryant and Fisher and guys like that in the plan so that you can run the football when clearly your better player is a guy like Jalen Noel. Your more explosive player is a guy like Jalen Noel. Your more explosive room has proven out to be your wide receiver room, you know, and doing some different things with, even though they're young, doing some different things with 11 personnel or 10 personnel. Like there's just it goes back to that safe, minimize risk approach, and I'm just not when it's an extreme, I'm not a huge fan. Yep.
All right, Astros. Lance gets the ball tonight. We'll talk about that a little bit later on.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not even. Don't care. I've gone from really excited. I ain't kidding you. Last year, man, my heart was in it.
Lance he's getting the ball today.
Don't
First
care.
time he'll put you in.
Zero rips.
We'll get more on Clint's. Maybe we'll see in a couple of hours if Clint starts to give rips. 5:05.
That's
Lance
Clint's
gets
favorite
the ball.
player.
I fully expect some level. Yeah, he'd be sore after the game, man. He'd be sore. Do a lot of pitches. Had to run off first base. Had to run off that pitcher's mound and cover first base. That second hitter, man, his hamstring's going to be a little sore, man. Hopefully he's okay.
Hoping against
the
blister.
I'm not. I had zero interest.
We'll see if that changes around 5 o'clock hour. First pitch, 5:05 for Big Lance.
Prime time.
Listen, they were able to fight through the most injuries ever, and a lot of it had to do with, I think, some of the young guys or guys on this team stepping forward. Would you say that Hunter Brown last year, Jeremy Pena, Hunter Brown, an all-star, third in the Cy Young voting. Jeremy Pena, an all-star. A lot of people may not know, top 10 AL MVP finisher. Would you say they took big steps last year? Would you constitute what they had been before, and then to get to all-star, third in Cy Young, all-star, 10th, top 10 in AL MVP voting? Would you look at those two and say, boy, they took big steps from year
monster?
Yeah. I'm not going to say I didn't expect it from Hunter, but still that was a big – Hunter was not an ace coming into last year. He had ace stuff. He wasn't an ace. He was a full-fledged ace. I think that was a huge step last year.
I didn't expect it from either one of them. I expected good years from both. I didn't expect Hunter Brown to have a year where this year everybody on a national level. What have I seen? What's the lowest I've seen him ranked in the top 10?
I've seen 8. That's the most.
I mean,
of all starting pitchers.
The 8th best starting pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. I didn't expect that. I expected him to be really good and maybe be in that conversation, but to be a guy that's getting that kind of hype, didn't expect it.
Yeah, he was stride for stride with Scooble all season, really.
Yeah. I expected Pena to have a good year. Obviously, we know he's good defensively. I expected him. You know, he showed signs of kind of coming around. Obviously, great signs in the World Series and what he did, what he's done in the playoffs.
Magical 30 days.
But I expected the regular season to get more consistent, him to get better. I did not expect Altuve to go to the manager and say, man, this is your leadoff hitter, get him up there. And then he goes up there and he does exactly what one would hope that he would do, like immediately from jump, right? I mean, I've always thought that Jeremy Pena was a good leadoff hitter, but it was always, or would be a good, but it was always about speed, which is really overlooked a lot of the time now in Major League Baseball. Not only did he go up there and the speed was a real factor, both at the plate and on the base pass, but he went up there and he raked from a hitting standpoint as well. So I expected both of those guys to be good. I didn't expect them to be great like that.
I know the hope for Astros fans and the Astros in general that they will be much more healthy, and Jordan will play more than 48 games, and Correa's in there, maybe Paredes plays more. Well, they had so many injuries out. But do you get the look that there are guys on this team that can take those type of steps? Right? I mean, from where they currently are right now. I'm not saying they got to be all-stars and finish, but if you just said with both of them, you thought they took monster steps. Are there other people that can take big level steps that you feel maybe you don't expect, but you look at it now? Do you think you see anybody? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you get a sense that you see that where you're like, we could be talking about those two guys and that they're in a different category than maybe we are talking about them right now today by the end of the year?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of them. I think
there's one that really jumps out.
Well, I'm going to give you 3 of them, and one of them I think it's his last shot to do it, and that's Diaz.
Yep. Yeah. Yiner is the one that jumps. You could see Yiner being an all-star.
Yes. I don't know about defensively. He got to do some of that damn defense, but from a hitting stiff, he hits it well.
You hit enough, nobody will give a damn.
but yeah, I think this
he's
is
the one that jumps.
I mean, he's from a sample size perspective. I mean, he's a year away from being the sample size is big bad or the sample size is bigger promising. But I think him, and then surprisingly, I got to give credit where credit's due. I think Jake Myers could.
Yeah. Now that's he hit 300 most.
Yeah,
of the
man.
year.
I mean, it's like, and I've always thought this. It's no secret. Like the deal with Jake Myers is if he can find that elite level of confidence where he's not following what's my man's name that just went to L.A. Kyle Tucker, and just kind of come into his own level of confidence. I could see him doing it. And then the one I think that's a long shot, kind of a real hot take, if you will, is Cam Smith.
Yeah.
There's something to Cam that really, to me, that's got some. I mean, that size and speed and the glove is a lot better than I think they expected right away in the outfield. Yeah, I think he's got a real chance.
Yeah, somebody texted in Jake Myers and Cam Smith. No, I think Cam Smith turning in a Jake Myers-esque season from last year, I think that would be a monster step from last year.
No question.
You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
And Jake's not an all-star. Like, Jake wasn't an all-star last year. But I think Cam Smith most definitely is somebody that fits into the mold of, we could be looking – because right now we're looking at Cam Smith. I don't know if he's a starter. Hell, they've said he's not. I got right now, I would not write in pen that Cam Smith is starting on opening day. I don't know. That's where he is right now. I could easily see at the end of the year that he takes a step, Clint, of he is a bona fide starter in one of these corner outfield spots, and that he's a guy. Another one for me, because I definitely Yiner is the one that jumps way out. Spencer Aggetti is another one.
Ooh, good one, yeah.
Spencer Aggetti. Again, I'm not saying he's going to finish third in the Cy Young, but right now, is Spencer Aggetti, is he a shoe-in in the rotation? Maybe that. But, could I see Spencer Aggetti step in and be like the third starter? That I could see that. And that, to me, would be a monster step from last year.
Well, as long as he is aware where he's doing long toss and everything.
There's no reason for you to bring that up. We don't need to get him started.
Broken thumb and all that.
There's no reason. All right, we gotten past that. Somebody said Bryce Matthews. Not bad. Somebody said Christian Walker. I'm just glad somebody's giving him love. I would not go
Christian's too old to have a breakout year.
I'm not even a breakout year, but he could sure be more significant than he was last year.
Yeah, we could be more consistent.
Skywalker.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, Spencer Aggetti, that's one to watch. All right. The talk of, I think, one of the most interesting players in all of college football that may be moving to the NFL is really picking up. And I hope he does, but I wonder if he actually gets a real shot to go. We'll discuss that coming up next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see in prospects at the Combine? text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. We appreciate you hanging out with us, whether you're listening to us on Sports Radio 610, you're on the Odyssey app, you're on YouTube and Twitch. You're on YouTube and Twitch. You see Tyler's out today. It's Megan's birthday. Happy birthday, Megan. Enjoy your weekend. And it is also Clint's happy anniversary, 5th anniversary. So
very happy anniversary.
Congratulations to the Stoerners as well. So it's a lovely day here.
I wonder if Clint's trying to find ways to make up for what he said about it feeling like it was longer than 5 years.
Colin, I mean, here's the deal, bud. You don't learn about me, man. I mean, I acknowledge that I may have put my foot in my mouth. I've explained.
You knew it immediately.
I explained my genuine, sincere meaning behind what I said. If my wife still thinks that was a dig at her and that I feel like it's been a rough 5 years or a long 5 years because it's been a hard 5 years, then she ain't being honest with herself.
Did she put it? Did she make mention of that at all in her post?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, hell.
How long did that happen ago when you?
I mean, probably 2 weeks.
So she's held on to that for a pay period.
I mean, hell,
that's a pay period. He's held on to that.
Here's the post. Clint keeps saying, that's how it starts.
She kicked it off.
Clint keeps saying, only 5 years, ? It feels longer than that. He insists that's a good thing. Then he says it's the best 5 years of his life. So that's the version we're sticking with.
It is.
It was literally the first, like when she pulled up her, and my wife is really, really good at the heartfelt, like when she puts time into her post, boy, it is.
Bringing it, huh?
I mean, she's a smart gal. It is really, really good, man. And so I got to believe she did. She's not like you or me, where we just last second tonight at 11:30.
Don't last second me.
Well, tonight at 11:30, I'll be trying to figure out the post that I'm gonna do here on my anniversary. I mean, she's probably had it in her notes and just copied and pasted that joint.
This is what you keep doing.
What?
You just did it again.
What'd I do?
Now you're gonna. I'll wait till the last minute to put my post.
Oh, she knows. She knows who she married. She knows who she married. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I leave shoes all over. I leave
all of Houston.
I leave my shoes all over the house too. I got clothes on my closet floor too. I fart a lot.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's just being a guy.
I want to get. I want to get. I do want to get to what's happening at the combine. I just want to make it very clear that I don't know how I feel about Trey Wingo having a podcast called Straight Facts, Homie.
That's the name of.
Get that off my chest.
That's the name of the podcast.
Straight Facts, Homie.
I don't know about that.
Trey Wingo. All right. I just want to get that off my chest. Just came across. I just
I'm just trying to picture
Straight Facts, Homie.
I'm just trying to picture
exclamation point behind Homie.
Oh, really?
I don't think he does not use the term homie like he confidently.
Man, he's got it all over. Straight Facts, homie. All right.
Homie's got to be like you've got to be like homie's not even a like a non-white guy deal. Homie's a like you. To be honest with you, I don't know that
it's a very much him deal. Just him as a.
Well, it's strong West Coast.
Yeah.
It's strong West Coast. I don't
imagine if Lauren's dad just started.
Paris can't get away with it.
He started you with
can't
that.
do it.
Hey, homie, happy anniversary, homie. Please text that to you.
Yeah. Like the way you just use it right there. I mean, I think you can pull it off. You know, just kind of randomly, just because it's the one the term you want to kind of throw out there. Cool, whatever, briefly. But when you start emphasizing it, like putting it in the title of a podcast, I
just don't know how he settled in it. Like, how did we get there? Like.
Probably ran out of ideas.
Right. I mean, he settled in. Straight facts, homie. What happened to just like straight facts wasn't good enough for him. That I could straight facts, straight Wingo, fill it. When you then take that next step forward, homie, didn't have that one.
It makes it personal.
Didn't have that one. All right.
It doesn't. I'm not inclined to listen. If that means anything, I think the end game
straight
is
facts.
to get,
I might have gone in straight.
yeah,
Facts,
straight facts from Wings. Yeah, I probably would have got
Wings.
that.
Yeah, straight facts, homie. That's how he starts it off.
Why'd you say it like that?
That's how he starts it off. That's what I hear.
It'd be like old buddy right there. Wouldn't the guy out of Cheers?
Yeah, Ted Danson.
It'd be like Ted Danson going straight facts,
homie.
Straight facts, homie. Here I am
Cheers.
on this Consumer Cellular Straight Facts Consumer Cellular.
Cheers, homie.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not buying it either. But hey, man, I mean, he's at the level when you got that name. I mean, they'll just throw crap against the wall and see what sticks with it.
Yeah, you're right. He may not have come up with it.
So what inspired you to?
No, he did not come up with that. Absolutely,
But
zero chance.
He's really running it hard, though.
Zero chance.
It's all over his.
There is a 23 to 27-year-old working at ESPN.
He's not there anymore.
Where is he?
He's on his own. That's
okay,
why I wonder
working in his back office.
his back office.
In the bowels of his studio.
It's so weird, though.
He's paid some youngster to do that.
So what inclined you to listen?
Not that it just came across. One of my friends in the business was his guest, and it popped up on my IG, and I said, "Great facts, homie." It's the name of it. It says, I think it says straight facts, homie, and golf. With
yeah, I'm not interested. To be honest, I like Wingo. I mean, he's never bothered me. I don't think. Has he? Does he ever do anything that bothers me? That should bother me?
No, not me.
And if you don't remember anything, then probably nothing happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
Straight facts, homie.
Straight facts, homie. From the he's got to be 52, right?
Oh God, I bet older than that.
Yeah. Well, okay, the 60-year-old white guy.
I think so.
That's pretty square. Talking about straight facts, homie. That doesn't draw me.
It's just
62 years old.
62, yeah.
60. Yeah.
Doesn't draw me.
Straight facts, homie. That got me. I didn't know that's where Trey was going.
Is he a West Coast guy?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Greenwich, Connecticut.
No. That would not be West Coast.
That would not be. No, that's.
Went to Baylor.
Did he? Yeah, he's where like Vince McMahon's from. Somebody checking in, homie. Don't play that.
Not with Wingo's face behind it. That ain't happening.
Hey, by the way, real quick, should I be concerned? How long? Like, I went to steak night. That was Wednesday night with Tyler and the crew.
Yeah.
And I got a steak and asparagus, and it was immediate. Soon as I went to the restroom for the first time, that aroma of what your urine smells like when you eat asparagus, it's hit me. It's Friday. I just used the restroom again. It's not as strong, but is that long? Is that normal? Is it that long? I haven't had asparagus again.
It's normal.
God,
no, I don't know. It was what day?
Wednesday.
Oh, it was
and
Wednesday.
Today's Friday. No, it's that is abnormal. The fact that it hits you immediately is not. I think it's one of the.
Hit me immediate. It's more faint today. I need to go get
one of the most amazing things about the human body is how quickly it turns asparagus into funky pee. That is unbelievable how quick it happens.
I wonder what the science is behind that.
Unless you just haven't peed at all the last 2 days, it should not still smell like asparagus.
It was more faint. But
did they sprinkle it into your first watch? Did Donna sprinkle a little free asparagus in there or something?
There was. I checked I did have some greens, but I don't think there was an asparagus in there. I was just hoping that goes away. I'll give it.
That is one of the most. I mean, I think to me that's one of the most.
I'll give it 5 more days.
5?
5.
Yeah, next
Friday. I don't know if I'd worry about it.
Next Friday, I'll come in, and if I still smell it, then I'll go get it checked out.
Well, if the show doesn't show up Monday, we know what happened.
Man, but it hits. It hits immediately. Good God.
It's unbelievable.
I forgot. I hadn't had asparagus in a long time, and I forgot about it. I said, "Oh my God, what is that me?" And I remember, I just had this asparagus. Damn, it hit quick.
Low-key, though, asparagus is my favorite vegetable. I'll eat asparagus all day. Broccoli? Hell no.
Not a surprise.
You know it doesn't do that to everybody.
I know. Let us know that.
Yeah, looked it up. One of those things, curiosity. I learned from curiosity.
There you go. Yeah, it was different. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, We got to talk about that damn Reed Sheppard, y'all. Boy, that game last night with them Rockets had me good and turned on, man. And the way we went about it, Reed Sheppard, get that man on the floor. We're going to talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Give me a hell yeah.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Talking about them python boots now. I ain't got my pythons on today, but I got them goats on. Dirty's Daily, powered by Tecovas, baby. Tecovas. I got some Tecovas jeans on today and some Tecovas boots. And I'm heading over to that old cookout tonight. Ashley McBride.
Oh, are you?
Ashley McBride's playing in the old 100.3 the Bull tent. And, she's an Arkansas gal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Arkansas gal, yeah, and can absolutely go. And the wife said she told boss lady she wants to go. I said, baby, it's our anniversary. She said, yeah, I know. So we're going to do us one of our favorite restaurants tonight, and then we're going to ease on down to the old cookout and see little Ashley McBride tonight. And I'm going to do so in my Tecovas gear. So big shout out to Tecovas for making that happen. Big shout out to the Rockets last night, boys. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, there's sometimes you tune into the Rockets and you wish you hadn't. And I think that's just basketball. You got so many games that sometimes, boy, there's real buzzkill now. Sometimes I don't mind going and putting my little girl to bed and spending a couple extra minutes in there and not worried about missing action. I'm not going to lie to you. Last night I was zoned in. Had to get Lainey put to bed quick. Luckily she hit that old. She went down pretty quick.
Hey, they were close to making you just not mind staying in there longer.
Yeah, what Ron's talking about right there is in the second half, the Rockets were able to erase a 19-point deficit in 4 minutes, boys. In 4 minutes. It was a big night for the Rockets. Kevin Durant scores 40. Kevin Durant did Kevin Durant type things at the end of the game. What Kevin Durant put on display last night for the Rockets is exactly why you bring Kevin Durant in this. It's exactly what you hope you get when you make Kevin Durant a Rocket, right? It's exactly as a fan when you get to that point where it's a what do they call it, clutch time, under 5 minutes, 5-point game either way, you got to win more of those than you lose when you got a guy like Kevin Durant. And he put up 40 last night. He scored 26 of his 40 in the second half, and so he was tit for tat. He was hell bent on winning this game late once we got it to within reach. The beautiful thing about last night's game, though, Ron, is again the Reed-Sheppard conversation. There is no doubt about it. I just said they erased a 19-point deficit in 4 minutes. There's no doubt about it that they don't even sniff overcoming a 19-point deficit if Reed-Sheppard isn't on the floor. I mean, the ability to knock down big shots from downtown is, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's fun to watch. He did it last night against a better opponent than he had previously, and who was it? The Jazz and then somebody else?
The Kings.
The Kings and the Jazz.
28.
Yeah. He did it in critical moments. He did it to spark a comeback. And Ron, I think to me that's the thing. That's the most convincing part of this, because the story is right. Ime Udoka, what Reed has done over the last 2 or 3 games, when Amen Thompson's been banged up a little bit, so the minutes are up, what he's done is exactly what we needed him to do. He went out there and was super clutch. He was super calm. The ability to not just knock down shots himself, but to get other guys involved and to have big moments is exactly what we needed him to do to convince Ime Udoka that that's the lineup. I don't care how you figure it out, but that's the lineup. The kid should start, and the kid should be in games in critical moments. But the comeback was tremendous. And it's not just about the points, though, Ron. I wish I had at my fingertips this stat. But as I'm watching the Rockets come back, and they keep replaying highlights because they're all big shots in this run. If he wasn't making shots, Ron, he was assisting on shots. I mean, he was – you run down that play-by-play in that game last night, and as they're coming back, it is Reed Sheppard knocks down a 22-footer. Reed Sheppard knocks down a 27-footer. And then all of a sudden it goes Reed Sheppard assist, so such and such can knock down a shot. I mean, it was either knocking down shots or assist. He was a major part of that comeback and the finish for the Rockets last night, Ron. With this kind of performance, once again, I just don't know how – they're going to keep him off the floor.
And they should not keep him off the floor, Clinton. And this was it, right? We talked about it. We said going into this Kings game, we know Amen Thompson's going to be injured, so there ain't no way he's not going to get minutes. That's why you and Tyler went crazy and was able to win big money on the, Reed Sheppard, 15.5 or 14.5 points.
Yep.
And he cleared that
last night at 18.5.
Yeah. Now, we'll talk about Tyler's bets here a little bit later. Not good. But I mean, when you look at what he did, and you said something in this, he went 5 of 7 from 3 in the second half. He was a big part of them closing the gap, and then even more big part of him closing things. And that what he did, making the shots, is going to, I think, help a lot moving forward. People saw that. People see that. That might give Durant more space. That might give Şengün more space. Hell, he gave them more space. As you said, if he wasn't making shots, he was assisting. And if he wasn't assisting on shots, his mere presence in a way that nobody else of the secondary players, his presence offensively completely just changes what defenses can do and how they can play. If you don't believe us, Udoka, go ahead and listen to the podcast. All right, Stan Van Gundy, who has been a coach in this league, kept saying it. The Prime Studio show kept saying it. Him being out there created so much space for Durant and Şengün and everybody else. When they had him and Jabari Smith out there, it created so much space that you just can't help the way you want to help or the way you can help off other guys that they have out there. And it created space, and then he hit them. And he didn't just hit one. He kept hitting them. Hit them from the corner, hit them from the elbow, hit them from the top of the key. Big shots. It didn't matter, and he did it with confidence. And you got to have that out there. There's no way you look at that. Yeah, he might get beat, on something defensively, and that may creep up and get you to a space. But it also enhances everything that you can do. It's not a lot that a secondary player can affect great players. And his spacing that he creates with him just being on the floor affects, Kevin Durant. That's why Kevin Durant can seek out a switch and then not have people just run and chase him down for doubles because you don't want to leave two shooters wide open in Smith and him. So it just, and I think Udoka finally gave in and threw it in. And I hate that you have to say it like that, like he gave in, but it felt like he was the last one to the party and he had the most important decision, but the last one of the party to say, all right, that guy's got to close games and be out there.
Look, a lot of times a coach just needs to see it, and especially when it's a developmental player. I know was he third overall, and I know he's obviously has an extremely high ceiling. Expectations are through the roof, but there's no secret that he needs playing time. He needs reps, and then as a coach, you just need to see it. Ron, to me, the play of the game, not the play of the game maybe, but there's two plays last night that I think are very telling. The one where he's playing a two-man game, I believe, with Kevin Durant. And he sees what's going on. He reverses action. He literally walks right back into the trap so that he can kick it all the way across the floor. I believe it was either Okogie or Barry. I can't remember which one it was, to knock down a wide-open three. Like, you could tell watching it, even the simplest of basketball minds, which I am, just a casual fan, I could tell the first time he went over there, he saw something. So he backed out. He goes over again, knowing he's going to draw. The defense is going to stretch out to him and KD, and there's going to be that across-court pass. And he makes the pass, knocks down the shot. And then the other one is the game the shot that I think sealed the game, right? Like, it was late. We're into single-digit seconds. Rockets got the ball. Any points right here puts a nail in the coffin. And my man Reed Sheppard did this.
2 on Durant to Şengün to Sheppard, the slot three. Yes!
Reed Sheppard! It's his world, and the rest of us are just living in it.
I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know that
we were there last night.
I don't know if we were damn sure there last night, Ron. But it's easy to get caught up in knocking down threes. But it's last night as I'm watching that game, it was seeing some of those ice water in the veins right there, knocking down a major shot at the end to stretch out the lead. The play that I just mentioned, the drawing the double team and kicking it. There's so many different things that I think are very obvious that they do offensively that they just don't do when he's not on the floor. Here's a question. Bari rolled his ankle late last night. I don't believe it was serious enough to put him out for any extended period of time, but I would imagine that he's going to rest a bit. How do you think they handle the lineup and the rotation with Bari potentially being down for some rest time?
Well, it seems like Easton came in for him as soon as he got injured, and that would make a lot of sense. Any of those guys get injured, you would believe that Reed Sheppard is getting more time. I am hopeful that he is. I think Kevin Durant coming out after the game talking about how important he is to this team. He said he just takes us to a different level when he's out there. I think that helps him. So I think you would see more Reed Sheppard out there of Jabari Smith. But he is important too. It's having those two guys out there, Jabari and Reed out there that space so much. I just want what you watched last night. And I'm not, and I want to, when I say this, I am not trying to poo-poo people's thoughts about the importance of having a point guard or having a Fred VanVleet. But there is more ways than being able to get good shots in offense than having a point guard like Chris Paul or somebody like that can initiate offense. If you watch it, he did some point guard stuff, but it wasn't him all the time initiating everything. No. His spacing created better shots as well. And so we still saw Şengün with the ball at the top of the key, trying to create stuff. And one of the threes, he hits Reed Sheppard. We still saw Kevin Durant get the ball. They tried to double one of the threes. Like, it's not just the point guard role. It is what you're doing out there. His spacing created openings and shots and made it easier for everybody else.
There was multiple times when the commentator was talking about, I mean, they're trying to take the ball out of Reed Sheppard's hands, which is putting Şengün in a one-on-one with a ton of space, which is putting Durant in a one-on-one with a ton of space. Like you're talking about, the Durant searching out for that poor guy that couldn't cover him that he scored his 32,000th point on. I would. That's one part of basketball I'm glad I didn't play deep enough to be that duck.
That when somebody's hunting down.
I mean, what was that guy's name? Butler?
Let me see what you.
I mean, there was 2 or 3 straight trips down the floor where KD was like, "Nope, you here? That's the guy I want. Get his ass out here on me," and would literally hesitate for 2 seconds trying to figure out how he was going to cook on this dude. I mean, it was. I mean, it would be a little bit demoralizing if it were me. His 32,000th point, he hit a 3-pointer right in his eye. I mean, by the way, probably should mention that, right? I mean, what did he go to? What did he go to? Sixth last night.
Sixth player in NBA history to score over 32,000 points.
And he's.
You got him in order, Colin?
No, so he's also the first player in NBA history to have at least 40 points with 5 different franchises.
Now, listen, let me tell you how this is going to work, Colin. All right? Now, I ask you a question here. Now, you're not going to take my question.
Oh, come on, Ron. You're not going to. I tried to slide it out.
Throw it down with a no to then come back with your own stat that you had set up and ready to go.
No, I was just going to.
You could have tried. No, we're not moving.
I thought it was a great point you made.
Try. Come on. Give me the 5 in front of them. Don't cheat. Give me the 5 in front of them.
Just the 5 or in a row?
Just give me the 5. Just give me the 5. Don't cheat. Oh, my God. Come on. Who scored the most ever?
You got LeBron.
No, I got you. So LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, Wilt.
No.
Do you want me in order?
It don't matter. That one's not even in it.
Wilt's not in it. Oh, yeah. Moses Malone.
No. Moses Malone.
I mean, Karl Malone, sorry.
Carl. Then we give you
Sorry,
Carl.
Karl Malone. Sorry, Moses.
Come on, we got one more. Got this. Come on. You got this.
Said LeBron and KD. What the heck?
Kareem, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kareem
is the one who has been leading it the whole.
All right,
Put you on the spot right there. I saw the list, so I'm
out of here, bro.
Look, I'd have been.
That's good.
I thought you added.
Effort.
I thought you added some good value right there with the 40 points. With 40 points with 5 different franchise
It was good
organizations.
value, but I don't like the way he went.
Ron poo-pooed on it.
He said, "Name the 5, Colin." No, but but here's my stat that I have. Damn it.
Oh, that is good. Rockets win 113-108. Reed Sheppard has another night. Obviously, Kevin Durant has a monster night. And look, I loved down the stretch, Ron. We talked about the 19-point comeback and what would they outscore him, 21-0 run kind of deal. But the way that game ended, I think, all joking aside, the way that game ended was what we expect from the Rockets when you sign Kevin Durant, right? Is, again, yes, Reed did some nice things, but Kevin Durant was given the opportunity to pick and choose how he wanted to put a nail in somebody's coffin, right? And then you look at Şengün. He even, I know you don't like the line. I know you don't like the stat line. I agree with you.
I will. I have held off. I will get my.
But Ryan, down the stretch in that fourth quarter, he had a couple of nice plays where, again, the opportunity presented itself, and they were able to go make money, and it was a hell of a game, man. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Positive.
Come on, man. We'll get. I mean, look, I'm here.
How many rebounds you think he had? Come on.
Well, I know. I mean, I had a bet on that damn thing. I know he didn't get to 8.5.
Was Şengün rebounds a part of T Mill's best bets?
Yeah,
I don't care what it's a part of.
And Dirty's daily.
I think he was closing a bagel coming into that fourth quarter. Damn shame.
That's a new one.
All right, coming up, the most polarizing player in Indianapolis right now. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors about the Texans trading C.J. Stroud. tips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through is Colin, the guy who didn't give me my Dynamo season opener tickets. I would assume.
No. How long ago was that? How long ago did that happen?
Colin, man, you can't do that to these people.
Well, that was not me. Come on now.
How long ago did that happen?
Be honest.
I have no idea. Because I wasn't me.
Put it out there, man. Is he talking about sending the email, or is he talking about like literally you just didn't win? He didn't pick up the phone.
It wasn't me.
Well, I'm not worried about whether it was you or not. I'm worried about the caller's problem, the texter's problem here.
I don't know. I'm wondering if it was Colin.
I don't know. I don't want to put someone's.
Just say it, man.
I don't want to
know about it.
Yeah, but if I do that, that's calling out somebody. I don't want to do that.
No, it ain't. It's calling a spade a spade.
That would be last week.
Give me the answer. Are you aware of what this person is talking about?
Yes.
Hell yeah, he is.
I know.
He's got a date on it.
I know that it was.
Spit it out, man.
It was last week. I'm pretty sure the Dynamo tickets giveaway. I'm pretty sure, and I was working in the loop all week last week. Come on now.
So you're just saying that wasn't me? Don't put that on me.
It was not me.
So who was it?
I ain't saying. I ain't calling them.
I mean, there was a mistake made. Who was it? Who made a mistake? Nobody.
I don't do.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to stick to your guns, or are you going to let him pressure you? What are you going to do, Colin? Are you going to stick to your guns? You're going to let him pressure you?
Was it a host?
Oh God, here he is. Oh, what's he going to do?
Was it Figgy?
He's going to give up. Stick to your guns. Stick to your guns. Are you going to be able to do it?
I don't. Under pressure? I don't like calling people out like that. Come on.
That's not calling anybody out.
Let's see if he's going to get it.
That is holding people accountable.
Don't you be a snitch.
Nobody. You don't hold people accountable for you. You hold them accountable for them. If somebody else made a mistake and we're getting hit up on the actually you are getting hit up on the text line about it. Now it's been brought to air. I think you are well within your rights to say, hey, man, that wasn't me. That was Reginald Atatula did that.
So it was Reggie. Is that what you're saying, Colin? So Colin.
Is that who it was? I just threw it out there.
I'm just guessing. Colin didn't shake it off, so it was Reggie.
Is the basketball guy. I mean, the soccer
guy. Person who just texted in, Colin is the guy who didn't give me my Dynamo season opener tickets. No, it was Colin has just
Was it Reggie?
Said it was Reggie.
Sure, let's go with that. Sure, fine.
Now, that's not what you do.
I cannot believe you just snitched like that. Colin, I told you don't snitch, and now Reggie's already texting. Sorry, listener, it was Reggie.
Hey, Reg will own that. See, you've made it uncomfortable, Colin, instead of just saying, no, that wasn't me, that was Reg now. Reg was responsible for that.
So funny thing is, y'all are not even responsible for the giveaways. Y'all are just responsible for saying it.
I don't
So it wasn't Reg, so it was promo.
I don't agree with this. Someone said, this dude sounds like a pissed off T-Mill.
What?
A little angry, little angry meal.
Colin is a pissed
Yeah,
off
because I'm trying to stand on my values. I don't snitch.
Well, you didn't. You snitched on Reggie. Sure. There it is.
It was more of a diversion.
All right. Here's one to help you.
We live in a world we can't even just say it. Just say it.
Don't you do it, Colin. Don't you do, Colin? Don't you snitch?
And don't be putting fear in our youngsters around here.
This is the second time, both Monday and now. First off, you got Bryce or Byron having to fight through his father-in-law about potentially getting married.
I think he should.
After the show, he
said his wife.
Now you're doing. He
said his girlfriend texted him. Said
I know
her dad was wondering if she's getting engaged.
That was very uncomfortable.
Put that pressure on him, man.
Let's spin out of this. Diego Pavia, he did his measurements, and very much like Ruben Bain, it was worse than what that maybe they thought it would be, but he doesn't give a damn. He is a I would say he fits into the mode of being polarizing. I think a lot of people have a different feeling on him one way or another. He spoke and he said a couple of things. He said, one thing about me, I don't care what people think about me. You love that when someone just rolls in. Now that is a polarizing statement. I believe I say that sometimes. who led the Commodores to a 10-3 record, their first 10-win season in school history. He said criticism of him is the product of the media generating what he describes as clickbait.
I don't know, man. You do that to yourself.
I don't know. Okay, maybe a little bit. But the big one here is Pavia on if his size translates to the NFL. He said, I would just turn on the tape. It's not like we were playing against these guys that aren't going first, second round on Saturdays in the SEC. So the SEC and the Big Ten probably have the most guys getting drafted in the first and second round. So we're playing those guys. Ain't nothing going to change. All right, listen, he is definitely a confident guy. And we have seen a lot of, I don't know where he's going to be drafted, but we've seen guys like Shedeur got a shot to start several games, right? Hell, the cat Dylan Gabriel, who drafted in front of him, got a shot to start games. We see guys get opportunities. His size is obviously something that is going to hold him back some with some teams. They might even put him on the board. And maybe his outside stuff will too. Do you think you see this as something where you think Pavia gets a real chance in the league?
No, I don't. I don't. Well, no, I just don't. I think there's several things working against him. One, I mean, he's acting like he's going to go in and be a starter in the league. I mean, you got to kind of know your role, and your role is not to be this cocky, arrogant. I did it at the SEC, Big Ten. I can do it at the NFL level.
You don't see that as confidence?
No, it's not.
You don't see like when Tom told Bob Kraft that I'm the best decision you ever made.
Yeah, no, I don't like his stick. I think he's had some. He's either a loose cannon or he's been given some terrible advice. I just looked up there a while ago and they're talking about Pavia, and guess what name's right along the side of it?
Baker Mayfield?
No, Manziel Mentor. He literally has got Johnny Manziel to some degree in his life, trying to tell him the do's and don'ts and the don't make the mistakes that I've made. Meanwhile, he's making very similar mistakes that he made. The comments after the Heisman, all that kind of stuff. Look, he's got a. Can he get in the league? Can he get a second or third string spot in the league from jump? Yeah, I mean, hell, Stedman, what's his name?
Bennett, yeah,
Stetson Bennett. I mean, hell, he's got a third string slot and got shot in the league. Hell, I had a third string job in the league for a few years. It's not. I think he can do that. But the deal is your second and third string guys when you come in the league, you don't want a bunch of baggage with you.
Noise.
You don't want Mentor Manziel for damn sure coming in the league the way the league feels about him and has felt about him. And so, yeah, I just the odds are already stacked against him, and he hadn't helped himself, so he's made it even more of a long shot. So I don't think he ever gets a real shot. I mean, he's got UFL written all over him.
He can sell some tickets.
Yeah, absolutely, sell some tickets.
Listen, I don't. Obviously, the odds lean to where you are. I do think there is stick there but I do think it's genuine confidence. Like
I think he's got a chip on his shoulder with genuine confidence. I just think
he's got a chip, but you're right. Which way does the chip go? Does the chip swing to Manziel? Now I don't know I don't think he's got the demons, although he did look like he had a good time when he did all that Heisman stuff. But I don't know that he has the demons of him. But does that chip go Bakerville or does it go Johnnyville? Like, or which way does he go? Now, obviously, Baker has more size and more talent, more talent than he has. He went number one, but I do think there are some coaches that like that if it's genuine. I think there are some coaches that because there's some that will. I think probably more are turned off by it. Like, hey man, you're going to be our second, third string quarterback. Chill the hell out. Yeah. Stop making a story. There are some who enjoy that. And we see guys in injuries all the time where guys step in and get a shot. I think he will work his ass off. Clearly, when you're his, you know the position. When you have his issues, like his size and everything, and you get to the point that you got to, where you did what you did in the SEC, and you get to the Heisman, there, like you got some work and some, like, hey man, y'all got to kill me before I give up type in you. So I do see that. It's just the opportunity. I think it's going to be absolutely important where he goes.
Yeah.
That obviously.
Well, that's the thing, Ron, is like there's not I don't think there's like an elite trait with him at all. There's some intangible things that are obviously there with what he was able to do, but the tangible part of it is I mean, you've got an extremely steep uphill climb when you're talking about, taking a drop and throwing speed cut out routes to the wide side and throwing digs and throwing these comebacks. And, he played in a wide open offense in college that was tailored to his, spread him out and kind of do his thing with his legs. The athletic ability, I don't believe, translates to the NFL at all. And so I think there's not an elite trait. Like if you've got an elite athletic ability, then they're willing to probably wait for you to develop a little bit in the pass game perspective. If you've got an elite arm and you can throw it and do all these different things with your arm, then they probably wait on you from a standpoint of learning the offense and being a professional. But the reality of it is I don't think he has an elite trait. And so could he capture lightning in a bottle and go somewhere and have some injuries and become the starter and all of a sudden now that intangible is really what matters? Sure. But I don't know, man. I think the less talented you are, the more professional you have to be. And he acts as if he's a top 10 pick.
Like I said, but you're right on it. It is a dangerous thing because I think Belichick enjoyed the confidence of Tom Brady. Because I think Tom walked in there. Now, I don't think he was as outward as this, but I think Tom walked in there, especially going back and seeing stuff and hearing things that he said to Robert Kraft when he was a rookie. I think Tom walked in there thinking that he was the guy. Now, maybe he wasn't as outward as this. I think there are some coaches who like the confidence of this and might like it in the building.
I can't put like Tom Brady in the confidence in the same. I can't connect the two dots.
I'm just saying Tom was a 6th-round draft pick that went in there that you don't normally think has any thought process of like this guy's about to become our starter.
Sure.
He walked up to Robert Kraft and told Robert Kraft as a rookie, "I'm the best decision you ever made."
Yeah.
Now I don't know if he was out to the media like this and talk, but he does have a swagger and a confidence that some people will like in the building. I think there are some won't. Like for instance, I don't think that would work here. I don't think his confidence would work here. I mean, if he was a backup in Jacksonville, I think Liam Cohen would be into it.
Right. That's fair.
You know what I mean? I think there's a certain space, but he is going to be interesting to watch. I bet you think he goes. I wonder if he goes higher than what Shedeur did.
What Shedeur end up going?
Shedeur, I think in the 5th. I think he was somewhere in the 5th round is where Shedeur was. Yeah, we'll see what that happens here. All right,
144th overall.
Yeah, the number was high. We'll see. All right, that's let's get back to the Texans here because they're not taking Diego Papia. But let's get back to the Texans.
Never
here.
know.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe take a flyer on it. Maybe Nick really likes that kind of aggressiveness that he brings to the table. Let's talk about this offense because that is obviously, I think, where everybody is eyeing to see exactly how much better this offense can get. What is it that just really irritates you? When you think about this offense, what is it that really irritates you and drives you crazy that you hope to God they change? We'll discuss that coming up.
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are the areas that you're focused on in terms of maybe improving the roster?
Yeah, for us, it's for the offensive side of the ball. We're looking to improve, at the offensive line position. To start there, we're looking to improve our running back position as well. We have a lot of areas of room to grow and improvement, and we have the cool part about it is we have room to improve, and we have a good core of guys.
That's for sure.
And so to improve the depth of our team here at with this draft, I think it's going to be really vital for us, and we're going to find some really good prospects. Having the meetings we've had already throughout the combine week, it's been great. Great young men, excited to see how it all plays out.
All right, that's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, talking about his offense, talking about, and did you love that he came out specifically went offensive line, running back. That's not the first time we've heard, especially running back. We've heard that from Nick, so it seems like that is going to be. It's not only we've heard that from Nick, that has clearly been leaked to members of the media that cover the Texans as well. So it looks like that is definitely a priority to add to the running back room. And then when we hear what happened with Joe Mixon earlier this week, it clearly means they're probably going to be on the hunt for somebody new. But I did like that he went right there, and it's just the same thing that everybody is thinking here. This offense, that is what held them back. And I know some would say the quarterback, and I understand in the last two games, but I think the overall offense held this team back and probably had them play a lot tighter games than they had to play because of the issues with the offense. And those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, what is it? What is the most frustrating thing about this offense? Clint, let me jump in with mine.
Sounds good.
This is the most frustrating thing for me. Clint, they have, since D'Amico Ryans has got here, they have done everything that a healthy organization does. This is one of the most healthy organizations in football, right? You know the plan. D'Amico, however you feel about him, D'Amico Ryans is one of the best culture builders. He knows what he's looking for. He brings them in. They want to fight for him. They want to run through a wall for him. He has built this thing so fast that you got to give him the utmost credit for it, and he deserves it. Nick Caserio, he is pretty good at a lot of things in his job. He is really good at the margins. He is really good back in the draft or even getting later things outside of the premium picks, finding a Nico Collins in the third round, finding a Tank Dell where they found him. All right, Tommy Togiai, how the hell they pull that off? Like, he has done some really good things, and they have put themselves in a position where the Texans are thought of in a completely different way than when I arrived here. But the one thing that they do that resembles a dysfunctional organization, it's the one thing that they do. And it's kind of an important thing, Clint. It is, to me, the way they've handled their young quarterback. That, to me, is the big thing that bothers me and drives me crazy about this offense. If you just look at it over time, yes, we can get it out. C.J. Stroud has things that he needs to and has to work on, both on the field and off of it. But if you just say things out loud, Clint, your young quarterback who showed you major promise, year one, has now had, in 3 years, 2 offensive coordinators. There's an argument in the offensive coordinator that you fired the first one and then got worse at the position at offensive coordinator to Nick Caley. Now he's got a new quarterback coach moving into this year. The offensive line situation has been out of control. I mean, by God, you played musical chairs at a guard spot this year. Like that happened with your young quarterback who's struggling. Like they've just issues with surrounding him with things. C.J. Stroud has not been perfect. I am not saying C.J. Stroud is blameless. When you're listening to this, hear that. Don't just take what I'm saying and just denounce that. I am understanding of that. But when you have a young quarterback, if you say out loud some of the things that have occurred around your young quarterback, they had the 5th highest paid right tackle 3 years ago on this team. He's played more guard than he's played tackle because they can't find anybody. So, I mean, the way they have handled things, and then you've brought this up, Clint. They've then brought forth a system. Again, a guy who has shown major promise. They brought forth a system that seems to not fit the things he does well, or even ask him to do the things he does well. So for me, that is the biggest thing that jumps to me is the only thing that they do. This is a great organization. What they have done in the last 3 years, hell, I even extended how Nick was able to rattle out of what Bill O'Brien and them left to get to the. They have done the one thing they do that resembles Jets and Browns territory is, to me, the handling of their quarterback.
Yeah, look, I'll stay in the same arena with you, man. I think that if you said about this offense, and by the way, when you talk about this offense, I'm talking about the Houston version of the New England offense. We saw it with Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson. Now we're seeing it with Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. We're just talking about the overall approach to offensive football. I think the amount of responsibility that they put on their quarterback's shoulders is a bad approach. I think especially not taking the quarterback and his strengths and his skill set, what he does well, what he doesn't do well, what's developed, what's not developed. You don't take those things into consideration. You just say, this is our system, and we need you to operate this system. The square peg, round hole. I think we're seeing that to a certain degree. Not as bad as it was with Deshaun and Bill, but to a certain degree. But to dig a little bit deeper, the offense, play in, play out, asking the quarterback to stand up there and find the best answer and figure out the best protection while defenses know what you're trying to do and they're bouncing around, they're disguising, they're doing things, and the quarterback's spending a majority of the play clock looking and trying to figure out what the pass protection is. On the go hand in hand with that, but maybe from a little different angle here. There's nothing easy in this offense for the quarterback. I mean, their screen game is non-existent. Their quick game leaves a lot to be desired. There's no tempo ever used to force the defense to stay in whatever coverage and defense they were in the previous snap. Never, right? There's the lack of true motions, and I'm not talking about shifts where a guy jogs across the formation and resets. I'm talking quick motions where you snap the football, hopefully you out-leverage somebody to the flats or you get somebody on their heels. Exotic formations, with Nico Collins in the backfield, Nico Collins here or there. They've left a lot to be desired there. That makes things very simple on the quarterback. Just the basic supporting cast for the quarterbacks, the decisions, right? Woody Marks should have had more catches than damn near anybody not named Nico in this offense, given how this season went, and they rarely used him in the pass game. If he did have a big game, it was because he was checking the football down to him. You lose Brevin Jordan and you lose Cade Stover for a period of time, and what do? You go with a 6th offensive lineman more than anybody in the league. Instead of going to a 10 personnel with 4 wide receivers or 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers and using your young kick returner, punt returner, using him in a way to get him touches and get creative that way. There's just very, very little is done to make the quarterback's life simple in this offense. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate this offense. I'm not a fan at all of this offense. Well, you look up and regardless of who the quarterback is, regardless of who it is, I think it's even more important when you get a young quarterback. I think it's even more important when you get a quarterback that maybe struggles to communicate a little bit. You definitely, it's more important when you've got a quarterback that's trying to figure out his fit in this offense. Ron, I would argue 25 to 30% of his completions in a game should be, hey, you're throwing it to number 12. No matter what the defense is, you're getting a completion on this play right here. We're going to find 4 or 5 ways to get you for sure completions to Nico Collins in this game right here. And there's just none of that. There's nothing easy. And I think that's the most important thing. To me, that's the most frustrating part of this offense is if Nico has a big game, it's because they chose to not shade his way, and so you were able to throw the dig and that slant route, that glance route. If Nico gets a big play, it's because the safety bit down on something underneath and the quarterback held it and threw the post over the top. Or he caught something underneath and he broke tackles and ran for it. It's we literally come on these airways, and I think justifiably so, and there's a noticeable difference that Davis Mills appears to be forcing the football to
Nico Collins. At least in that Titans game he did.
Right. But it shouldn't even be a force. It should be, no, this offense, he's the best player we got. We're going to – hell, and to be honest with you, everybody else is super young, so we're going to give them the football. I think the biggest thing for me is the amount of responsibility on the quarterback and the fact that nothing is easy for the quarterback in this.
It's not only that. It's not only the fact of responsibility, because people are texting in CJX for more responsibility, and look what happens. It's not even just
relevant to the conversation.
It's not even the responsibility. Also, it is also a system that doesn't fit him, right? Like it doesn't put him in a space where it's like they're not only are they giving him more responsibility, but they want him to play like Davis Mills.
Well, yeah, no. Look, everything I just mentioned, like CJ, and I've said this year over year. I said this since his rookie year, even when he was having success. Like, I believe that if we were looking at this thing, and this organization doesn't view it this way. We've heard Nick Caserio say this isn't about one person. Like, to me, the smartest thing to do with CJ Stroud is to spread defenses out. Whether that's with additional tight ends and you spread them out, or going 11 personnel and 3 wideouts and spreading them out, or it's using Woody Marks and putting him in exotic formations and spreading them out. CJ Stroud struggles deciphering what defenses are doing, and the more heads you put in the box by condensing formations, the more difficult that is for a quarterback. You spread them out, you play with tempo, you use your screen game, your running back game, get him out in routes, and use that is what CJ Stroud is most comfortable doing. We've seen it. It's what he's most comfortable doing. Yeah. And they totally ignore that and do what this quote-unquote offense, which the coordinator told us that it's about getting your guys, letting them play to their strengths and what do they do best. And but the reality of it is it's about forcing all of this into – it's about bringing Tank Dale in and blocking inside the tackles, for crying out loud. Like stuff like that. Like it just leaves a lot to be desired, man. Not a fan.
They want to just be conservative. That's all right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Lance McCullers making his debut here in about 5 minutes. We'll look at that and see how fired up Clint is about that as we continue right here live on the
Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
We have a liftoff. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show. And old big Colin.
Say it. Okay.
Oh,
Big C.
Oh, Big Colin. I had.
You had something else, did you?
I had several in the holster. I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm not. It's a Good Friday. Sam Houston Colin in the building. Have the latest, and the latest is, it is a beautiful Friday. The weather is good. I hope you out there somewhere getting blasted to start this weekend. I'm serious, man. At least the start to it. Get you a good cold drink. I'm about to hit me a liquor store when I get off work and go ahead.
Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
Where you gonna go with?
I got a tequila feel right now.
Okay.
I really do. Like I'm feeling. I know Clint's gonna be good here in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, he doesn't call me again and ask me, "Hey, I'm out. You want to stop by this tequila bar?"
Hey, man, never know. Never know.
But no, man. Hope you guys are enjoying your Friday, and hopefully we can enjoy Lance McCullers.
The GOAT.
Hey. Oh, okay. Hold on. See, man, Colin. Like you came rolling. The GOAT of what? Baseball players and coffee? What are you talking about? What that boy said, the best one in ribs and barbecue? What are you talking about? The battling for a starter and a guy who's just happy to be here, Lance McCullers. He gets the ball tonight, making his debut in the spring. They're playing the Nationals. Who cares? Altuve's is out there on the leading off.
He's not on the mound, is he?
He's not on the mound. He might be. Hell, they put him in left field.
I would pay to see that.
Why not? Yeah, I would too. Altuve's out there. Yiner's out there. But McCullers is out here, and you're right. You came up and coined this phrase. I don't think it's ever meant any more than it does now. Old luxury Lance. I mean, I
can't even go there.
Luxury Lance.
Luxury Lance. I just don't like I don't even know. Thanks for listening. I don't even I don't even know what to even expect from him. Like I have no idea.
I don't care.
Stop.
I've always
you're completely out on Lance McCullers.
Out.
He is straight up hating right now.
No, I mean it's not. I mean,
you don't even care.
I've allowed Lance to move me emotionally as an Astros fan way too long, a lot longer than most folks have. Most folks were out on him last year. I should have been. I'm done. Until Lance draws me back in, I'm done. I'm just complete. I'm over.
So you will at least allow him to draw you back in.
Oh, well, hell yeah. I mean, I'm an Astros fan. If he goes out there and pitches and pitches well for my squad, hell yeah, he can draw me back in. But right now, I have been I've been too much of a fan. It's almost been fanboyish with Lance. Like, if I'm being completely honest with my real feelings, like I wanted to see the dude, like it hurt me to see him fail.
Yeah, I think that's a part of it for me with Lance. Like I legit root for him because I legit thinks he wants it until now. Like now I've questioned how much.
I wouldn't even think about the comments we heard the other day. It's even worse. Yeah, I don't even care. I mean, just if he has some hellacious night tonight and strikes out 3 guys and looks dominant in it, then I may pique my interest a bit. Yeah. But I mean, you couldn't tell me that, hey, Clint, man, holler at Andy and get him to switch his TV right here and let's watch Lance pitch. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Listen, I feel like I know where Clint is. 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. And you can jump in on this, Colin. Your thoughts. Does he help this team? Like, is Lance McCullers in some way have a role where he helps this team this year? You don't think so?
I think he can help, but not in the starting rotation. I think he's best suited out of the bullpen as a long relief guy, maybe an inning, give me 2 innings every now and then if you need it, because there are going to be games this year where your starters are going to get shelled. And I think Lance can serve as that long relief guy.
He has been hell bent against that But now he's talking in a completely different manner at this point now, so maybe he'll do whatever. Maybe
that wasn't a question.
You know what? You're right.
I mean,
Colin,
you found the one spot before getting cut.
Colin, if you got to move him to long relief, if that's where he is.
Hey, Lance is going to be the guy that when the starter gets shelled, Lance is going to be there.
You asked the question about if he can help this team.
And that's the way you got to help him?
Yes.
He is an eating up innings if the game is out of hand guy? Is that where
maybe not that. Maybe
he couldn't do that last year when he still had me in high hopes. I just don't. He can't help this team.
What did it for you, Clint? Like what was that?
I'm just
moment?
Exhausted. I mean, I'm just exhausted with the relationship. Number one, but yes, I mean, now I wasn't even thinking about the comments that he made a couple of days ago or however long ago that was, and when the pictures reported, like that Lance, that's like sounds like he's giving himself a pep talk, standing outside Dana Brown's office, trying to convince himself that it's not time to walk in there and say, "Hey, man, I'm done." Like when you're a pro athlete, especially one that's been wired the way he's wired, when the first thing we hear from you in spring training is like, "Hey man, I'd love to pitch well for the Astros, but I mean, if I don't, man, I got great daughters, man. I love my wife, man. I
been together for 10 years.
Yeah, man, I can
probably
go
longer.
Like that guy, I got nothing for, man.
Yeah,
sorry. I got and hey, girl dad, man, team girl dad gang here, man. I feel you, but. Yeah, man, I got nothing for you.
Yeah, he said he's done. He said he's done.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this news is coming out. Not a huge surprise, but boy, this means get your popcorn ready, because the Cowboys have placed the non-exclusive franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens. That tag will guarantee Pickens at least $28 million with Dallas in 2026. But working out a long-term deal remains a possibility. The two sides have until July 15th to sign a long-term contract, or by NFL rule, the player will play on the one-year deal or choose to hold out. Not a surprise where we've gotten here. How do you see this going and potentially ending? Do you see this being a situation where this doesn't become a thing and George Pickens and both sides get what they want? Or do you think – because I don't think George Pickens has any problem being uncomfortable. And I don't think Jerry Jones has any problem being uncomfortable. He's shown us he will do it. How do you see this ending?
This is a tough one for me. Because I know Jerry wants to make the soap opera, off-season soap opera about it, so he gets all the advertising dollars. He keeps that star in front of everybody. I know that's out there. But there's a part here where if you're George Pickens, do you understand that you've got a receiver that is opposite you that is no doubt about it in Dallas going to be thought more highly of you?
You're not going to get more money than him.
Yeah, you're not in the pecking order. You're not stepping above CeeDee Lamb, no matter in any conversation. He's got a $60 million a year quarterback that's throwing to him. Does George understand the dynamic of that and say, "Hey, I'll play on this franchise tag and we'll work. Hopefully we can work." I don't think he's going to take less. I mean, you're talking about a guy that would. I think if he hit the open market, he could very easily make CeeDee Lamb money. I think somebody would pay him that kind of money. Is he going to take less for the Cowboys?
Or is he willing to either sit out or just play this 1 year with not having any long-term success coming off the year that he had?
The interesting thing, though, is if you do that, it's going to be the same. You're in the same scenario a year from now.
And for him, he was on pretty good behavior, good enough where I think they're talking about it this season could go left.
Yeah.
It could go the other way with him and his value comes.
Well, if there was no CeeDee Lamb, I think they obviously would work a long-term deal out. But if they didn't, if I were him, I would hold out. But knowing the scenario of, man, they can't pay another receiver that kind of money.
Yeah, that's with their defense being such an issue. Their O-line probably having some issues.
Yeah, so this is a hard one for me to figure out.
Because the money at the running back position is going way up what they did to re-up with Williams.
I know the football fan in me wants him to play.
Yeah, we talked to Woody, and Woody
Dak
said you got to keep them all together. Emmett said you got to keep them all together.
Yeah, I mean,
but they also keep saying, but they got to get something on that.
When it ain't your checkbook, it's easy to say that. I mean, but yeah, like you said, you got an $8+ million a year running back, you got a $60 million a year quarterback, you've got one of the highest paid wide receivers opposite. Like,
I mean, Quinnen Williams ain't making cheap.
I forgot about Quinnen Williams. Yeah, I mean, he's in there too. So I don't know, man. I just, when you look at it, it's an awfully sexy situation for him to say, let me make this $28 million. Let me go out here and put another year on top of last year, and eventually, I could potentially be the highest paid receiver in football if I go out there and put up another 1,400 yards, 1,300 yards, whatever the hell he put up. So I don't know. I can't gauge this one exactly how I feel it's going to go. I know Jerry's going to get the most juice he can out of that damn squeeze.
There's going to be drama.
Oh,
I think there's going to be drama, and you have two people who are two sides that I think don't mind the drama.
I'm saying what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
5 o'clock fire.
Biggest comeback win of the season. The Rockets were down by 19 and then hit the Magic with a 21-0 run, part of a 24-4 close to end the third quarter to turn a 19-point deficit into a lead that they saw through. Kevin Durant, a career milestone again with 32,000. He went for 40, and Reed Sheppard with 17 of his 20 points in the second half.
All right, that's courtesy of Space Home Network there, that call, and that was a huge win, and it feels like the type of win that could really jumpstart some things. They are 4-1 coming out of the All-Star break. Now, they have played some of the roughest teams in the league, but still they're 4-1, and this
should be 5-0. They gave up that one.
Yeah. But this game against this team is interesting. They gave up a huge lead against the Knicks, and then they tracked down the Magic on the road in this win. But listen, we've talked about this game in a lot of different ways, but I do think we can settle in a little bit on KD, man. Kevin Durant, 48-2. There's a couple of thoughts. I sure hope this isn't a situation where they have to have him to be this way against good teams. Yeah. Maybe not 40 or something, but be that way. You hope that there is some pressure relieved. Obviously, down the stretch, Reed Sheppard relieved some of that pressure, which was big for this team. But, dude, man, as Colin named it earlier, 32,000 points, becoming the 6th all-time in this league. Colin said Wilt. Wilt's not in it. Wilt hasn't accomplished that. Shaq hasn't accomplished that. Some of the greatest scorers of all time haven't accomplished that. And to get in company with LeBron, Kareem, Karl Malone, Kobe, and then Michael Jordan, and be the 6th person to do that. And Clint, we talked about it a bit. He don't seem like he's slowing down to where he'll be 38 next season. I'm sure it'll hit him a little bit, but he doesn't seem to be slowing down like that, which is crazy. But he is still this team's best player, and performing in a major way and showing why he's one of the best of all.
Well, he'll catch Jordan this year.
Yeah, probably there. Yeah, Jordan and Kobe potentially. Yeah.
I didn't see what Kobe's number was, but I know Jordan's within reach. So I mean, hell, what's he 300 points away? 290, something like that.
Yeah, I have to look at the numbers.
So I mean, I think he's gonna catch MJ this year if he stays healthy. So I mean, he ain't done.
Yeah, no, man, it was he was fantastic last night. Again, the hope is, against the Knicks, the other team, he was great in that game, but some of the running mates didn't go with him. He was great the other night against the Jazz where he goes for 35. Just hope that you don't have to depend on him to drag this team like this isn't OKC. I mean, I know he's still really, really great and doing it, but you can't depend on him night in, night out to be the OKC Golden State version of Kevin Durant.
Well, whatever version we see, Ron, it's got to be dependent on him and how he feels and where he's at this age, right? Like what we've watched this year is we've watched other teams have the ability to make KD's life absolutely miserable, and they be very comfortable doing it, right? Defensively, they've been able to hone in on him. We've not been able to consistently relieve pressure from Kevin Durant. And so while he's been great, and no doubt about it, last night was a peek into, I think, what we all hope to see more times than not moving forward. life was easy down the stretch for KD. He was very comfortable scoring 26 in the second half. A lot of that he was getting the exact opponent, the exact defender that he wanted, picking that guy out, and then going to work on him, right? Like that was just so much easier for me to watch than some thicker dude from San Antonio making Kevin's life miserable, not even allowing him to touch the basketball. Kind of deal.
But
so
they will have to run into the San Antonios again.
Well, hopefully they'll be a little different.
And some of those teams may not allow him to just do that switch,
Fair.
do something else, and then that's when they've got to be able to figure it out. But he was fantastic last night. Coming up, T. Mill's best bets, even in his absence, he has his best bets, and hopefully he can recover. Because last night took him back to 50%. Still not in the red, but in the orange there. So we'll get to T. Mill's best bets. And there's another piece off of last night's game, a big-time win for the Rockets, but still, my God, these two guys. We'll discuss that next.
hour on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets coming up in a bit. He still did the work. He was 1 for 4 last night. He lost that money on Shingun, who had 8.5 rebounds. Yep, what do you have? 6, 5, I believe. Yeah, he struggled last night. He was on a nice little roll, went 3 for 4 Wednesday, and it was rough. Yeah, struggled. Even put a couple of cuss words there to let us know. But we will get to his best bets coming up here in just a bit. I'll try my best to get them rolling the way that he likes to see them. We'll see if he can make you guys some money on the way out and get him a little dub. So that's coming up here in just a bit. T-Mill's best bets. Speaking of people who lost their money last night, and to the people, 713-572-4610 on the base power text line. These two started off in a way in which you were like, yes, they are about to be the team that we thought they were going to be. These two here, they are about to be it. They started off, Shingun and Amen Thompson. But here lately, especially here since the start of the year, to be honest with you, and there have been some injuries, and Amen Thompson is dealing with something right now, which maybe it caused him to have his production down yesterday, but it didn't just start yesterday. We look at yesterday's game, Shingun, in a game where Kevin Durant had to go get 40 and Reed Sheppard had to save the squad. The guy who is supposed to be at least the 2, some nights maybe the 1, but the 2 at least in the 1-2 punch of Kevin Durant and Shingun win again with his, this is becoming his specialty. 16 points and 6 rebounds. He did get his 5 assists. At least his percentage was better last night, 8 for 15, but he didn't make any free throws, 0 for 2 at the free throw line. But 16 and 6, like that seems to have been like what he has been doing. And then last night, Amen Thompson returning after he got injured and missed the Kings game, 28 minutes, 9 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and he wasn't on the floor towards the end of the game. Maybe the injury had something to do there. But you really were hoping these guys would take a step forward. It seemed like they were heading that way to start the year. Who are you more disappointed in right now? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Who are you more disappointed in right now, Shingun or Amen Thompson?
Well, it's easy for me, and this may surprise you a little bit, but it's easy for me. Alpi Shingun. I am. I've said this before. Look, I get the Amen Thompson thing. Amen Thompson thing for me is a developmental piece that I think we all expected, and maybe I listened too much and maybe expected too much. But that it's a developmental. It's not an Amen Thompson shouldn't start. It's not an Amen Thompson shouldn't play. It's not an Amen Thompson's not a good player. It's he don't need to handle a damn ball, and he looks like he's afraid to shoot half the time. That scares the hell out of me. So let's put him somewhere where he can cut, he can attack the basket, he can do some different things than the same old stuff that makes me cringe when I see it. Right? It's not Amen Thompson. It's Alpi Shingun. I don't know that I ever bought into Alpi Shingun is a top 15 player, whatever it was when I don't know that I ever saw that. Now I can see the Baby Jokic thing stylistically. He doesn't play above the rim. He plays very stylistically very similar to Jokic. But I don't know that I ever thought that was a real believer in like he was just going to be that good. But I say that to say, hell, I'm still disappointed. And I'll be honest with you too. The stat line you just threw out there, the not stepping up and being a better Robin to KD's Batman kind of deal. When the opportunity is obviously there, the inconsistency, the fall off of late, that's all very frustrating. I'm gonna tell you, Ron, this may be personal too.
I know where you're going.
I can't stand. I can't stand the whining. I mean, I can't stand the. It's not. I would be.
It's really tough when you're going 16-6 too.
Well, but Ron, like I would be like it's a lot. I don't like this either, but it's a lot easier for me to stomach. Like the guy that just like bitches all the time. Like is mad. Like if Russell Westbrook is getting hacked and he's pissed off, right? And he's just MFing refs and. It's not
the way. It's even the way he's doing it.
Every single time that he turns the ball over or misses a shot, it's elbows down by the side, palms to the ceiling, and it's this whining thing.
It's wings.
Yes, he does.
Wings.
Watch him. He does. Now he gets real over the top with it with the hands up in the air. But he definitely a lot does the little wings. That is so soft to me, and so I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I told you, I mentioned it last year on these airwaves, and some lady from Galveston attacked me in my email. Literally, my email, my work email. She sent me an email. Told me she's tired of me. But I just like, I'm sorry. I can't stand it, man. I cannot stand every single play down the floor. He is looking and complaining. Whining is what it looks like. I don't mind you bitching. It's whining.
Text line coming through. One, Şengün. Amin is playing out of position. Şengün was supposed to be the first option. I don't know about that, but at least him and KD may switch it off. The hope would be that he took his game to the next level that maybe he could be. Also, I'm disappointed in Şengün because Thompson isn't playing his natural position. Like, it is going on so long right now where I'm just like, hey, man, have they figured him out? What's going on? What's wrong? Like, maybe he needs more space, and Reed Sheppard being out there can help him some. But
is there something possibly, Ron, both of the really, I think Amin and Şengün fit this thought. Is there something about when it's all about being physical, it's all about pushing the pace, it's all about just running and gunning and attacking the rim, those guys were great. Now that it seems to be a little slower paced offensively.
It to be, yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. Whether it's the teams or it's KD or now you've got a guy you're literally trying. It wasn't just push it and whoever gets there first gets the ball. Now there's actually a player that gives you a better chance. Like, is there a chance? Am I crazy to think that there's like those guys are having a hard time making that adjustment because right now the Rockets aren't just a run and gun at all cost offense?
I don't know, man. It could be anything. I just know when you watch him, he's not able to get his moves and the things that he's been able to get off the last couple of years. Like
he can when he's bullying somebody, when it's somebody ain't got no business on
Reynard, when it's Maxine, Reynard, that guy from Stanford, he can run. That's what I said yesterday. Oh, and what he come out here and do?
Yeah.
Now Wendell Carter.
Equal to your clap.
I think his girlfriend could give him more problems than that's
who Wendell Carter. That's who it was. That's who.
Who's getting caught up on them switches.
That's who KD was zero.
Angel was over there with her eyes closed. Oh my God, honey.
Who is it?
You know he's with Angel Reese.
Is he really?
Oh yeah.
Wendell Carter?
Yeah, that's what I said. Boy, I think Angel can probably give him a little bit more run in the post than maybe
I'm disappointed in Angel.
Damn! All right, we gotta get to that. T-Mill's best bet.
Angel Reese is with the girl with the guy that KD was just saying, "No, everybody get out of the way. Give me that duck." Are you kidding me? It's Angel Reese we're talking about.
How many points a game does Angel Reese? Go look up his stat line to see if it fits what you believe Angel Reese.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the visual didn't. The duck did. Angel can't be with no duck. No, Angel can't leave the arena last night with the guy that KD was picking on. Are you kidding me?
She needs a star. She's a star. She needs somebody to fall back.
I'm about to tell you, man.
T-Mill's best bets. Let's go through them. Brooklyn Nets, Boston Celtics. He's going with the Nets plus 17.5. That is a big number, a huge number. The Celtics have not shot the ball well lately, but we know they're going to shoot 43s. How many are they going to make? They're going to make 10 or they're going to make 20. So that could play a big role. But I could certainly see the Nets getting their asses kicked by 20 tonight. So he's got them plus 17.5. He's got the Bucks tonight, still without Giannis in New York, plus 7.5. He's going with the Bucks on that one. Grizzlies, Mavericks. He's taking the under on the total, 238. I mean, my man right here, I don't know what his formula is, but he just keeps going against teams that I just don't believe you can trust. Guys that you don't know who's going to be on the floor. Guys that you don't know who's going to play or not.
He just took a Bucks bet with no Giannis on.
Yes, he did. 7.5 with the Knicks. And then Cavs and Pistons. This will be a good game tonight. He's taking the over in that game. I don't know about that. That feels like a real physical game. Again, the Cavs, if they're making their threes too, we'll see. But if
Mitchell is also out tonight.
Donovan Mitchell, does he know that? Maybe that does not help his cause with Donovan Mitchell being out.
You talking about Donovan Mitchell, or you talking about old boy that produces for the that you was trying to keep from snitching?
Oh, come on, man! What is wrong with you?
I knew he was going to circle back to this at some point, but yeah, Donovan Mitchell is out, so that could be at risk.
Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe you want to circle around that, Tyler, if you listen to that. Tyler's already posted his @TMillRealDeal. If you didn't hear what I had to say there, go to @TMillRealDeal. He has them right there for you to do your thing. So that's T-Mill's best bet, trying to get back in the green. All right, coming up as we continue, there's a player that this is the first time I've seen him mocked to the Texans. Is this too much of a risk to take? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Shout out to everybody. Been a fun week and a fun Friday. Shout out to Colin, who is in for Tyler. Always does a great job holding it down. We always have fun with Colin. Appreciate the work you have done, as always. We appreciate you all. We've had a good time on the Base Power text line going back and forth, YouTube and Twitch as well. Coming up behind us, remember, on a Friday, Texans All Access. And I think they're going to look and recap the NFL Combine. They've been there all week. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will hold it down right after we get done, handing it off to the fellas. They've had some great stuff this week. Go back and take a look at some great stuff. They had Greg Cosell. They had Palmer, Ian Rappaport, and James Palmer yesterday. So it's been some good stuff this week from the guys at the Combine. A lot of good guests walking around. They've been able to take advantage of. You can listen to them at 6. And then after that, the show that Colin's normally on, Area 45 tonight. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. They will take things over at 7 o'clock, 7 to 11. So stay tuned for that. Just to give you an update, as Clint Stoerner was about 12 minutes old when he found out that Wendell Carter was dating Angel Reese, and disappointed in Angel. He believes that can't be, the Duck can't be who she's with. I want you to know 11.5 points a game, 2 assists and 7.5 rebounds in 30 minutes a night. It's not what you had for Angel.
No, it's not what I had for Angel, man. I mean, Angel's catting around with Shaq, man. I know it's Uncle. I know it's Unc. I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's.
We're very clear that between the two of them, she is the one who has a signature shoe.
Who?
Angel and Wendell.
Oh, no question. No question. I mean, you can't have Uncle Shaq and then hanging out Wendell. I mean, she's got.
He's a good guy.
I'm sure.
You're just straight hating right now. Come on.
No. I'm sure he is a great guy. Clearly a great guy. You don't pull that off. If you don't have a little something working for you.
The former Razorback Anthony Black. He's in the starting lineup. Is that a good enough move, or no? You'd be disappointed there too.
I mean, Anthony Black would be a step up. Yeah. I mean, and not just because of his Razorback, but I mean,
16 a game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists.
Yeah, but I mean, you look up, and I mean. Black is like he's getting interviewed and stuff. I'm not.
How do you do this to Wendell?
I'm not. I like Wendell. I'm sure Wendell's a great guy. I'm sure Wendell would tell you the same thing, man. He outkicked his coverage.
She's not calling him Wendell. What do you think she's calling him?
That's got Dub written all over it.
Dub?
I mean, you can't.
Oh, you're right.
Sorry, all the Wendells out there, man. Sorry, I love you, man, but you got to go Dub. Win.
Yeah, win. Maybe win.
Win.
Yeah.
Dale. Dub. We can't go Wendell.
W.
What'd you say?
No, he's not calling him W.
Oh, W. I thought he said W. I thought he said W.
You think you
I was going to say about all the kids in my family call my little cousin that.
Hey, W.
Hey,
She's talking.
Hey, W.
Like she's talking to the president.
No.
Hey, W.
Bush.
W.
Yeah, no. I'm just telling you,
that's Dub.
That shocked the hell out of me.
I mean,
when you said it, I was like, "Wait, who you talking about?"
Yes, yeah, she'd be at the Magic games. She'd be at them games smooth.
I hope for Wendell. I hope for Wendell that's. I hope she's at every game. I hope she's smitten.
She better be if he gets switched off like that.
Yeah, look, if she's wearing the pantalones in that relationship, Wendell ain't got no staying power.
Hey, what'd you say? She talked to her girlfriend. Hey, listen, he can't be the Duck that many too many more times in a game.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you,
it was Kevin Durant though. Like we got to give him. It was Kevin Durant, one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but
maybe his coach should have taken him off the floor.
If you ain't with Angel, if you're just with a regular old gal. She ain't even paying no mind to KD.
Just kept running shit good up there to set that screen.
I'm disappointed in Angel Reese if she didn't. The minute she saw Wendell at that game, she didn't say, "Damn, baby, he was coming for you, wasn't he?" He was coming. he was coming for your manhood, wasn't he?
Dog, man.
What'd you do to KD, baby?
She's a defensive player.
Yeah. Damn, baby. What KD? What'd you do to KD? You talk trash?
He did hit a very late, meaningless three in that game
I wonder if
about
KD
8 seconds left.
I saw it. He rattled that thing in and fell. Yeah, I saw it.
He probably.
I wonder if KD's going at her.
You how much hell you think he's getting out there?
Wendell?
Oh yeah. Well, hey.
Well, I mean,
hey, you ain't better than your girl. How much you think that's coming in?
I'd rather get verbally abused than what happened last night. I mean, that was silent pain.
That has to be coming out there, man. Your girl get 12 boards a night.
Yeah, man. I mean,
you the second best in your
Angel got a better chance of stopping me right now. Yak.
You know that's probably what he said. KD, that's
sure
those
not.
guys.
That's
hey man, your gal got a better shot, man. You might get herself dead.
Yeah,
I know. There are definitely Anthony Edwards definitely would say that to him. There are some guys.
There's no doubt somebody's crossing the line.
Maybe those guys don't exist. Maybe they ain't out there though.
I'm gonna tell you, man. The females got to be out off limits, man. I know they're not.
You remember that time Kevin Garnett crossed the line?
What did he do?
He crossed the line, and Carmelo Anthony just stopped playing basketball.
I don't
remember when he told Carmelo that I bet she tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you.
You don't remember that?
No, I know, but that's that old girl. That's an old girl that was on Power, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's that's the mother of his child.
She does look like she. I mean, if I was gonna put a cereal on her, it'd be Cinnamon Toast Crunch. My favorite cereal. I love her.
Hey man, that boy, Carmelo stopped.
In a game?
Oh, stop! We stopped playing basketball, Carmelo. I think Kevin has sensed because Kevin was a huge trash talker. He's going in going.
He went overboard.
He went over. But I mean, I don't think it just calmed down after they were separated. I think that took some time for them to work on that portion of their relationship.
Yeah.
That man said, I bet you she tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That ball, I think the ball was dropped. I think the whistle was blown.
I mean, if you're. I mean, to be honest with you, it's pretty good. It's a good compliment. I don't know that I want another man giving it to my wife, but that's a pretty good one. Can we please, real quick, talk about this is the first time. This is the first time. For anybody out there, if you have seen Charles Barkley and Shaq.
See, the Shaq part is, but I've seen Charles. Charles is all over those road commercials, and God bless Kenny's knees. But Charles
is thinner than Kenny. Whoa. Charles is.
That's what they do to Kenny because that's what Kenny's ass looks like. So they always put their dog up there for Kenny. It's
about Chuck.
I've seen Charles has lost a lot of weight. He's been on that road, but you're right. Shaq has come down too.
Shaq is down at least 50.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's on that road. No, he's probably on something different because Shaq want to make money. So he may be on his own different type of road. But I know he's been on that.
I tell you what, they look good.
Yeah, they do. They do. Kenny over there.
Shaq's one of them. Shaq's one of them that, man, when he lets it go a little bit, man, you worry about him.
Hey, you don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, hey, Shaq, I tell you.
You think he got sick or something? Yeah.
Hey, man, you know how much that's a big human being. You know how much you put on the heart.
Yeah. When
he gets big, I mean that's a good God.
Well, here's the difference. I have rings. You don't.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah, he will lean on them
it's
rings,
not
won't
the best,
I know you got to work on that one.
I do.
Nah, you just got to let that go, cuz.
You're right. I was trying to be nice.
You better work on that. You better work on that Tyler Milner impersonation.
What is someone saying?
I ain't gonna lie to you, you might want to look at that Ernie. You might want to try that Ernie Johnson.
Oh, that is real.
What did someone say earlier? I sound like a pissed off T-Mill?
Yeah, I didn't hear that one, but I didn't hear that.
Or I sound like a pissed off T-Mill.
Pissed off T-Mill. I didn't hear it when he was trying to corner you into giving away your giving away. Yeah, I don't think that was right. He's trying to get our young producers in trouble. Already got Byron. Now you're trying to corner him.
I'm gonna get them all, man. I'm gonna raise them up, man. Somebody got to keep it real with them. They're worried about snitching and worried about this. Worried about, hey, man, I gotta raise these boys up, man.
Good Lord have mercy. All right, again, coming up is coming in some. I can't read this on the text line. But no, someone did text in and say, "Hey man, back to the Amen thing. It's kind of scared them. They look like they played better with him on the bench." Yeah, but I think he can go in and do, because Josh Okogie was the other guy that was in. I think he can go in and do that, like that role. He could do that role better than him. I think I think that was an injury thing.
The Rockets and Amen Thompson are better if his role changes. Yeah. Forget about the rest of it. That's just the reality of it. Amen Thompson is